Technical team to start the national anthem, please. Kindly stand for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Please take your seats. On this somber note, we begin this program. Can we have the curtain raiser, please? Thanks. There are many delegates, friends who are still outside the hall. Can I request everyone to get inside just now so that we can begin this program happily on a very joyful note. Today's topic, today's theme is a rare theme, and rare is special. So on this special theme, on the special day, let's begin this note. And at the very beginning, let me take this opportunity to introduce Madam Indira Ghosh to all of you. She's on my left. She's a linguist, a sign language interpreter, and education therapist who will be here with me to translate the introduction of every sessions and every speaker with sign language. That's a small step towards inclusivity. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and brand enthusiasts. I mean, the moment we say brand, we think of color, we think of high-flowing, communication, messaging and all. We hardly think of diversity, equity, inclusion. That's exactly the theme, and I congratulate Public Relations Society of India and its ever hardworking chairman of the Kolkata chapter, Shomojit Mahapatra, to take this theme for a brand meet. A brand meet last year was Brandegde. After 9 years of engage, Brandegde was done last year. And this time is the second chapter. And here the focus is on DEI. Very warm welcome to all of you to the grand inauguration of Brandegde 2023, organized by Public Relations Society of India, Kolkata chapter. Well, the first edition of Brandegde 2022 in this very hall was a gigantic success. Keeping that in mind, we have taken it to the next level. I think I should also introduce myself, Professor Ujjwal Kumar Chaudhary. I stand before you with a heart brimming with pleasure and excitement. I have been in leading universities of India like Symbiosis, Amity, Pearl Academy, Adamas, various capacities as Dean and Pro Vice Chancellor, now engaged in various projects at this point of time. And I feel it's a privilege for me to present to you, as the MC of the day, Eastern India's first ever diversity, equity, inclusion focused, such a large scale program, particularly bringing government, bringing public sector, people sector and private sector together. That's very significant. We either address to the public sector or to the people or to the private sector. We hardly think of the people sector. All the three sectors are united here. As we embark upon a remarkable journey through the world of branding, communication, and innovation, I assure you that this year Brandegde is not just an event, it is a transformative experience. designed exclusively for brand custodians, industry thought leaders, and brand enthusiasts like those who would be attending today, but with a thoroughly new perspective, prepared to engage in discussions that range from inspiring narratives of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Eastern India's first conference on DEI will enlighten us on ageism, assistive technology, human resource practices for inclusion, LGBTQ plus advocacy, and ASD, autism spectrum disorder, and other sincere efforts aimed at helping the marginalized and the excluded population. Every conversation, speech, and panel today will invite us to envision a future where equity and opportunity are accessible to all. Before we go further, allow me to share with you. Now we are talking of these new age terms: diversity, inclusion, equity, human rights, CSR, individual social responsibility, all that. Let me just put a few references from from faiths that have moved the humanity for centuries. With respect to Hinduism, Ashtabakra, he had 8 physical deformities, was the author of Ashtavakra Gita. 16th century Hindu poet and singer, and known to be a saintly person, Surdas, who was blind, is said to have composed 1,25,000 songs, some of which still appear in the textbooks in our school, particularly in Hindi literature. Bhagavad Gita emphasizes pain and suffering as neither positive nor negative, and to focus on dharma for spiritual development. Christianity, New Testament, St. John, chapter 9, verses 1 to 12. Jesus challenged the view that disability was punishment for sin. His disciples asked him, Rabbi, who has sinned, this man or his parents, that he was born blind? Jesus replied, neither this man nor his parents had sinned. But this has happened so that the works of God might be displayed in and through him. Islam, Surah Abasa, chapter 80, verse 1 to 4. Quran urges people to treat people with intellectual disability with kindness and protect them. The Prophet is shown to treat the disabled with respect, and zakat is also asked to be given to disabled persons as well. Buddhism believes in showing compassion towards people with less fortunate or any deformity, and is considered to be good karma, the principle of Songsarn, S-O-N-G-S-A-R-N, Songsarn in Buddhism. Some of the references, just to put a background that how human civilization through the centuries have looked at challenges and special status. Today, we'll take this up in various other ways, but as we go ahead. So today, first of all, before we begin, let me invite the man behind the show. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct pleasure to invite to the stage the vision and mind behind BRANDEGDE. Shomojit Mahapatra, Chairman, Public Relations Society of India, Kolkata chapter, is an established name in the field of public relations. I welcome Mr. Mahapatra to the stage and request him to share his insights and deliver the welcome talk for this event.
Good morning, respected inaugural speaker, our keynote speaker. It's a warm welcome from the hearts of Kolkatan, Ashutosh Gupta ji and Ishashini Ramaswamy. And it's our proud privilege that we thought in the inaugural session there will be huge crowd, but due to torrential rain in the morning, the mood of the people a little bit obstructed, but slowly it will take up. And you know, Kolkata is famous for many things. Not only Kolkata Rasgulla and Mishti Doi. It is famous for Satyajit Roy. It is famous for Mother Teresa. It is famous for Rabindranath Tagore. It is famous for, Bengal is famous for Raja Ram Mohan Roy and many others. And with the inspiration of these great leaders, we are marching not politically. Politics is not our cup. We are marching socially. And this organization, Public Relations Society of India, is a national body of 65 years old. And here in Kolkata, we are driving several things. And we are fortunate that we can touch any areas. And with us, one of the doyens of the industry, Rita Bhimani, is here. And she was at one point of time chairperson of this chapter. And she can vouch whether we could carry the legacy of this organization. And we experiment. Not only chemistry labs are for experiment, not only the physics lab is for experiment, communication lab. And we encourage the young communication professionals to come to us, and we experiment different things. And our MC told that this is not just a mere event. We will be approaching some sponsors and we will be having a good lunch or dinner. This is something where we want to sensitize the issue. We want to do the advocacy, and that is why in this panel there are 47 speakers, and very emphatically and with much thought will not be able to give time for interaction. Everything will be in the offline mode. So I come to the agenda, diversity, equity and inclusion. I'm not going to explain what is diversity, equity and inclusion. You are the thought leaders, you will be touching all the issues. And a warm welcome from us. And we are grateful to our sponsor, patrons, the partners, and the supporters. 39 organizations are supporting, and 47 speakers have consented to come over here, and we are really thankful to our inaugural speaker and our keynote speaker. And on behalf of all the people of Kolkata and West Bengal, namaste to everybody. You discussed DEI here throughout the day. We are supposed to end our program at 6:20. Time is the only constraint, though it's not customary to say what will happen in the operational thing, but we may have to use a roadblocker in the form of hooter to remind that we are crossing the limit. So crossing limit is never a good habit. So that is, we will practice here also that less words, more work. काम ज़्यादा, बात कम. ऐसा ही है, मेरा हिंदी थोड़ा टूटा मोटा है, थोड़ा एक्सक्यूज कर दीजिए. इंग्लिश भी ऐसा ज़्यादा बहुत कुछ अच्छा नहीं है, बांग्ला तो चला लेते हैं, ठीक है. Welcome to all the 47 speakers, and of course we have introduced sign language interpreter. She is working for a government organization and she has agreed to come here and to interpret. The whole day Indira ji will interpret everything. With that, I welcome all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I will now invite the Sustainable Development Goals Ambassador, and an ambassador for the cause of diversity and inclusion, Mr. Sumit Agarwal, to present a token of appreciation to Chairman PRSI, Somojit Mahapatra. Sumit, please come. Yeah. Please bring. You can come this way also. Yeah, come back. Sumit, as an SDG ambassador, increases awareness and urges action towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals, with an eye on goal number 5, gender equality, and goal number 10, reduced inequalities. He is a Niti Aayog mentor and is recognized as a LinkedIn top voice because of his powerful presence on the site. He is a thought leader in this space, sharing useful insights, engaging with diverse audience, and contributing to relevant dialogues on a variety of professional themes. As we gather under the banner of a profound and timely theme, diversity, equity, and inclusion, celebrating brands that drive change, I request Sumit Agarwal, SDG Ambassador, Diversity and Inclusion, to grace the stage and introduce the theme to us. And before that, I request the chairman of PRSI Kolkata chapter to present Sumit a little token of honor on behalf of the organization, and then he moves on to speak. Yes. There will be rarely someone in this hall who would be followed as much. Sumit is followed on LinkedIn, right? You talk of challenges. These were all hand-drawn, right? Yes. Thank you. And now for the theme introduction by Sumit Agarwal, can we have a mic in his hand? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, sir. We'll continue. And I request Sumit to speak and introduce the theme to us.
I've been given a very huge task of introducing today's theme. And I wrote a very long, boring script for that. And I'm not going to read out any of it because from the childhood, people have been handing me scripts. They have been telling me how to live my life. And I decided I am not going to live my life by reading out scripts from people. I decided that I make my own story. Isn't it all about diversity and inclusion? Today's theme is Innovate, Ignite, and Inspire. I'm not going to tell you what DEI is and what DEI should be, because all of us are unique. All of us are diverse. And that is what we bring to this room. Our unique set of skills in the land of Tagore, in the land of Mother Teresa, in the lands where there are so many cultural monuments, where there is so much history to look at, in the land of Kolkata, where all the major historical movements have taken place. And this city is the perfect stage to set the movement for DEI. This city calls to us to address issues of ageism, issues of LGBT, issues of disability, issues of integrating working mothers into the workforce, issues of integrating single fathers into the workforce. Everybody has a place to belong. And we find that place out of love and empathy, because that is our calling. The world belongs to each and every one of us, not just to some people. This is how we will take diversity forward, identify the talents and put them in a unique place where they can contribute to the society and make Bharat a great country again. I will just do a small exercise to show you how diversity takes place. Can all of you try clapping your hands with one finger? Not happening. Just one finger, like this, yeah. Not happening. Can you do it with 2 fingers? Still not happening. 3 fingers, 4 fingers, now 5 fingers.
Very good.
Unless you have
The
5
fifth one
fingers
cannot
and
touch.
all the 5 aspects of diversity in place, you are not able to make noise and impact. Just don't single out one single group and say that, okay, we have diversity in place. Diversity is not about check boxes. Diversity is not just hiring people to fulfill quota. Diversity is about making a statement. Diversity is about making impact. In diversity, all lives matter.
Very nice. Very nice. In diversity, all lives matter. You could touch this finger with 4, but you cannot touch with the 5th one. But the role of the thumb need not be spoken. Ask Ekalavya, the role of the thumb. I hope you know the story of Ekalavya. Thank you very much, Sumit. Very, very touching. All lives matter. You can please be here because we'll light the lamp now. Thank you, Sumit, for the eloquent introduction to the theme of the BRANDEGDE 2023. Your speech is the perfect predecessor to the brilliant upcoming discussions. please remain on the dais for the next lighting of the lamp. Can we have the lamp? Yes, thank you. Now we'll start the DEI conference with the lighting of the lamp ceremony, as is the culture in our country, to dispel darkness and welcome light. Light in every form. I cordially invite for lighting of the lamp Mr. Ashutosh Gupta, India Country Head LinkedIn, to please come on dais and join our lamp lighting ceremony. Along with him, I request Ms. Yashaswini Ramaswamy, serial entrepreneur and CEO, Great Place to Work India, to kindly be on the dais. Requesting Somajit Mahapatra, Chairman PRSI Kolkata chapter, to join us and lead them to the dais, please. And I request the man behind everything creative that you see in this program, every bit of creativity, requesting Akhil B. Paul, founder and CEO, Mayavias Group, to kindly join us on the dais. I'd request Pulak Chamaria ji, Director Infinity Group, to kindly come on dais, who has come out with the concept of Jagriti for senior citizens, a fabulous concept. I hope you'll be knowing about it later on. Also requesting someone who is doing a fabulous work for the people under the autism spectrum, Jayasankar Natarajan, Chief Executive Officer, India Autism Center, to come and join us for the lighting of the lamp. And I would also request an educationist, education entrepreneur and educationist, Kishan Kumar Kejriwal, Chairman, MCKV Group of Institutions, also to join us on the dais. And I finally request Ms. Shalini Mukherjee, Acting Secretary and Treasurer, PRSI Kolkata, to be also in the lighting of the lamp. Ms. Shalini Mukherjee, if you are here. Thank you. I request everyone to present on the stage, to kindly remain here for the launch of the conference booklet. The booklet is an endeavor to take you through the journey of brandage and sums up the essence of the conference in a comprehensive manner. Can we have the booklet, please, for launching of the conference booklet, please? From the backstage, can you please bring the conference booklet, please? Conference booklet from the backstage. We will come this side a bit to make Sumit also part of the. Yes, this way. Yes, Sumit is there. Okay. We can be this way. Side close. Close, please come. Yeah. Is it okay for the frame? I request Ashutosh ji and Yashaswi ma'am to be on the stage, and the rest can please take your seats in the program to begin the discussions. Yashaswini ma'am also could be on the stage, please. Okay, okay. So now it gives me an immense pleasure to welcome a true visionary in the field of professional networking, someone who has played a pivotal role in shaping the landscape of career development and talent management in India. Today, professional career development and networking and LinkedIn are identified, almost identical. Thanda matlab Coca-Cola, butter matlab Amul, networking matlab LinkedIn. So he's none other than Ashutosh Gupta, the country manager for India at LinkedIn. His leadership and extensive knowledge have been instrumental in LinkedIn's mission to connect professionals, empower career growth, and enable organizations to thrive in the digital professional world. His dedication has been the driving force behind LinkedIn's impressive growth throughout the country. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Ashutosh Gupta as he takes the stage to share his insights on the tapestry of talent. And maybe before we begin, Shomajit Mahapatra could please welcome him on behalf of the organization. Ashutosh ji, if you can come over here with the thing, it looks very colorful.
Okay. Thank you. So they move it. It's like, is there a clicker? Good morning. We're just sorting out few technical issues, so just give us a minute. Okay, well, it gets started. Let's get started. Good morning, everybody. It's just, it's amazing. It's just a pleasure to be here in Kolkata. Since I've been a country manager at LinkedIn, it's been 4 years. All my travels have not brought me to Kolkata. So when Mr. Mohapatra and Sumit very passionately reached out, I couldn't say no. So it just, again, it's fantastic to be here. I wanted to meet all of you, understand what's happening in the country, what's happening in Kolkata, and connect with the community. Also, the focus of this conference is very, very unique. As Mr. Mohapatra was saying, it's something which usually doesn't happen, and I'm so glad to be here, to be connected with this conference, and talk about things which are really, really important. And at LinkedIn, we talk a lot about diversity, inclusion, and belonging. It's one of the key pillars of LinkedIn's culture and values. So there's something which is very personal and very much I connect with it. So it's nice to be here. Tapestry of talent. It's a metaphorical term which is used to describe a diverse and interconnected group of individuals with various skills, abilities, and talents. It implies when you bring together people from different backgrounds, experiences, and areas of expertise, they collectively create a rich and intricate tapestry of skills and capabilities. In an organization or professional context, referring to a tapestry of talent often suggests that an organization values diversity and recognizes a unique contribution that each individual brings to the team. We talk diversity a lot in the context of making sure all groups are represented, but in corporate world specifically we have seen diversity is the best form of excellence which you can get. When everybody is same in the team, you think alike. And the diversity of thoughts come when you have diverse set of people from education, from many, many dimensions together, and that's when the rich culture of the team, the high performance of the team really comes through. So, so I think the tapestry of skill again emphasizes the idea that diverse group of individuals can work together harmoniously, complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses to achieve common goals and objectives. So as I was saying, at LinkedIn, we have been at the helm of major workplace and workforce transformations over the last couple of decades. And that gives us a very unique perspective of how labor market is transforming in India and globally, how skills landscape is evolving both in India and globally, and how innovative technologies are reshaping the world, bringing new roles, jobs, and opportunities for every member of the global workforce. Clearly, all the knowledge, all this knowledge into meaningful, bringing all of this knowledge into a meaningful purpose is very challenging. But we are very clear of our true north as LinkedIn. And I want to share with you that. So, our vision of bringing every member of the global workforce and creating economic opportunity for every member, we are very, very clear about that. I think that I want you to focus on the word every. I think we are not trying to focus on a particular segment, particular section of individuals. We are trying to focus on every member of the global workforce, which is a very large population, large segment, and we are trying to create economic opportunity for each one of them. Providing them the right skills, right, opportunities to reach to the ambitions and aspirations they want to get to, and then eventually leading to economic opportunity for each one of them. Now, when we look at this vision statement, you think how, you will ask the question of how will it manifest in the real world? And I want to give you that very clear visual of how it really manifests in the real world. And this is something which we call as an economic graph. So what is an economic graph? It's just literally, you can think there are like 950 million members on platform globally, 110 million members in India, universities, schools, organizations, there are 40 million skills on the platform. Now, what is a graph? Graph is an interaction of two data points, and then when you look at all of these people interacting on the LinkedIn, that's the economic graph. It gives us very rich insights about those interactions, and that data we get and the insights we get, we use that to understand what's happening in the world, what are those things which are influencing in the world, and that's something which is very valuable for us as well as our members, and even the governments, organizations, they use this to understand the trends on the platform. Identifying macroeconomic trends is part of our long-term vision so that we can create economic opportunity for every member of the workforce. So with this rich data set, we know the things which are happening, and I think we have seen in especially last 4 years, that the world is changing constantly. There's so much happening around us every year. Every year feels like new. When I came back from Singapore in 2019, and since then, if I look back at the last 4 years, the world has changed a lot, and it's constantly changing even today. So today we find ourselves in a crucial moment where various forces are at play, shaping how we organize our business, our work practices, and learn the skills necessary for success. So based on this economic graph data, we are seeing that there are 4 forces. There are 4 things which are really impacting the world right now, right? As the slide comes, there are, So there are 4 kind of big forces which are impacting the world right now. And that's creating a moment where we will all have to really, really understand how to work with these forces, how to deal with these forces, so that we can adapt to these changes which are coming our way and be ready and successful for the future. So what are these forces, right? There are 4 forces which come together. The cultural forces. When I say cultural forces, especially from a future of the work, we have seen the pandemic has changed literally everything from a future of work, right? We all used to go back to offices 9 to 5, 5 days a week. And now with hybrid coming in post-pandemic, that has brought a new dimension to the future of work. So that's a cultural force which is impacting us. Economic forces, I'm sure all of you are aware economically what's happening in the world. Again, bunch of years back, globalization was really the center point of the economic strategy. And a lot of countries were working together, collaborating together. But now world is increasingly getting polarized. And really, like, there's a lot of discussion going on the true value of globalization or whether it'll really work out as a strategy. The war, the constant struggle with inflation across the world. All of these are providing a lot of difficult challenges, both for companies and individuals, and all of us have to be ready to deal with these changes. There are generational forces. Now, what is this? This is really important to understand. I think we as a country, we are primarily a Gen Z country. We have very young population, right? On LinkedIn, we have 110 million members. 41% of those members are Gen Zs. Now, Gen Zs as a segment or as a part of the population, they are very unique in a way, right? Their motivations, their aspirations are very different from each one of us. And the way they think, the way they work, it's very different. So we'll have to, as companies, as organizations, as a society, understand them better so that we can engage with them, we can learn with them, and also ensure that we are making them successful. India cannot be successful if we don't work with Gen Zs and give them the opportunity, because they are the largest part of our population, right? So that's the generational force which is happening. And the biggest thing which is really impacting the world right now is the technological changes. I'm sure all of you are aware of this conversation around AI and how AI is going to impact everything in our life. I'm sure all of you, or many of you have played with ChatGPT and generational AI forces, which are really creating a lot of different dimensions for us to deal with, right? So I'll talk about AI later on. But when you think about all of these four forces coming together, you will see that it's a very different world now, or it's going to be very different in bunch of the years to come. And it's very important to adapt to this world and make sure that you have the right skills, you have the right thought process to be successful in this world. So once again, look, how would you deal with this? So what are the three things which are really important to understand? I'm sure there are many more, but from our perspective at LinkedIn and from my perspective, I thought I will share with these three things which are supremely important to understand. One is flexibility, second is skills, and third is equity. Right, of course, equity is a big part of the focus today, and we are going to all spend a bunch of time together today to talk it from many dimensions. But let's look at the other two. Flexibility. I think once again, flexibility is something which is very important from a future of work, and in current times, it's become really important. I've been hiring I have 23 years of career. I've been hiring for 23 years. When I used to hire in the past, first question would be, what will be my compensation, right? Compensation was a central point of any hiring process. Now, when I hire people, the first question is, what is your flexibility policy? Do you expect people to come to work every day? So it's a fundamental shift once again from people's perspective. And there's right now a tension in the economy in a way where companies want people to come back and people want that flexibility. They want that flexibility, right? So it's really important, again, as leaders who are trying to shape the future, you cannot ignore the flexibility. Second is skills. At LinkedIn we believe skills is the future currency of the world. We at LinkedIn say that your network is your net worth, and skills your future currency, right? So we're going to talk about skills as well, and specifically at LinkedIn, we are talking a lot about skills first economy. And then finally, equity. We cannot live in a world where we don't respect, we don't value diversity, inclusion, and belonging. It's very important that we are able to create a world where all of us can be, we are able to bring our true self to everything we do. Right? So we're going to talk about that as well. So again, flexibility, skills, and equity. Let's look at each one of them. Right? So flexibility, What's happening in the flexibility side, as I was saying, people are very clearly asking very early on in every part of the hiring process about flexible working approaches, right? And so we are seeing that, right, when people are viewing jobs, the jobs which talks very clearly in job description about the flexibility, they are getting better traction, right? People are viewing those jobs more than the other jobs, right? So flexibility is going to be very, very important from many, many dimensions perspective. We are seeing number of application increase a lot when people put flexibility as a part of the job description. But let me come to one of the factors or one of the dimensions which is really, really important for today as we talk about representation, right? And in India, the women's representation in the workforce is something which will have to collectively work a lot. And one of the most important dimensions of that flexibility, the dimensions of bringing more women to workforce is the flexibility. It gives them that option to work from where they can, be more successful, where the women have multiple roles, right? They don't just work, they are mothers, they have so many different things. They're primary caregivers for their families. You have to give them flexibility so they are able to work from wherever they are more successful. So we have seen one of the most important dimensions of bringing more women to the workforce will be flexibility. Of course, that's not the only thing. We'll have to be more, look at many, many inherent biases which we'll have to, kind of overcome and change in our mind. But one of the most important dimensions of this will be flexibility. What's happening right now, which is, I hope, as a society and as India's corporate ecosystem and the professional ecosystem, we'll have to kind of stem it right away. We are seeing that women participation in many, many different dimensions is dropping. So women's participation from entry-level roles, we have seen it's a huge drop. We are seeing women's participation in the leadership roles. That's dropping. That's dropped by 25%. STEM roles, we are seeing again women participation dropping. Right, so that's something we'll have to treat it together so that we stem it right away. It's important that we have representation from both genders or multiple genders in the workforce, right? So flexibility is going to be very, very important part of that. And that's where we need to come together. And some of the conversations, I'm sure today, will talk about that representation bit in detail. Let's talk about skilling. I think, as I said, skilling, upskilling, I can't emphasize the importance of the skills. We have always hired based on pedigree. The school I came from, the university I have studied, the company I have worked, what was my last role becomes a pathway to my next role. That's not the most optimum way of hiring. Hiring should be based on skills. What does a job need? What skills are needed? You assess that person on those skills and ask the demonstration of that and the skills, and then you make your decision, right? So this is very, very important, the skills first hiring, and we are already seeing it. The recruiters in India, 50% of the recruiters in India are already focused on skills first hiring. They're asking the question, right? What are the skills required for the job? And let me assess the candidate based on those skills. 91% of the recruiters in India believe that upskilling and reskilling of employees will really make them more successful and productive, right? And lastly, I think how do you upskill? I think from a LinkedIn perspective, sorry, I'm going to talk a lot more from LinkedIn perspective. Of course, I represent LinkedIn. So LinkedIn Learning, I'm sure all of you are aware, LinkedIn Learning is a great vehicle which members are using to upskill and reskill themselves. In the pandemic, when all of us were home, and I just came back from Singapore, I was 6 months into my new role, and my team came back and shared with me that something is happening on LinkedIn Learning. Because our LinkedIn Learning, number of hours members were spending on learning in the middle of a lockdown were at highest globally. So even my CEO was like, what's happening here? So what members were doing, at home, they knew the world is going to change post the lockdown. They were trying to reskill and upskill themselves. So India, by the way, LinkedIn India members, the number of learning hours is 2x, twice the number of US. 2x, that's huge. 4.6 million hours members spend on LinkedIn learning, reskilling and upskilling, right? So once again, it's super important to focus on what skills are needed and, and make sure that we are learning those new skills. For example, in pandemic, hospitality industry went through a lot of change, right? We could never see travel coming back in the same way. And a lot of those members were trying to learn new skills. And the way to think about it is there are transferable skills. For example, if I am, I'm serving food in the hotel, I have a transferable skill which I can use in customer service, right? So I think learning those transferable skills are important so that a disruption like a pandemic doesn't stop your career journey and helps you be on that path which will make you more successful. So, and of course, when you talk about skills and upskilling, you cannot forget AI. So AI is by the way, AI is not a net new skill. We have been using at LinkedIn AI for 15 years. I'm sure all of you use LinkedIn, and you see the jobs which are shown to you. They are driven by AI and algorithm based on your profile. We have millions of jobs, but we show you the jobs which is more relevant for you, and that is driven by AI. There's another feature which is people you may know, which is a very popular feature on LinkedIn, that we show you the people based on your profile, which you might know, and that is again an AI algorithm driven. So AI is not new. What is happening with AI is especially through generative AI, which I call the Netscape moment or the browser moment of AI. When in 2000 or late 90s, internet again used to exist many, many years back, but it became popular when we got browsers. When we are able to access that internet, again through generative AI, what's happening is you're getting that moment to access Gen AI. ChatGPT, gives you that window to interact with the AI, right? So I would encourage, if you have not, do go back and interact with the AI. I think a lot of people are resisting AI, saying it's going to take away my job, it's going to do some things. Thinking like that will not stop AI to do whatever it needs to do. What's important at this place is to embrace it, right? To understand what are the things which you can learn from it. By the way, I think what generative AI will do is it's going to make us more productive, right? Imagine the amount of time you spend every day, looking at your email and trying to find the right email. You can do better with Gen AI, right? Microsoft is working on something which is called Copilot, which will help you find those emails very, very quickly. I'll give you very quickly another example of how it will make more productive. I'm sure all of you do hire in whatever role you are playing, right? What happens in hiring? When you're talking to the candidate, what you're doing, you're writing notes because you want to go back after the interview and reflect on that. What happened in the interview? You are making notes about the things the person is saying, the things the person is telling you. But what happens with me is I'm more focused on writing notes than actually looking at the person and listening. Now imagine, you're doing this interview and there's a Gen AI agent which is recording your interview, or you're just following what you guys are talking. At the end of interview, it sends you a script of what you guys talked. You don't have to write anything, right? It's making you productive. It's making you focus on things which are most important, right? So once again, AI is not our enemy. AI is going to be our friend. It's going to make us productive. The reason why I'm focusing on this is that, it's a big change. And I want all of you to start preparing for it, right? Like, no point getting on head-to-head with it and saying, I'm not going to embrace it. We'll have to embrace it. It's going to be part of our lives. So it's just better to learn from it, to understand it so that we understand it better and make it more successful. And then, of course, the last bit, which is the most important bit, right? All of this can happen, but if you're not focused on diversity, inclusion, and sustainability, those are the values that will take a hot seat in the world of work, right? Professionals prioritize the jobs that match their values. So at LinkedIn, now we have made, we have created a product feature where you can search when you're searching for jobs, we've been given a filter for you which says search by the values of the company. So what's happening, candidates, they want to apply where there's a value match between their values and company's value. How does a company think about sustainability? How does a company think about diversity? Will I feel included? Will I feel belonged in that company, right? So we have seen that, professionals are saying 87% of them believe that this is the most important factor in the job, matching values. Flexibility is part of the value, right? Does company allow me to be flexible? Embracing the authentic self of work. At LinkedIn, I've spent 10 years plus years at LinkedIn. I believe LinkedIn, the reason why I spend so much time at this company is that it allows me to bring my authentic self to the work. Before LinkedIn, I used to say I used to be a different person at home and a different person at work. LinkedIn has brought those two personas together. And if you ask my family and my boys, they would say, this is exactly how I talk to them every day. I'm not bringing a new persona today. So bringing your authentic self to the work is the most important bit. Speaking of representation, equity in gender is so important, right? I'll give you, again, LinkedIn again, because we get so much data. I'll give you a very interesting insight on when people look at jobs, how is it differentiated between the genders? So men and women, they look at all the new opportunities on LinkedIn the same way. How can we figure out? We look at the number of views of a job and then divide it by male and female. There's no difference. Both of them look at the new job opportunities the same way. The next step is applying for those jobs. And that's where things start differentiating. Men apply for more jobs than women. Why? I'll give you the reason behind it. So in a job description, there are things written that these are the things you need for this job if you want to get this job. Let's say there are 10 things, 10 criteria. Men, even if they have 60% of that criteria, they will apply for that job. Women, 100%. I need to know all 10 things, then only I'll apply for jobs. So in general, the application level, that's where the funnel starts narrowing, right? Women apply less for jobs as compared to men. Next step, men are very comfortable asking for referrals. So if I know somebody, I'll ask for a referral. Hey, you work in that company, can you help me get that, help me get my resume? Women, they don't. And one of the very famous quotes says that women are very good in building relationships, bad at leveraging relationships, right? So I think, again, a lot of these factors come into play. And just finishing that hiring story, the funnel is narrowing, but when it comes to making the decision, more women get the job than men. Imagine now if the funnel was bigger for women at the top, men will find it difficult to get the job, right? So I think we need to change. We have to look at some of these very important factors so that, there's an equal representation at the work, right? So some of these things are very, very important. By the way, if you hire by skills, your talent pool increases 12x, and 29% more women come into the pool if you hire by skills. If you look at, again, pedigree of education and where the person has worked, again, the gender representation takes a toll, right? So we are doing our bit as a platform to make some of those changes. We have changed the job search filter. We have made some changes in our recruiter software. I don't know if there are recruiters in the hall, people who have used LinkedIn to hire, they made some changes, right? But again, I can't emphasize enough about the value of equity, division, inclusion, and belonging. Before Mr. Mohapatra sounds a hooter, right? I need to bring this to a closure. And I think this is my favorite quote. This is a quote given by our CEO, Ryan Rusleski, which he talks about doing well and doing good. I think a lot of companies focus on doing good. Doing well. They focus on business. Business should do well, which is great. And mostly diversity, inclusion, belonging, they become last page of a presentation. You do a .org or you form a social impact arm and you say, okay, we have done enough on the good side. No, that's not really how we should think about it, right? We should think about a holistic strategy where every part of company strategy focuses on diversity, inclusion, and belonging. That's how we'll create a world where it is equal, it's equitable to every segment of the working force, right? So when we build our products, at LinkedIn, when we build our products, people find jobs, they hire, they learn skills, they start companies, and that's the bit. And if we can bring all of these dimensions of diversity, inclusion, and belonging into each part of this, then we are creating a fair and equitable world, right? So I think as you, and by the way, it's just not LinkedIn's responsibility, it's not one company's responsibility, it's everybody's responsibility in the world, right? So I think we should all focus on doing well, but also focus on doing good. And I'll give you an example how I practice it, because it's easy to preach, but it's very difficult to practice. So at LinkedIn, I get tons of reach outs from people, and people who don't have strong networks, people who don't have access to the same level of opportunities. I'll tell you a little insight about how we build networks. Networks are built based on where we grew up, right? Where we went to school, where we went to college, which jobs we did. And that's how you essentially build networks. Not everybody gets that opportunity, and some of the networks are much smaller or much weaker than others, which we call it network gap. So when people reach out to me and I see somebody with not a strong network, I do my bit to help that person. It can be just an introduction to somebody. It can be one small thing you can talk to them or give them an insight. And that's the part of doing good, right? So hopefully, after today, all of you will continue to do well, but you will take a moment to do something good in society in general. So thank you so much. It's a pleasure. Hopefully you guys learned something, but it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for inviting me, Mr. Mohapatra and Sumit. And I'm glad that I was able to connect with all of you. Thank you.
What a beautiful way of explaining well versus good. It's not actually versus, well and good. Doing well in terms of prosperity, in terms of progress that we can count. Doing good in terms of impact that we make and the inclusion that we have. A lot of things have been told, so I'll not get into summarizing. It will take time. But a huge amount of concepts have been cleared with respect to flexibility, technology, cultural transformation that's happening. I hope we will mull over this and think further. Before I proceed ahead, I have the pleasure to announce that each speaker would be presented with the book Goldie Boy and the Three Apes, an spatial fairy tale, which is a fun new retelling of the iconic Goldilocks tale, authored by our good friend Ashish V. Patil. It introduces kids and adults alike to the magical world of neurodiversity. Please understand, magical world of neurodiversity. Can we have the book? Can Ashish come up, please? The author, Ashish, is around? Yes. And the first two books can be given to our three speakers who are on the dais. Ashish is someone who headed MTV at one point of time, worked with Yash Raj Films, and today making content, is special content, is special for special people. So, bring the books. Bring the books. Yes, that's the book. 3 books, please. Thank you. One more copy? Yes. Ashish. No, this was actually brought up earlier because Ashutosh is already done. So. Don't worry, there are 3 books. Yeah. Yeah, quickly, quickly. Give 1 book to Sumit also, then he can hold that as well. Yes. Okay. Thank you. We move ahead. Now we are honored to have Ms. Yashaswini Ramaswamy here with us to deliver the keynote speech on the theme Brands That Drive Change. Yashaswini Ramaswamy, a serial entrepreneur and CEO, Great Place to Work, India, is recognized as one of India's leading serial entrepreneurs. Welcome. She represented India in the Fortune Most Powerful Women program and received the Times Power Women Award for Excellence in Entrepreneurship. She is also actively involved in community work through fundraising and participating in global advisory boards of high-impact NGOs in areas of rural entrepreneurship, education, and health. With her, a wealth of experience and transformative leadership, she is the perfect guide to take us through the inspiring stories of brands that are making real impact on the world. But before she speaks, I request the Chairman PRSI to felicitate our first speaker, the Chief Guest Ashutosh Gupta, with a little token of appreciation. Very interestingly, there is a specially curated hand sketch to Ashutosh ji. May it always serve as a reminder of the meaningful connections forged during this event and the lasting impact of your presence. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us warmly welcome Ms. Yashaswini Ramaswamy to the stage to share her insights and wisdom on this remarkable topic. The stage is yours, ma'am.
Well, a very, very good morning to all of you. And like I keep saying, it's wonderful to see representation of women on the stage and off. We make the whole diaspora very colorful. Otherwise, like I keep saying, we'll be surrounded by blacks and grays. And I really hope that today's time that we have really moves beyond the gender dialogue. Because I think I stand here before you as a speaker, but hopefully not because I'm a woman. I stand before you as the CEO of a company called Great Place to Work, India, which holds the world's largest market share in workplace certification. And I think I got that role not because I was a woman. I think performance is key, and the dialogue has to move towards enablement, creating a support system for talent across the globe and across India. I've been given 20 minutes to do justice to a topic which is like an ocean. So hopefully, because we started with, I think, a quote from the Vedas or the Upanishads, I don't remember, but hopefully today will be a manthan of sorts, and we'll all go away with some takeaways that we can go back not only in our daily lives, but also back to our organizations. I have one slide which talks about the journey of Great Place to Work. If that can be brought up, I can quickly walk you through, some of the impact that we've been creating across the world. So as you look through this, this is the India story. If I can take a step back globally, we are in about 95 countries across the globe. We have about 10,000 organizations participating with us annually, and more than 10 10 million employee voices that we hear every year. As far as India is concerned, from our journey has been about 15 years. Until date, we've kind of assessed more than 4,000 organizations. Last year alone was the largest year where we covered 45 lakh employee voices. And the results are interesting, and I'll come to it in a short while. If you look at the journey, while we started in the year 2012, we thought, you know, if we have a methodology, and our methodology is publicly available, if you look at it, fairness, camaraderie, trust, pride, these all form center points of how we assess. And while in 2012, we thought recognizing India's best would be sufficient, as we moved along, and I think as Ashutosh also mentioned, you know, as the environment evolves, we thought it's pertinent and it's our duty to start providing a platform for organizations to recognize them in more special areas. So as we moved on, you would see we brought in retail, because that is the largest employer in India today, and some fantastic case studies and best practices on neurodiversity hiring, women hiring. I think the retail industry has been at the foremost. And while there is a bias that, you know, women have had it tough and men probably have had it easy, and stereotypes, we're also seeing jobs such as nursing, which is biased the other way. If a man today was to apply for a job of a nurse, the stereotype against him is quite high. So I think the dialogue really has to be balanced, and I really hope, you know, today we don't create more stereotypes, you know, under the umbrella of inclusion. So retail brought us some very interesting insights, and if we have retail members here, you could really showcase your case studies, because we are finding that to be a fascinating trend. We very quickly moved into NGO. So as I stand here today, I'm absolutely thankful for the community of companies, you know, Wipro being a part of it, because all of you, I think we work with about 1,800 organizations annually in India. And we have sponsored, completely free of cost, a free study to certify NGOs as Great Place to Work. So if you look at us, our vision in Great Place to Work is to make India, Bharat, and I'm going to use India and Bharat interchangeably now because of G20, right, is to make India a great place to work for all. The moment you add the word for all, it becomes a little more complex, it becomes a little more multi-layered, but that is our mission. And with that, you know, we have worked with about 100 NGOs this year. The report is out, and from taking over from what Ashutosh said, we're finding a lot of Gen Z talent actually opting to work in not-for-profit organizations and NGOs. So the war for talent is hard within the corporate sector, but we're actually seeing in India the trend of the NPOs really, you know, coming to the forefront. There's been a lot of transparency, a lot of corporate governance brought into that sector. And for the youth today, it's really a choice between the NPOs and the for-profit sector. So again, you know, the stereotypes of the NGOs being the neglected lot, I think is very quickly disappearing. You'll be very interested to know that this sector of NPOs and NGOs today contributes to about 2% of India's GDP. And that's quite high, right? So a huge round of applause to all of us, if you may. We contribute to 2% of India's GDP, right? As we move ahead, you know, I'm going to skip a few in the interest of time, but do feel free to give me a hooter. You know, we moved on, we brought in BFSI, again, very interestingly from a customer centricity standpoint. We've seen insurance really adapt to the dialogue of DEI, you know, very clearly. For example, just last year, we were told that mental health is now a part of insurance. And I think that was a huge step and the right step, because the pandemic did give rise to a lot of fatigue, to a lot of burnout. And especially for women, it has been harder because, again, of unconscious biases. If there is a rain, if there is somebody at the door, it's almost expected that women would look at the household responsibilities in addition to work. So actually, we're seeing a very interesting trend of return to work. A lot of women actually coming forth and saying, this physical bifurcation of work and home is actually helping them maintain a balance. So again, you can see how the customer needs are evolving and moving, and thereby how organizations are adapting to it, and the BFSI sector is a great example of that. We then went ahead and very, very proud to announce the Nation Builder category, and by this time we've had organizations who've continuously ranked with us in the top 100 over the last 10 years. So we created a pool called the Laureate Group, and that's probably the most prestigious bunch of organizations and employees that we work with. Now, as I stand before you today, just a couple of data, and I think at our levels, Ashutosh and I will be spawning a lot of data. It's a part of our job, so do excuse us for that. For us, in Great Place to Work, the women journey. So our list is called the best workplaces in India for women. We started that journey way back in 2018, and we saw about 600 organizations participate with us that year. And as of 2023, that number is now increased to 1,450. So I think it is really a testament to the sentiment in the market, and also a lot of the employers now coming forth and saying that we want to be an employer of choice for women, and hence this recognition provides meaning. And that number is staggering. So from a employee voice standpoint, we cover in the best workplaces for women about 39 lakh employee voices. So the study is interesting, and like I said, issues around bias, issues around stereotypes are across both genders. So especially with organizations, today having a promotion policy, having reservation for some posts of for women actually makes it more difficult for women in some cases, because when they take those positions, they have to deal with a lot of passive aggressive behavior. They have to deal with justifying that I'm not here because of my gender, I'm also, like he said the word and, I'm also here because of my performance. So I think a lot of us to really reflect about, because policy for the sake of policy will end up hurting the very intent of why we started it. And like one of my best friends says, the path to hell is paved with good intentions. So, I think we have to be really pragmatic and careful in some of these initiatives that we roll out within our organizations. As far as DEI is concerned, in Great Place to Work and even globally, we've added another letter, like the LGBTQ movement. The word is for us in our world is DEIB. And B stands for belonging. And our thought process is, while diversity brings you a lot of quantity results, like how many women, how many, it's a lot of math, it's a lot of arithmetic that really goes behind it. I think the subject around equity and inclusion, and I'm going to come to that, should lead to something, and for us it should lead to a sense of belonging. And if you look at today's work environments, we have a lot of hybrid environments where work from home has now become normal. And that itself is creating inequity in workplaces, because if I'm a people manager today and I have half my team reporting and I have lunch with them every day and half my team reports to me virtually, when the time for appraisal comes, when the time for recommendation comes, do I behave in the same manner? Is my relationship with the people that I spend more face time with the same as people that I don't? So actually the hybrid environment today is creating more inequities if you ask me. The whole dialogue about unconscious bias is really being spoken about because our jobs have just become more complex. It's very sexy for us to say you can work from home, but really to drive productivity, to drive efficiency, to drive profitability, to keep our shareholders happy, we have to deal with a more complex situation on hand. So for us, if leaders sit with us and dialogue to say, what is probably the most important metric that you have on hand, and we say measure belonging. Because from wherever you are, today the definition of office is anywhere office. Right? We've moved to that environment. So you may have a lot of other metrics, but if you're able to really track the sense of belonging, that probably is the most important metric today. And how do you do that? A couple of things that affect it is the two trends that we're seeing. One is fit for future, which is the AI bit that Ashutosh spoke about, upskilling, reskilling, and then fit for purpose. Both of these are equally important, fit for future and fit for purpose. And there are a lot of activities globally and in India that corporations are doing. Fit for future, I won't talk about it. I think Ashu covered it. When he was talking about AI, it reminded me again of how very many years ago, and I probably will be giving off my age, I look younger than I am, when the idea of washing machines was coming into homes and people said, oh my God, if you have washing machines, we won't have maids. And today, if there is no washing machine, the maid won't join you. So, so I think that the dialogue is that we just have to accept what is here, and probably, who knows, we'll be better off that. But the fit for purpose, I think that dialogue is gaining more importance because we're seeing, especially in millennials and Gen Z and the upcoming alpha generation, for them, fit for purpose is important. They ask about flexibility. And I have Gen X, which is currently the leadership, horrified to say, I'm giving you an internship. You should be thankful that you should, this thing, you're asking stipend itself is like you've committed blasphemy and crime. And this young fellow, turns up and asks me, is there flexible working? What's happening with the generation? I think our country is doomed, and, it goes off to a different dialogue. But definitely for these generations, I think, the reasons can be very many, and we can talk about it, for days to come. Whatever be the reasons, issues are important for them. Issues around flexibility, issues around ESG. A lot of fit for purpose, a lot of today's talent want to work for an organization which commits itself to building a better society. They are not satisfied with high pay and a job with flexibility, but flexibility with purpose. They want to go back and say that my organization is contributing to a better tomorrow. So, something for us to definitely reflect as we go ahead. And the whole concept about diversity and inclusion, I'm going to give you some data and then wrap up. Prioritizing DEIB in our study, which is this journey, it shows us the following, that prioritizing DEIB helps employees in the following ways in organizations. They're 4.3 times more likely to experience a psychological and emotionally healthy place. And I think that's important, because my only submission here to this audience will be, when you're looking at your employees, they are your employees, but there's also citizens and members of a society. Right? So if you're going to introduce an LGBTQ dialogue in your organization, and if it makes your employees safe, if it creates a psychologically safe place for them to talk about it, please be rest assured that you are also contributing somewhere into a happy home. Because I think we tend to look at relationships unidimensionally and forget that we're all a part of a society at the end of the day. So I think definitely creating a psychologically safe workplace is a big winner. 4.3 times more likely to believe their organization is a great workplace. And if they believe that, naturally more productivity, more things for innovation, and definitely allows you to retain top talent. 3.4 times more likely to say their organization celebrates innovation at work. And we're dealing with that. We want new ideas at the board today. And 2 times more likely to say that their customer service is excellent. And I think the hospitality sector really shows us that if our hiring policy is really inclusive, then it naturally has an effect on the consumers. I can go on. Indira is going to really get tired of doing her bit. I don't know how she's going to survive the day. Do have some water, Indira, and look after yourself. But I'm coming to Calcutta after a good 25, 27 years. I think I came in my teenage time, and I'm very, very excited that Mahatma Gandhi's birthday is on a Monday. We get a extended weekend, and hopefully I'll get to taste the culture of this wonderful city. Calcutta always speaks from the heart. And it's such a pleasure, and I'm very excited to be with all of you. Thank you so much for the hospitality, and I hope you have a great dialogue for the rest of the day. Thank you everyone.
What a lovely way of extending the dialogue. DIE is what we have been talking about, diversity, equity, and inclusion. She adds a B to it, belongingness. And we all talk about fit for future through technological and other skills. She adds to it fit for purpose, not just future. Beautiful, thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for your very, very erudite, but also laced with humor, data, and insights talk here. I have resonated with all of us and will continue to echo in our hearts and minds for long. This is the line which is on the script. The other one I spoke from heart. So I'd request now Akhil B. Paul, founder and CEO Mayaviya's group, and Shomujit Mahapatra to felicitate Madam Yashashwini. Yeah, come over. You can come, you can, yes, Johnny. Yes, keep clapping. That keeps the blood circulation also fine. Thank you. The inaugural part ends here, but we can have a joint picture before I request the speakers to take seats in the audience. We can come over here a little this way. Yes, I request the 3 speakers in this session to go among the audience members, sit in the audience, and we'll move to the next, the panel. Assistant for Sumit, also please come over. Is he here? Oh, he's there. Okay. So I'm looking at the front, not at the back. So we move ahead. From erudite, in-depth, insightful, experienced, and factual talks, we now move to a panel. And this panel is on ageism. So now we move on to the first panel of this day on the topic, the economics of ageism. Please understand, ageism is not remote to all of us now. With medical advancement and many other factors, we are having longer lives. So ageism is a normal thing now. Economics of ageism, rethinking the contributions and value of senior citizens. Ageism, the discrimination or prejudice against individuals based on their age, is an issue that transcends borders and affects people in various aspects of their lives. In this panel discussion, we will explore how ageism impacts our economics, our workplaces, and our society as a whole. Just to make it clear to the esteemed panels, and not just of this panel, but every panel, we know the sound of the buzzer may be irritating to you, but we have to use it to make adequate time for all the 47 speakers, of which only 3 are done, requesting all our panelists to just remember the time constraint and cooperate. The moderator of this panel is a gentleman whose world is now among senior citizens. Mr. Anindo Das, Vice President Marketing Infinity. Would you join us on the dais, please? Mr. Anindo Das, a big clap for Mr. Anindo Das setting up Jagruti for the senior citizens. He is an ecosystem enabler, has helped to draw investments in Kolkata, currently on various committees of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries, CII and NASCOM. Also the secretary of the Salt Lake Sector 5 Stakeholders Association. He is associated with non-profit organizations like Vidya Bharati, Akhil Bharati Shiksha Sansthan and Sri Aurobindo Society. Let us welcome the moderator. On the panel we have Ms. Sharmila Majumdar, Territory Head, West Bengal and Northeast, Helpage India. Ms. Sharmila Majumdar, would you join us? Yes. Helpage India needs no introduction, I'm sure. She looks after the aged care activities in West Bengal, Andaman, Sikkim and northeastern states, monitoring and assisting aged care services of Helpage India in the eastern region. She actively drives initiatives for the welfare of senior citizens like MHU, ESHG, Student Action for Value Addition, Education, Elders Helpline, Eye Care, many more. She monitors the Kalyan Ashram Kolkata, the first old age home implemented by Helpage India in the eastern region. Is also the trustee of Robindro Niketan Old Age Home in Kolkata. Our next panelist, I have the great pleasure of inviting Pulak Chamaria, Director, Infinity Group. Infinity to Calcutta is almost a second name, you know. Infinity is known very well in this city. Is the Director of Infinity, a group known for its diverse interest and commitment to sustainability and driven by Indian spirituality. With a trailblazing approach to green projects, green construction, green buildings, and a passion for giving back, Mr. Chamaria sets industry standards while supporting numerous award-winning social initiatives. We extend a warm welcome to him. Next speaker, the last speaker for this panel, but never the least, Mr. Somojit Roy, CEO and co-founder, Imoha. I really like the name Imoha. You just go back, E-M-O-H-A, A-H-O-M-E, a home. And a home for whom? For emotional happiness. Emotional, E-M-O, happiness, H-A. Imoha. He was the founding member of the CII Task Force on Senior Care and a founding board member of the Association of Senior Living India. Imoha Elder Care, under his leadership, is a trailblazer in elder care in India, offering a connected community for seniors and their families. Imoha, derived from emotional happiness and a home, provides emergency response, preventive health monitoring, household support and engaging activities, ensuring elders age gracefully in the comfort of their homes. I request now Mr. Das to take over.
Thank you so much, and I thank PRSI for organizing the first DI conference. Next 15-20 minutes, I request everyone to pay some attention. The topic, the theme is serious, but we will make it as simple as possible. It will be more interactive, and let's not take too much of load on ourselves. Those people who are on the back, we from Bengal, we love Adda, so it will be an Adda session. So try to, if you want to come in front, please come in front. Let's do some Adda on ageism. So I've written a simple, what is ageism? So as per UN, it says that, it affects how we think, feel, and act towards others and ourselves based on age. It refers to the discrimination, prejudice, stereotyping against individuals or groups based on age, and especially to the older adults. And it can manifest in various ways. But here, we are here to, to combat ageism. There should not be any discrimination. That's what we are trying to do. And it is obviously a multifaceted approach has to be there. And I have with me 3 different, from different segments, all trying their ways how to combat ageism. It's an inspiration. If they can do, we can also do it. And we can join this movement. I have with me Ms. Shormila Mujumdar. She is the territory head of West Bengal and Northeast HelpAge India. HelpAge has been working in this since so many years, since my childhood. In my school days, we have been hearing about HelpAge. I'll go straight to the topic and I'll then slowly introduce the other speakers. So, Shormila, if you can share with the audience the pan-India approach in this segment, and in the policy level, what are the work which has been done and how HelpAge is playing an instrumental role. So, if you can tell to the audience.
Am I audible? Okay, so firstly, let me just say thank you very much for having me here today. I am indeed honored. And also that the fact that HelpAge gets a platform like this to come and share its work is very, very beneficial. So thank you for that. What HelpAge, what I would like to say is, when we, 45 years back, when we first started talking and when HelpAge came in, I know that when we traveled around in HelpAge, and just for a thing, to give you just a time, I'm 36 years in HelpAge. So you can see the time that when we first started talking about aged care, or having dialogues, or talking to people, everybody's first reaction was, why do elderly people need help, or why are you talking this to us? Just to put it this thing in Bengali, it was in ki, kano, oder bari ghar nei. So that was something that was ki, elder people were bari ghar. There was nothing more to them than that. Because if you grew old, you went home. But for most people at that time, they didn't know, or they did not see that the world, the bari ghar was breaking. And it was difficult to acknowledge that. And that's when HelpAge walked in. And so we started this dialogue that it's not bari ghar, or it's not about homes, it's about people. People, like children, like women, like workforce, everyone, even the elderly, form that segment. And that's how we started in HelpAge. And like anything else that first starts, which gets acceptance, for us, it is about charity. So charity always takes first step. So that's the step that we also took in HelpAge, where we started out with charity. When we started working in helping people who did not have a voice, who did not have homes to go, so the first association with every elder person is, even today, after 40 years of working, is, do you all have a home? So Oi Bari Ghar has now converted into an institutional home. The first thing is, you all run old age homes. And my My thing is not. Elderly people are not about old age homes. We work to develop rights, to bring about the rights of the elderly. We work to make sure the voices of elderly come to the concern. Homes is a part of it. It's not it. And that's what I know, like, the prejudices and things that we talk about, what is ageism, that's where it stems. That's where we come in. Because unless we make this change, unless we bring forward a change where thinking is that elderly or senior citizens are all about old age homes, the change shall not come. The empowerment does not come there. For all this, I just have one thing which I tell a lot of people, and my main thing is, don't judge the book by its cover. Just because the cover looks faded, just because the cover is torn, just because may not have a nice looking cover, that doesn't mean there is no content. And that's what Helpage is all about. Not talking about covers, but talking about the content. And I don't really need to tell that what content an elderly person comes, because you can be anything. You can be the CEO of any organization, you can be ministers, you can have the best life that you've had, and everything else. You can have everything in the world, you can earn enough money, but you are growing old. And unfortunately, for all of us, what happens, there is the equity there, that whatever happens there, in whichever form, elderly people, the aged people need a different way, need an inclusion into every workforce. It doesn't matter where. It's for everyone. And so that's what Helpage has been doing, is working, has been in all these years, is trying to work where we found is how do we fight this? How do we fight neglect? How do we get people to think about inclusion, not charity? I don't want charity here. I want inclusion. My old age homes, or the homes that we say, is not that, they are people that need to be excluded from. The homes are not an exclusion from the society. A home is an inclusion where it can empower people to do something different than what they did all their years. And that's where Helpage is working for, and that's where the journey has come through various, I know I can talk a whole lot of, and I really don't have that much of time, but do I have a minute or two?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can complete it. I'll again get back to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I talk to this when we talk intergenerational. Like, I think when we talk about one of the biggest things about, fighting ageism is about education. Educating people about elderly, what do they go through, having a better knowledge, except, gray hair and a walking stick. So there is more to aging or graying than that. And the other part which we say is the intergenerational thing that you have. And so when I go to schools and we do that, I think one of the oldest programs, everybody says they have seen Helpage in their schools, and I'm really proud of it because we were the ones who started this thing about creating awareness about elderly there. So I say this, this is my hand. And like you can say people, we say, you know, no one person is the same. I can say if I age from my small finger, when I am a child, I grow, and we grow differently. And we come here to the Buro Angul. I think আমরা সবাই জানি Buro Angul. But this Buro Angul is the most important part of this hand. You don't have him. These things, you know, the mobility, the working, and everything gets less. Eta kintu lage. And এই বুড়ো আঙ্গুল যদি এইভাবে থাকে, and all of us are together, thumbs up. And that's what elderlies are. They are our thumbs up. And if we can put it all together, this is the power. So that's what, if you can just think in your life, I think all ageism, anything to do with the elderly, all the exclusion, think about your thumb. Think about this. We need this. We are always this. If you do this, if he goes down, you're actually going down. So keep the elderly up. Keep the Buro Angul up. Keep the thumb up. And we have power in our hands. And that's what is how we do our programs, we work towards our programs, and also advocate for elder policies. So that's all that I have to say. I think I've taken more than my 5 minutes.
No problem. We'll get back to you, Shormiladi, from the audience. But yes, you know, 10.5% of India's population is now elderly. Out of that, I think that comes to around like 14.9 crores. You know, approximately that. I think SR and Shormiladi can justify the data. And around, in Bengal, around 11%. And Kolkata, we have around 20 lakhs elderly. So we have to think about them, you know, we have to stand with them. And I'll quickly go to Mr. Pulak Chamaria, like, you know, instead of pinpointing fingers, what Infinity has done is, you know, they have set up something called Jagriti Dham. And I'll ask Mr. Chamaria, you know, almost like 10 years before, they were on a mission and they have a vision. So what made you start Jagriti Dham? And if you can tell a little bit in a nutshell the story of Jagriti Dham.
I'd like to, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd like to actually thank Ashutosh ji and Yashashwini ji. They touched upon some points actually why we started Jagriti Dham. So doing well is always good, right? I mean, it's always a good thing to work for money. And I think as an organization and as a family, our ethos was always that we should only work for money. We should do something good. We should create impact. So I think it came from there. There should be purpose, like Yashashwini ji said. So I think tying those ethos together, we saw a huge need where a big brain drain was happening from Bengal due to circumstances which were not in anybody's control. And there was a huge vacuum and need for...
Oh, she's unable to hear. Okay.
Sorry. There was a huge vacuum and need for taking care of our elderly and providing them a platform and infrastructure and the right care and the belonging because of the loneliness. I think that's what all sort of brought it together and we were able to do it. And God has been kind that we were also rated as one of the first green buildings in the world and one of the first in India. So we're thankful for that.
Great. I think the first sustainable senior living facility in Kolkata started here by Jagriti Dham. You know, first in Eastern India, second in India. and I think that's a great thing. And I'll move to Shomujit Roy. He's a Probashi Bangali, and you know we keep talking about startups. My God, I have never seen such a passionate entrepreneur. Called Imoha. You know, he had come down from Delhi. I think Imoha is number one in elder care in India today. And Shomujit, if you can tell me that why Imoha and what is the impact Imoha is trying to do in the elder care segment?
Thank you, Anindya. First of all, I would like to really congratulate and thank Ashutosh ji, Yashwini ji, Shomujit Mahapatra ji, and Pulak ji. Thank you so much for inviting me and being part of this session. My story is a story that is common for, I think, 170 million or even 400, 500 million sons and daughters in this country. Is there a son and daughter who does not care for their parents? I don't think that is the case. So in my own case, I have the unique privilege to have not studied elder care and spent 14 years in elder care now. I got educated in architecture planning and then went abroad for 7 years doing technology, but came back and happened to be part of a company doing senior living. My mom unfortunately fell ill. She was a school principal and got into Alzheimer's disease. And today she cannot recognize me. But in the time that she sings Rabindra Sangeet from a teacher who from Kolkata on a Zoom call does Rabindra Sangeet, she can utter every word. But in the normal time when she is not singing, she cannot utter a single word. That is Alzheimer's disease for you, my friends. So in 14 years in senior living in the country, I have realized that, you know, somebody has got to do something and it cannot be done alone. So when Imoha started, obviously, you know, I came from a background in this space of having run senior living. I was part of the Antara senior living team. And today in Kolkata, it's a huge special privilege to be part of the Infinity family, to work very closely with Pulak and RC sir, to be able to manage and operate this beautiful property called Jagriti Dham. Because this is a place where it will offer, elders in Kolkata, not just in the city, but also not just in the place in Amtola, but also in the city, an opportunity for sons and daughters to take better care for their parents. So my reason for starting and my reason for getting into Imoha as a startup was to be able to ensure that we as a country can give a voice to our elderly. We have a country where our Prime Minister is 73 years. Is there any doubt in this mind that somebody post-60s can have less energy? I don't think so. All of you would have heard of ISKCON temple, right? Everybody has heard of ISKCON temple? Do you know that the founder of ISKCON temple started ISKCON at 70 years of age? Right? In New York City, when he went there. All of us have had perhaps food at KFC. Colonel Sanders started after 60 years of age. So there is no doubt in my mind that, or anybody's mind, that elders, exactly how ma'am said, is the Budo Angul, is the foundation of our society. But if we don't take care of this foundation, clearly we are missing on something. And Yashwini ji mentioned about, you know, the dramatic drop that is happening in women care, and Ashutosh ji also mentioned it in LinkedIn. Let me share a statistic. About 25 to 30% of women who are leaving workforce, there was a recent study that was done, in fact, it was quoted in LinkedIn as well. Shockingly, 80% of them are because of elderly responsibilities. Shockingly. So today, Imoha, we have more than 60,000 elders in about 120 cities and towns. We obviously take care of them in their own home. And we have a beautiful sister company called Epoch, which specializes in memory care and assisted living support. So that whether you need highest end care or you need care in home, you can manage that. But what I would like to say is that as a topic for today, the diversity, inclusion, equity point, you know, if we are able to take care of our employees, if we are able to take care of the women folk in the company and see how we can bring elder care in the mainstream, not only can we benefit from the women force getting better support for themselves, but also let's not forget that so many of our elders can become the mentors and the coaches which can actually help
the young people do a better career. I am 46, proud to be 46. I'm perfectly in the sandwich generation. My son is in college. Parents obviously in an elder situation. But I can see that a lot of my own workforce, there are 200 people in Imoha, need constant coaching and monitoring. What better coaching and monitoring from elderly who can even do it on a Zoom line? So for us, I think the power I see is not just being able to do, the ability to do healthcare and emergency support. These are things that we can do. But can we get elders into the mainstream? Can we get, the 12% population who will become 20% population by 2050? And mind you, ladies and gentlemen, 36% by 2100. 36%, right? Many of us in this room at that point will look even more, I can guarantee you look more handsome, more pretty as you move towards 70 and 80. Because it's a mindset. It's a mindset that billions of dollars have gone into making it happen, that you don't look pretty when you age. But I say it's the twinkles which makes the wrinkles look better. Talk to an elderly person, you will feel the love in the heart. And that beauty is so much more powerful than whatever cream you can put on your face. I can guarantee you that is much more soul enriching than anything else, right? I have had the pleasure of speaking very dearly to PC's father, Ravindra Chamaria ji, and he's such a wonderful human being. At this, wonderful age, he's so active, wants to do the right thing, built such a beautiful company called Infinity, and has offered to this city a unique opportunity for all of you and your friends to benefit from being able to do more for your parents. I'll not take too much more time, but I just wanted to also mention that today, because we have an opportunity of doing something about aging, I would say that aging is raging, but if we can do something about it, then aging can be an advantage. So let's try and make this an advantage. Rather than seeing how it is a problem, I think together we can really make an opportunity where employees can become volunteers. There is somebody near your home who is an elderly, who is lonely. 50% of elderly are lonely. 75%, 3 out of 4 have chronic issues. And 1 out of 4 have falls. Just see this number. 1 have falls, 2 are lonely, 3 are chronic. What do all 4 want? They want more from life. And together we can get them back into the inclusion. So that's where I feel privileged. I feel very good that the city where my Thakur Dada and my Dadu Bhai used to stay and used to spend my summers here, I have an opportunity to do something where together with the fantastic Infinity Group, we can do something for every son and daughter and every elder in the city. Thanks, Alinder.
Great. I think Imoha has entered the Kolkata market, and it's a great opportunity for the elders in Kolkata. I'll open it for the, I think Nirupamda is here. I'll open it for the audience if you have any specific questions to the speakers. Anything specific to ageism. If you have it, you can raise your hand. So no question. Then let me end it. I have a request.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you have a question.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Comment, question, whatever. Give him a mic, please.
If somebody can.
Or take a mic from here. Okay.
It's a good morning to all. So my question is, the increasing number of the old age homes, it speaks that we are not taking care of the elders. And the people, you know that they are actually moving, the brain drain is actually going on continuously. The people are actually moving from the state abroad. And they're keeping their parents uncared for, totally uncared for. And I just want one suggestion from you, the house, that what can be the solution, the remedy that is in our hand that can address this problem, that where we are at the time, we are supposed to take the utmost care of them. At that time, we are leaving our most beloved elders alone without having any care. What is the solution?
I think Shomujit
So,
can.
It's a very good question. So, just some data. The United States has 33,000 senior living facilities for 60 million Americans above 60 years. We have 140 million seniors, 42 million in urban areas. Guess how many senior living facilities we have at an India level? Any wild guesses? It's less than 100. We have 6% of our population with dementia. We have not more than about 7 or 8 homes which are specialized dementia care homes. So the fact is that in India, a significant control or delete needs to happen for senior care and how we think about it. The narrative needs to change. It needs to change into being able to think how we can create fantastic infrastructure, like how Jagriti Dham has been created, and do many such Jagriti Dhams in different parts of the city and the country. But it's also the future is how we can help elders form a bond in their own home. And the neighborhood becomes the support system so that 99% of India who will want to stay in their own home can stay in their own home. But whenever they want, they have an opportunity to go as a daycare, for enjoyment, for learning, for short-term stays, and so on. So even in Jagriti Dham, for example, it is not just a place that you go. It's a place where you have the best quality of life. It's a place where you can go for a short-term stay. You can place for a recuperation, a rehabilitation as well. So the future is going to be a balance where elders can stay in their own home, enjoy the facilities there, but also have infra coming in. But lots and lots needs to be done on that.
I think.
Can I just stand here?
Yes, please.
So, as an NGO, we work with many elderly, from the disadvantaged group. So, I just want this thing that I would like to say, and I'm taking from the old age home, that there is this perception that everyone who goes into a home is somebody who is neglected. And believe it or not, we run a helpline. And we constantly get phones, not because people are neglected, because they want to make a choice. And like, Shomujit just said, we need to create that. We need to have, yes, there are many homes coming up. They need to have proper, standardization. We need to give better facilities. They need to have that. But we also need to give elderly people the choice that many elderly people do not want to go and stay with their sons and daughters. That is also the truth. That is the change. And they should have the right to stay where they are. They should have that. Neglect, who neglects? We as a society that neglects. It's very easy in when we work with people that, we say that we do not have time. We do not connect. I'm just saying we have this digital literacy programs that we do for elderly people. And whenever we talk to elderly people, they said that we don't want to bother our children, so we come here and learn something like that. This narrative also has to change. Why can't we do this? Why don't children teach their own parents? Why don't they have time for that? These are these small little things that don't get discussed. But what just comes up is that, elderlies are being neglected. Elderlies, old age homes are some places where elderlies are left. If we can change that narrative to say that old age homes are places where elderlies can make a choice and make those homes accountable for those choices.
Thank you.
That's when the change will happen. That's where even the community will take care of itself.
Yes.
It has to be that way.
I think we have to, we can take this offline. We have shortage of time. But one request, I request everybody to stand up, please. And let's take a vow, putting our hand on so Parthuda, if you can take this snap that let's take a vow to combat ageism in Kolkata, please. So one hand on your heart and let's take a vow that we will all be together to combat ageism in Kolkata. In India.
Yes.
Yes.
And
Thank you.
ageism is neglect of the seniors, not aging. Is
Yes.
different.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll bring this session. We'll bring this session to an end. Very, very engaging. Good case studies, good insights in an area. I'll just add one statistics because what someone has spoken about India, Japan has already reached. 67% of Japanese population is above 35 years, 50% is above 50 years, and 39% is above 60 years. So think of it. For every 10 Japanese, 4 are seniors. And that's one of the developed economies. Yes, they have a challenge on the workforce. They are now opening up to other communities. But still, they have made a great use of their senior citizenry. And that's something to be noted. Thank you very much. Is Shalini Mukherjee here, Acting Secretary and Treasurer, PRSI? Are you there? Yes, Shalini Madam. Please, if you could come on stage to facilitate our panelists and moderator. And I will also call Ashish B. Patil. Are you here? Ashish B. Patil? For the books, yes. Please hand over your book, a beautiful book that you have written, Goldie Boy and the Three F's, and a special fairy tale to please felicitate all our speakers. Please come over in the front side. Yeah. Okay. Please continue, please. We have already gone 10 minutes beyond time. Please continue. Yeah, it's okay. Please continue. আপনার যখন জানে আমার নিতে হবে প্রত্যেকের জন্য লেট হয়ে যাবে. Can you bring the felicitation items for Ms. Sharmila Majumdar, Mr. Pulak Chamaria, Shomajit Roy? Sharmila ji is done, yes. Kindly bring. Kindly save time, please. Yeah, I know that. Yes, please continue. Pulak ji, please. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Shalini Mukherjee, Acting Secretary and Treasurer, PRSI. Please be on the stage, Shalini. And can I ask the panelists to come up? We have, I request the speakers to remain on stage to launch the tabloid titled Jagriti, the first tabloid by Jagriti Dham. In the presence of Pulak Chamaria, Director, Infinity Group, we take this opportunity to recognize their upcoming independent and assisted living initiative for seniors. I'm sure this tabloid will explore the new aspects of ageism in India and how to handle that. Yes, the tabloid, please. Okay. Also, please, Shomujit Das, join here. Shomujit Mahapatra also, please join here. Yes. And Pulak Babu and Shomujit Babu jointly, please unveil the tabloid. Yes. First unveil. You'll receive a copy of the tabloid as well. And a great effort to handle ageism and also the issues connected with senior citizens. Thank you. Thank you. We move ahead to the second panel. We are running somewhat late, but nevertheless, the content has been great from the morning. So, we are on the second panel. And very, very interesting panel, this one. And I'm sure it will touch the chord of many of us here. Navigating the path to inclusive employment amongst the neurodiverse. Insights from caregivers, lawmakers, organizations, and neurodiversity advocacy leaders. This is the focus of the next panel, an extremely important panel. I request everyone to pay attention to this. In today's world, the importance of inclusive employment cannot be overstated. It goes beyond mere diversity. I think it has already been told at the beginning in the inaugural session itself. It's about creating workplaces where individuals of all backgrounds, abilities, and neurodiversity not only have a seat at the table, but also thrive. This session promises to be a profound exploration of the critical topic of inclusive employment and multifaceted perspectives that shape this endeavor. The moderator of the panel is a gentleman whom I respect a lot. I have been working with him off and on in the last 6 months. The moderator is Mr. Jayashankar Natarajan, CEO of India Autism Center. I request him to come up. He has spent over 3 decades in general management and corporate finance, and expertise ranging from corporate finance to Vedic philosophy. He has served in such weighty sectors as manufacturing, education, contracting, and property development. Across the past 20 years, Jayashankar has volunteered at 2 eminent not-for-profit organizations. Today, leaving his cushy job in Dubai, he is in Kolkata, leading India Autism Center, which is expected to redefine the approach that we have towards people under ASD, Autism Spectrum Disorder. We welcome the moderator on stage. The learned panel includes Dr. Pankaj Maru, National President, Parivar NCPO. He serves as the governing council member of the National Institute for the Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disabilities, based out of Secunderabad. His organization SNEH got 3 national awards in the journey of 14 years, including Best Organization of the country. Dr. Maru is also conferred with many prestigious awards, including National Award for Best Individual Serving for the sector in 2016 from Honorable President of India. Is glad and we are really proud to have Mr. Dr. Maru with us on the stage on this day. Our second panelist is Swapnil Tiwari, advocacy leader, founder, The Light Mission. Swapnil Tiwari, please join. Swapnil is one of the youngest specially abled social reformers in India. He is cited in the 1000 World Leaders of Hope list, Forbes magazine's Changemakers 30 under 30 list, and currently the UNESCO Ambassador for SDG Inclusive Learning 2017-18. He is a mentor of 537 social entrepreneurs and guide to the youth across the globe. A TED speaker, his talks are a mission to instill inspiration through the philosophy of madness for all who seek hope. We will now welcome Madam Mugdha Kalra, co-founder, Not That Different. I mean, I have seen her on screen as a broadcast journalist, I think several channels, if I'm not wrong, NDTV included. So, Not That Different has been a broadcast journalist and inclusion activist. She is on the BBC 100 Women's list of 2021 for her work as an inclusion activist from India. She is a business journalist and also screenwriter on subjects of DEI and gender diversity, and a familiar face at several women cohorts. Her passion project is autism awareness and mental health of the caregiver, and she shares her life experiences of raising a 13-year-old son under the autism spectrum, in her vlogs and social media handles. Very happy to have you here with us, have her here with us. And gentleman whom you have already seen twice so far, Mr. Ashish V. Patil, CEO and Chief Storyteller of ISSPESHAL, ISSPSHL, ISSPESHAL, former Head of Youth Films, Talent Management and Brand Partnerships for Yash Raj Films, ex-CEO of MTV India with 30 odd years in media and entertainment, covering advertising, broadcast, feature films and digital. He launched youth film studio Y Films for YRF and has written and produced 4 films under the banner, including Mere Dad Ki Maruti, a case study as the first ever branded feature film. And greatly, he also is the father of a young child under the spectrum and has been making funny stories and all. The book is there. Many of you would be having it or getting it, or you can collect it. Something very interesting, that you can approach the issue of diversity or neurodiversity from a very entertaining way as well. Our last speaker for this panel is Mr. Ravi Shekhar, Country Head Mom's Belief. Are you here? Yes. I missed you in the dinner last night. I'm sorry for that. So, Ravi Shekhar, Country Head Mom's Belief. His organization is dedicated to providing support and assistance to children with special needs and developmental challenges. Under his leadership, the organization aimed to create a more inclusive and supportive environment for children with special needs, offering a range of services and programs to empower them and their families. And with all the panelists here, it's a power panel. Remember, in this subject, this is one of the best panels that India can have. Over to you, Jayashankar sir, for beginning the session.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, UKC, as we fondly call him. Very happy to be here today and moderating a panel of very distinguished professionals here. Right. Thank you very much to the audience as well. The topic today is navigating employment, navigating inclusion in employment for the neurodiverse. Right. Now, having said neurodiverse, just would like to know a show of hands in the audience. I know there are some professionals here, but barring them, how many of us have heard of this term neurodiverse, please? Hardly a few. So it merits a very, very quick insight into what is neurodiverse. Now, we all know that no two brains work similar, right? We are all different in some way or the other. But then we have a lot of commonality between us, many of us. Now, neurodiverse are those people whose brains work differently in some areas, right? They are wired a bit different. They think different. Because they think different, they act different, and they communicate different. So the idea here is, how do we bring in them into the mainstream? how do we talk about inclusion amongst neurodiverse. Examples of neurodiverse conditions are autism, ADHD, dyslexia, ADD, etc. Right? So today, speaking of autism in particular, one of the neurodiverse conditions, it is reported by ET Health World that there are 18 million or 1.8 crore autistic people in India, which amounts to about 1 to 2% of our population. So which is a big number, right? So this is the background, and I would start with my questions to Mugdha-ji. Mugdha-ji, thank you very much for joining us today. Mugdha-ji, you are intimately involved in the field of neurodiversity. You have championed the cause of neurodiversity in various platforms such as these. You have worked in the field through your institution or firm, not that different, and you have led the cause of neurodiversity in various media-related platforms as well. Now, having said that, there is a report from Deloitte which says that 85% of the neurodiverse are not employed, right? So I would ask you 3 questions centered around this. One is, do you think this number is higher in India? 2 is, what do you think, what are the areas you think where neurodiverse people can excel in terms of employment? Please, all yours.
All right. Very happy to be here in Kolkata and to be part of a discourse that is for the first time happening in East of India, which is talking not just about diversity, inclusion and equity, but also spotlighting neurodiversity, which is very less spoken about. मेरे ख्याल से सबसे पहले न्यूरोडाइवर्सिटी को अंडरस्टैंड करने के लिए ये जानना ज़रूरी है कि न्यूरोडाइवर्सिटी अपने आप में कितनी अलग है. When we look at the spectrum of neurodiversity, what is very important to understand is that it can be read as a disease if the person is suffering from epilepsy, from insomnia, from gut issues, from other neuropsychotic ailments and disorders. So we then look at neurodiversity as a disease. Then we look neurodiversity as a disorder. When we look at neurodiversity as a disorder, we look at individuals who are having problem doing things in their regular life, which may manifest as a disability. My son is moderate on the autism spectrum. He is non-verbal, semi-verbal at times. Now that is a disorder. I would want a child who speaks, right? But he is semi-verbal. So there I'm looking at it as a disorder. Then I'm looking at neurodiversity as a difficulty. Dyslexia है बच्चे को, उसको numbers नहीं समझ आते हैं. एक individual को है, difficulty होती है. तब आप neurodiversity को difficulty के जैसे describe करते हैं. And then you describe neurodiversity as a difference, which is celebrated. I think differently. I don't have to think like you. An ADHD person can come around and say, my way of thinking is extremely different from yours, but that doesn't make me abnormal or anybody who is not supposed to look at world in that sense. आप अगर पढ़ के अपने एग्जाम्स पास करते हैं या अगर आप लिख के अपने एग्जाम्स के लिए तैयारी करते हैं, that is a different way of looking at it. So it is important to understand that neurodiversity can occur in 4 different boxes, and so you have to train people differently for that. And I think the biggest challenge that is happening in the world, I would say, is that the ones who are on celebrating the difference of neurodiversity are not recognizing what is required for the people who are looking at it as a disorder. Because the ones who are saying that we are very happy with our differences and we are celebrating neurodiversity, those are the ones who are very away from the reality of what autism spectrum can look like in households, in other kids. Now, that is the reason why we need to figure out कि ये तमाम लोग जो हैं, इनको हम एक employment environment में कैसे देखते हैं. Neurodiversity वाले जो लोग हैं, they could already be part of the workforces. I mean, look around yourselves. In your organizations, you will find somebody or the other who may be an undiagnosed neurodiverse person. So there are already all kinds of neurodiversity that are already part of the workforce. Now, when we come to finding out who are these people who can be put into workforce, it is very important to understand that preparation has to start from a parental level. अगर मेरा बच्चा इंडिपेंडेंट स्किल्स नहीं जानता है, अगर उसको रोड क्रॉस नहीं करना आता है, अगर उसको अपने आप को देखना नहीं आता है, अगर वो टॉयलेट ट्रेन्ड नहीं है, तो मैं कैसे एक्सपेक्ट करूंगी कि वो आगे जाके काम करेगा. ऐसे ही अगर आप, ये मैं एक मॉडरेट लेवल पे बात कर रही हूँ, मैं अगर बात करूँ न्यूरोडाइवर्सिटी की फ्रॉम द पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट रिजर्वेशंस दैट हैव बीन मेड. In Rajasthan, we have a classic case of an individual where the parents also fought the fight, pushed the child to get into the government job, but the child is verbally stimming. Now, if he is going to verbally stim and if he is going to stand on the head of his boss and keep asking the same questions or keep repeating himself, he will not be understood. He was bullied. There was an FIR registered against him. A public servant was pulled and taken to the police station to speak कि भाई आपने इस आदमी के साथ में ऐसे क्यों behave किया. So it is very important कि आप घर से शुरू कर रहे हैं पहले as a parent to prepare your child to be independent. And we parents push our children to inclusive schools which do not exist, into integrated school which do not exist. We have to understand that if our child has special needs, they need to go to a special school because they will be better prepared for the world there. Once you do that, that's when you start to recognize what this child is good at, what this child will be able to do. And that is when you prepare. Then there are children who are already neurodiverse with ADHD, dyslexia, ADD. They can easily be put into a workforce, and there needs to be, so if the gentleman from LinkedIn would have stayed, the request would have been that, start putting on LinkedIn if you have a neurodiversity and how that neurodiversity can be handled. I am ADD, so I may need instructions a little slowly. I may not need a notepad to write it, but can I record the instructions being given to me because I cannot write? So those things have to be taken care of. But I think at a very basic level, we need to prepare the parent, the teachers, and employers की तो बहुत बाद में बात आती है क्योंकि जितने तरीके के bills आ जाएंगे, they will put reservation. They will be, tomorrow the disability bill will say hire X many people under this category, and you will be forced to create positions. You will be forced to hire them. But we don't want that. We don't want that, on paper you have hired somebody and they are getting their salaries, but they're never showing up to work because your disability diversity quota is ticked mark. We want them to be gainfully occupied. And for that, you will also have to prepare your workforce. So the companies who are here who want to start their journey, I would say first start with awareness. हायरिंग तो बहुत दूर की बात है. आप पहले अपने ऑफिसेज में देखिए, आर देयर सेल्फ एडवोकेट्स जो कि खुद न्यूरोडाइवर्स हैं, या केयर गिवर्स जिनके बच्चे न्यूरोडाइवर्स हैं. अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट देयर लाइफ एंड देयर जर्नी इज लाइक एंड ओनली देन गेट इनटू द नैरेटिव ऑफ गिविंग जॉब्स टू न्यूरोडाइवर्स. आई थिंक इन इंडिया एट द मोमेंट वी नीड फर्स्ट अवेयरनेस एंड अंडरस्टैंडिंग.
Thank you very much, Mukta ji. This was really insightful. I think you have very clearly articulated. First is you describe neurodiversity in a very lucid manner. Thank you very much. It's very useful for many of us here. Second is you said that we are still, we have to cover some distance before we get there. Thank you very much. My next question is to Mr. Pankaj Maru. Sir, you are head of Parivar. Parivar is having 306 parent organization under its fold. You are doing an excellent job in terms of promoting awareness and doing work in the field of neurodiversity. You have championed the cause of several policies at the government level. With this background, I would like to get your views, sir. Before employment comes learning and education. How do you see and what are the measures which are being taken at the level of the government in terms of providing education in this field? Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm really thankful to the organizers for such a wonderful discussion on a very important topic, and they include that rightly said the neurodiversity. जहाँ तक सवाल एजुकेशन का है, गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसीज का है, what she said rightly that we made the policies, we made the laws, everything is there. When we drafted Rights of Persons with Disability Act 2016, I was one of the drafting committee members in that. And we thought कि ये करने से बहुत change आ जाएगा. As far as education is concerned, the Rights of Persons with Disability Act clearly says, Section 31, they have the right of free education in a school of their choice. The word we use, school of their choice. कोई स्कूल किसी चैलेंज बच्चे को किसी भी क्लास में एडमिशन देने से मना नहीं कर सकता. And when I was reading, Sumit called me many times कि सर कई स्कूल में बच्चों को एडमिशन नहीं दिया जा रहा है. But I would like to say that, okay, the government has made the law and it's mandatory. But again, the question of awareness is very important. The parents like we, if we don't know that how to deal with when such thing has been refused, there are the mechanism which has been given in the RPWD Act itself. The Section 89 says, this is the only act in the country where we have mentioned that violation of any section or any rules or any regulations made thereunder attracts the penalty and the punishment. But where to go? We must know it. There is a mechanism of Chief Commissioner Persons with Disability. If it is a central CBSE or ICSE, please complain to their CCPD through online. Their affiliation will be rejected. And we did it in Madhya Pradesh. I belong to Madhya Pradesh, where all our special needs children are getting admission in school of their choice, and it is absolutely free of cost. So we have the tool. We must know how to use it. That's very important. If I talk of a higher education, in higher education we are given the reservation of 5%, and even we have given the age relaxation of 5%. So it's very important. There are many other things, like as far as the government is concerned, we are working, as of today, if we talk of a neurodiversity, as of today, there is no uniform curriculum. That's the biggest challenge in this country. Being a special school, my special educator is assessing from his point of view. When he has been transferred to some other place, then that special educator is, assessing from his point of view. So now at the government level, recently, I myself is working with Ministry of Electronics and Telecommunication, where the government has sanctioned 70 crores to develop a uniform curriculum for the whole country. And I hope that will be a big change in this country when a common curriculum will come. Like she said, that why to write the exams? There is no necessity. There are any other ways. And the RPD Act clearly says that you have to create such environment. I would like to tell you, all of you, we all have the limitations. Like if I speak without this mic, you cannot hear. So this is the mic which is, removing that limitation. So we have to create such environment. Policies are there, programs are there, schemes are there. Government is willing to do that. But the thing is, there is a lack of awareness among all of us, all the stakeholders, whether it's a persons with disability, parents, or the professionals. We are not aware how to take the advantage of all these things. And if we are going to read that RPWD Act as a Gita, as a Bible, as a Quran, then only we can make that act true on the ground level.
Thank you very much, Pankaj-ji. This was very useful. You have highlighted the importance of legislation which is being in place, and it is just the lack of awareness which exists, which needs to be promoted further, should we take this forward. Thank you very much, sir. My next question is to Swapnil. Swapnil, you are an author, a social innovator, a motivational speaker. Your TED Talks are very popular, right? Thank you very much for being with us today here. Thank you. My question to you is, what do you think are inclusion-related challenge that the neurodiverse face in the course of employment? Do you have any personal experiences in this regard? If so, how did you overcome them? Thank you.
Jai Ma Kali, Kolkata. In once and Chinahed Bertroslohan, when we draw so the ocean of the Pitsna, Hanman say, Hunavantra, Dr. Natrajan Hanman Senatra, so it may not know when we that is Lohun. Feda that's किसी को कुछ भी समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, मुझे पता है. और ये बोलने की ज़रूरत क्या थी? Now this is a part of my language, Sat. I started speaking this language when I was 5, and I am a dyslexic and a synesthete. So synesthesia में यही होता है कि मुझे सूरज खट्टा लगने लगा किसी दिन, और किसी दिन मुझे फूलों की खुशबू में जो दिख रहा था मैं मम्मी को बता रहा था, वो कह रही थी ये तुम खुशबू देख क्यों रहे हो और तुम सूरज को सुन क्यों रहे हो. But the fragrance of the sky and the taste of the sun is not the filtration of a challenged mind. मैं जितना भी स्पेशली एबल्ड डिसेबल्ड कुछ भी बोले मैं सबको सुपर ह्यूमन मानता हूँ. मेरी टॉक का नाम ही राइज ऑफ द सुपर ह्यूमंस है सर, और मैं इसी तरीके से देखता भी हूँ इस चीज़ को कि पहले तो मैं इस बात पे बोलूँ कि न्यूरो डाइवर्सिटी जो होती है, बहुत बेसिक चीज़ों पे आता हूँ. व्हाट डज डाइवर्सिटी डू इन अ एनवायरनमेंट? टेक इट इन अ फॉरेस्ट, व्हाट डज डाइवर्सिटी डू? It helps in the proper propagation of that particular flora and fauna, right? एक जंगल में सिर्फ शेर होंगे तो ना शेर बचेंगे ना पेड़ बचेंगे, कुछ भी नहीं. तो diversity जो होती है ना, वो किसी भी चीज की propagation के लिए बहुत ज्यादा important है. Take your पेट में माइक्रोबायोम होता है सर. जितने ज्यादा बैक्टीरिया, जितने प्रकार के बैक्टीरिया, उतना अच्छा शरीर, उतना अच्छा हेल्थ. अब अगर न्यूरो डाइवर्सिटी बोल रहे हैं और उसको फिर चैलेंज मान रहे हैं, तो ये तो दोगली बात हो गई. तो इसलिए मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हमको एज ए लिमिटेशन बेस नहीं रखना चाहिए कि मेरी अगर कोई चीज लिमिटेशन है, बोलने की क्षमता या चलने की क्षमता या कोई भी कैसी भी क्षमता, जो कि एक नॉर्मल इंसान, जिनको मैं नॉर्मलैक्सिक कहता हूं, मैंने कहा मुझे डिसलेक्सिक करो, मैं तुम्हें नॉर्मलैक्सिक कहूंगा, जाओ, बिकॉज एवरीवन इज डिफरेंट एंड एवरीवन इज हैंडीकैप्ड. या सो इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि इफ वी go beyond the limitations and look at what this diversity, offers to humanity. Most of the geniuses that have been there in the world, starting from Einstein, this, that, Tesla, they all were in the spectrum. They were all in the spectrum. So why do we need to see only the limitations? And as you said, sir, कि job में क्या दिक्कतें आती हैं? Of course, because jobs and any kind of employment is focused upon what is this person doing in that particular job. Suppose if it's a sales manager, now that person is expected to communicate well and make the sales happen. Now these job roles desire to have people who have that particular specific skill. But when we speak about these superhumans, these specially abled, I think the job or that role should be covered around them. Because most of the times I've seen that people who are specially abled are multi-talented people. They are talking about things that people do not understand. If someone is speaking less or semi-verbal, as ma'am said, probably he's speaking, in another language that we as normal people may not understand. So I think there should be roles, there should be, jobs, there should be opportunities which are around a specific person. And I think that can change the way things are done. It can create innovative, thoughts. I think these challenges or these specially abled need not be, accepted. कि भाई आप accept करवा रहे हो किसी तरीके से. No, it has to be accepted. It has to be leveraged and it has to be harnessed because it is kind of a nuclear power that is among this humanity, and we are just looking down-eyed on them. But वो बहुत ऊपर है. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Swapnil. In Mugdha ji's terms, you have celebrated, or rather you have touched upon the aspect of celebrating neurodiversity. Thank you very much. I'll now move on to Ashish ji. Ashish ji, you have a wealth of experience in the field of films, television and media. You have held senior management roles in MTV and Yash Raj films. So you hence bring in experience to this panel as a corporate leader, and also you are an author, producer and a director as well. My question to you is, we have heard of reports that JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Tata Power, Lemon Tree, some of the institutions or organizations like these are leading the drive of employing neurodiverse people. Do you have any more examples of such kind in your mind? And what are corporates doing in terms of offering employment and achieving inclusivity at workplace in your knowledge? Thank you.
Yeah, hi, thanks. Afternoon, everyone. First, can I just request someone to maybe give Indira a chair because she's been at it since a while. All right. So, yeah, I mean, yes, there are reports of a few people doing a few things, but I think the gap is just so wide, frankly. So without just naming a Lemon Tree or a Deloitte, and yes, ITC and a Nestle and a few people who are doing that, I think Yashaswini and Ashutosh will probably be well placed to call out the list of people who are doing a half-decent job. And of course, we should, celebrate them and put them out on LinkedIn saying, ready to hire, or looking to hire people and all of that. But I think the gap is just much wider. If I had to really put a statistic or a number out there, it's 25% of the world's population when you're talking about disability. I mean, that's 1/4 of the number of people. The minute you put in invisible disabilities, dyslexia, autism and all of that, that number is just ridiculously high. It's probably 1 in every 3rd person. And it's very, very likely that you know someone with autism and you don't even know it. So I think, forget the, because if the approach is charitable, then it's not sustainable. Minute you look at the lens of profitable, that's when that process becomes sustainable. And I think if companies are missing out over 1/4 of the world's population in terms of workforce or even consumer target audience, I think that's a business gap. It's like creating a cell phone and just making it for men. I think it's just fundamentally flawed. कि आप औरतों को टारगेट ही नहीं कर रहे हो, मतलब वो बेवकूफ़ी वाली बात है. It's what movies used to do in the past when women weren't allowed to act and there would be guys wearing saris and that would just look ridiculous. So I think that's what you're kind of missing out. So I think that's really what we need to put out there. So there are a few companies, but that clearly aren't enough. I think that's really the first thing that I'd put out there. Two is, I think, what can we do to really address that? I think the work begins at home. I think just the way I think Swapnil and Mugdha spoke about a short while back. And I think it's really policy and, enforcement of those policies, one part of it, but fundamentally that gap is, I think वो जो चीज़ें हम जिनके बारे में हम कम जानते हैं या समझते नहीं है ना, वहीं पे डर होता है और वहीं पे डिस्क्रिमिनेशन होता है. So I think minute you're able to kind of plug that hole, and I think that can't happen with a speech. I mean, I'm surprised there's a bunch of people on a Saturday afternoon here to listen to a bunch of really boring speakers. I mean, I'm just referring to myself. Definitely not you, Swapnil. But I think अब जब कहानी सुनाओ या गाना सुनाओ तो लोग सुनते हैं. And I think that's another fundamental place where we need to start from. I mean, if I were to go back to school, and we spoke about education, I think मैंने graduation करी थी commerce की, और BCom के बाद I didn't even know how to fill out a bank reconciliation statement. In my business school, I learned econometrics and I've never used it for one day in my life. But seriously, I mean, like, what the hell is that? My eyes glaze over. I'm married to a chartered accountant, so she really judges me. You know? And oh God, I feel you, bro. So, and you know, really, I think these are the things about inclusion which are essential. Fundamentally, it's things that you're going to use every day in your life, and that's what you're not learning as part of curriculum. And of course, there's no one size fits all, but these are fundamental things that it's part of fundamental community living that we all need to learn and understand at school. और जब वो सीखेंगे, तब वो जाके impact करेंगे. And that's just one part of it. And that's where I think my world of media and entertainment comes in. I think most people's, I think the role that media plays in shaking and shaping, you know, perceptions and policy is just so large. जब my son, he's going to be 18 next week, so I feel really old now. But you know, when he was first diagnosed, which is about a decade and a half back with autism, मुझे कोई आइडिया नहीं था ऑटिज्म के बारे में. मेरा रेफरेंस पॉइंट था ऑटिज्म का रेन मैन. डस्टिन हॉफमैन की बड़ी अच्छी फिल्म आई थी, और मुझे लगा चलो यार ये तो लॉटरी लग गई, इसको कसिनो ले जाऊंगा, इसको ब्लैक जैक सिखाऊंगा और बहुत पैसे बनाऊंगा. और तब मुझे किसने बताया कि भाई बेवकूफ़ ऐसे नहीं होता. नाउ इवन राइट नाउ व्हेन आई टॉक अबाउट ऑटिज्म, पीपल थिंक आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट तारे ज़मीन पर, Amir Khan, dyslexia, and that's when you know, and then they say, oh no, Shah Rukh Khan, all right, okay, I get it, my name is Khan. And the role that media and entertainment plays, and there's just not enough being done even on that front. So I think just getting that messaging out there besides the education, and I'll throw you again, you know, I love throwing some numbers around, but you know, we are the world's largest producers of movies as a country. हम साल में 18 से 1000 फिल्में बनाते हैं. Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Bengali, everything put together. And we've been making films for what, like 90 years? So since the 1930s, तो आज की तारीख तक हमने तकरीबन 45,000 फिल्में बनाई हैं, 45,000 films. And take a wild guess on how many films had disability representation, be it as primary character like a तारे ज़मीन पर, or even as a secondary character कि कहीं हीरो की बहन व्हीलचेयर में बैठी है. Less than 250. Less than 250. Let that sink in. Let me throw you one more number. Now, if I were to talk about the number of characters who were disabled that were played by actually disabled people, that number is 9. 9. It's like having, you know, a guy dress up as a girl, and you know, it's like those ridiculous conversations happened about on Women's Day, where HR brings and cuts a cake, and then life goes back to normal. Or on Pride Month, where your logos turn into a rainbow and then life goes back to normal. It's absurd. It's tokenism and it's fundamentally flawed. And I think that's where, you know, कहानियों से, गानों से, discussion से, चीज़ें आगे बढ़ेंगी. That's when really the business narrative, the community narrative will really hopefully shake and shape a few perceptions and policies and more. Sorry, end of Gyan.
Thank you very much, Ashishji. So you have what, if I summarize what you said, I think there's a long way to go in terms of corporates coming into this field. B is lack of awareness, and you gave some very good examples in the film industry as to how awareness is so low, it's abject. So thank you very much for your comments. I now move on to Ravi Shekhar, the CEO of Moms Believe. Ravi, you are at the helm of affairs of Moms Believe, which are successfully operating mental wellness clinics across the country. You have a great track record of operating several training and therapy programs for both neurodiverse and their parents. My question to you is, as far as learning and education of the neurodiverse young persons are concerned, how do you see the Indian educational and training infrastructure in general?
Thank you, Jay.
The mic?
Yes, please.
Mic working?
Yes.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you for the introduction.
Put the mic at the face.
Okay, thank you, Jay. And thank you for the kind introduction. So, if you see the current scenario in India, we are struggling. Very frankly, we are struggling. But it was not so in the ancient India. So I'll share a story. There was a king. He had 3 sons. And all 3 of them had certain challenges, certain difficulties. So the king was worried that after him, what will happen to the kingdom, what will happen to his sons. And he started looking for a tutor who can help his sons. So he found out one guy by the name of Vishnu Sharman. And Vishnu Sharman actually promised him that he'll use special techniques to teach his sons and about the values, about diplomacy and everything required. So he wrote a lot of stories. He taught them through stories, animal fables, and that book is still well read today. And I would like to ask if someone can take a guess on the name of the book. Yeah, it's Panchatantra. So it was first effort around 1st century BC to write a special book in the history of mankind. So that is how it was in India. Right now it's not very promising. It is promising, but right now it's not very at a matured stage. So we have to understand why is it so. See, like the king, if you talk to a parent with neurodiverse child, you'll understand their biggest worry or fear is what will happen to their child after they're gone, which is understandable. So they collect money, they collect properties for them, but that is not enough. The child needs some skills. He needs to learn skills and have education. Now what happens is, because of the lack of infrastructure, they can't do it, and which makes them further more miserable. Now, again, if we come to the underlying problem, the problem is demand. I believe so. If there is demand, India is a land of entrepreneurs and innovators. Someone somewhere will build a beautiful infrastructure for the training and education. But we as a company has a moral responsibility to create that demand. Until we have demand, there is no chance of supply, right? So before we talk about training or inclusion or diversity, we should understand that we need to create that demand. So like example, Ashish was saying lemon tree. So 20% of their workforce is from neurodivergent pool, which is brilliant. And a report says the productivity has gone higher, and also the happiness index of the companies at a higher level. So, and Accenture, Microsoft, they are also taking forward leaps in this direction. So something we need to take away, because I have heard a lot of words where it came responsibility or a duty, and like policies also, when we see at policy, we say it's the duty as a nation to protect our children, and it's responsibility. So see, responsibility is a very big word, and duty is just ugly, because with duty comes a lot of reluctance, and again, with duty comes reluctance, as well as if you provide care to someone as duty, it is humiliating for them also. It should be always out of love. It should be for your own joy. So again, I have a lot of stories with me, and I'll share one more. So there was a monk who was climbing up a mountain, and he was carrying some weight on his shoulders. He was frustrated. It was a tedious journey. He was frustrated. He was tired. halfway across the journey, he saw a little girl, 12, 13 years of age, carrying a little boy, 7, 8 years of age, 7 years approx, in the same journey. Now he was amazed. So he stopped that child and asked, "So, are you not tired? You're carrying so much of weight." This is what the monk said to the child, that girl. The girl said, "Sir, you are carrying weight, I'm carrying my little brother." So this is the difference between responsibility and love. And we need to inculcate love and do it out of our joy. That's, I think, I'll close my statement here.
Thank you very much, Ravi. You made it very interesting for us with those couple of stories.
Some
Venkasi,
questions
how are
we
we
can
on
take.
time?
We can take questions, couple of questions from the audience.
We were intending to do one more round.
No, that won't be there time for that.
Okay,
Couple
I
of questions,
understand.
please.
I understand. Any questions from the audience, please?
Very good afternoon, eminent speakers. I represent the hospital industry, basically. So I've been working in hospitals for the last 30 years. So when we are talking of, neurodiverse people born with neurodiversity, throughout my life and my experience, I have seen that the first acceptance within the family, we are talking of people working, people getting jobs, people learning. What percentage of these neurodiverse born children are accepted within the family, and what are we as a country, as policymakers, what are they doing about bringing in awareness at the parent level, which is the grassroots level, to include these children into the family and give them that pride of birth and their rights. We are not talking of that. We are talking of jobs. We are talking of educating them. What percentage? Only the rich, famous, the people who have money can get into these kind of schools, the facilities that are available. But in the grassroots levels, what is happening to them? Are we working something for the parents to make them aware? And whenever a child with a neurodiverse is born, is he very much welcome into the family? Do the parents, do the relatives welcome the child? I have this question to my eminent panelists.
Okay. Because I am heading the organization Parivar, which is a national confederation of the parent organizations. So, you are absolutely right. Parent का acceptance बहुत late होता है, but we need to understand the psychology behind that. हर parents क्या चाहता है? हर parent ये चाहता है कि मेरा नाम मेरे बच्चे से हो. That's a human psychology behind that. और हम लोग as a परिवार, what we are doing is, we are regularly doing the programs, awareness programs. And I'm just giving the example of my own organization. I was in Dubai till 2009. I was working as a CEO of a company. I am also a parent. When I came back to India, my place is very small. मैंने अपना ऑर्गेनाइजेशन शुरू किया, पेरेंट्स बच्चे नहीं भेजते थे. इसी साइकोलॉजी को समझ के मैंने काम शुरू किया. वी आस्क्ड द मीडिया पीपल टू सपोर्ट अस. व्हाट वी डिड, कुछ छोटे छोटे प्रोग्राम्स हमने ऑर्गेनाइज किए. हमने उन बच्चों के नाम उनके पेरेंट्स के नाम के साथ मीडिया में देना शुरू किया. एंड दैट्स चेंज केम. तो ये एक जो दूसरा, parent is not only the parent is responsible, it is the society. Because as a society we are not accepting. That is the biggest problem.
Can I add to this?
Another one more point I would like to tell कि जब हम ये शुरू करते हैं इस तरह की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, तो सोसाइटी आती है. हमारी सोसाइटी में दो सोच है. या तो ये कि पिछले जन्म का कर्म है, या जिसने किया है वो भुगते. ये जो इस तरह की सोच बनी है, that is also one of the reasons कि पेरेंट बच्चे को छुपाना चाहता है.
Yeah, I would just like to add here, ma'am, that being a parent to a neurodiverse child, घर में acceptance बहुत ज़रूरी है. और ये parents को हम जब अब हम लोग parent support groups चलाते हैं, तो जैसे ही हमें किसी parent के बारे में पता चलता है, I always suggest that parent to go for family therapy. A diagnosis comes for the entire family, not just the child. Now, but what is most important? Absolutely, but मैम नहीं, मैं आपको एक दूसरी चीज़ बताऊं कि जो छोटे गांव और तबके हैं ना, वहाँ जो बच्चा है ना वो उतना डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं फेस करता है। ये छोटे तबके के जो बच्चे हैं वो बिल्कुल एक्सेप्टेड होते हैं। ये जो प्रॉब्लम एक्सेप्टेंस की है ये हमारी बड़ी सोसाइटीज में है, ये बड़े शहरों में है। यहाँ पर सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम ये है कि आज अगर मैं अपना बच्चा एक इंक्लूसिव सपोजिटली स्कूल में डालती हूँ और अगर मेरे बच्चे को टूरेट सिंड्रोम है या मेरा बच्चा बीच बीच में स्टिमिंग कर रहा है, वो ऐसे ऐसे कर रहा है, तो फेलो पेरेंट बोलेगा दैट आई डोंट वांट माय चाइल्ड टू बी इन्फ्लुएंस्ड बाय अ चाइल्ड लाइक दैट. Which is the reason why we need to work on a variety of levels. Now, I am very, very practical about how I want to raise my child, which is why I don't believe in inclusive schools. मेरे बच्चे को जब तक स्कूलिंग करनी है तब तक इस कंट्री का कोई भी स्कूल ऐसा नहीं है जो मेरे बच्चे को वो चीज़ें दे सकता है जिसकी उसको ज़रूरत है, and that is the bottom line. मैं लड़ सकती हूँ उन बच्चों के लिए जो अभी किंडरगार्टन में हैं और मैं उनके लिए कह सकती हूँ, लेकिन मेरे बच्चे के लिए जो कि अभी 13 साल का है, आई ओनली बिलीव इन अ स्पेशल स्कूल. लेकिन हिंदुस्तान में स्पेशल स्कूल में पेरेंट ही अपना बच्चा नहीं भेजना चाहता है. दे वॉन्ट द चाइल्ड टू गो टू अ रेगुलर स्कूल और वहीं पे उसको धक्का दिया जाएगा और वहाँ पर भी वो केवल 5th स्टैंडर्ड तक पढ़ सकता है क्योंकि उसके बाद करिकुलम. सर ने करिकुलम की बात की. हमारे कंट्री में एक करिकुलम ऐसा नहीं है. वी हैव अ करिकुलम डेफिसिट. We do not have a curriculum that talks about special needs. NIOS हम फॉलो करते हैं जो कि ऐसे ऑफिसर्स के बच्चों के लिए बना था जो कि ट्रैवल करते हैं या आर्मी ऑफिसर्स हैं. So we have a lot of problems that I can list, but I think the most important is awareness first needs to start from family, then society.
एक मैं ऐड करूँगा एक चीज.
बहुत जल्दी हो चुका है.
जल्दी, मैं बहुत जल्दी इंसान हूँ वैसे भी.
नहीं, एक और सेशन है इसलिए.
हाँ नहीं, क्वेश्चन तो है. मैं एक बात बताना चाहूंगा मैम, बड़ी ध्यान से आपको बताइए मेरी पर्सनालिटी कैसी लग रही है आपको? यार दिखने में मजेदार हो ना, डायनेमिक इंसान हो कि नहीं? हाँ, बड़े मुझे, बड़ा शरीर भी मेरा और खोपड़ी भी बहुत बड़ी. अब सुनिए मैं क्यों कह रहा हूँ. देखिए क्या होता है ना कि ये जिंदगी जो सेलिब्रेशंस पे बेस्ड है, चाहे नॉर्मल लोगों को भी देखें, एनीवन हु इज सेलिब्रेटेड, ठीक है, यहाँ पर फेलिसिटेशन होगा, अभी हमारा भी होगा थोड़ी देर में, सब ताली बजाएंगे, वाह बढ़िया झकास, इनको कुछ मिल रहा है. ये दुनिया जब तक ये चीज को सेलिब्रेट नहीं करना शुरू करेगी ना मैम, है ना, कि जैसे मेरा नाम ही मैडमैन है, ठीक है, स्वप्निल तिवारी मैडमैन गूगल करिएगा मिलेगा. मेरे को पागल पागल करके चढ़ाते थे, मारते थे, छोटे में अब्यूज होता था. तो जिस दिन मेरा खोपड़ी में बिजली चमकी ना, उस दिन अपन बन गए मैडमैन, ठीक है. अब क्या होता है कि लोग आके कहते सर हमें आपके जैसा बनने का. मैंने कहा गुरु मेरे कैट में 33% आए थे. अभी IIM अहमदाबाद से लेकर नागपुर आपको हर जगह अपन पढ़ाते हैं, IITs में पढ़ाते हैं, और मैं मैडनेस एज अ सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाता हूं. उसका नाम है ऑल्टरनेटिव इंटेलिजेंस. ऑल्टरनेटिव इंटेलिजेंस मैं नॉर्मल लोगों को पढ़ाता हूं और वो मेरे लिए मेरी जिंदगी है, एक सिनेस्थेटिक डिसलेक्सिक के लिए. तो क्या होता है, मैं कर क्या रहा हूं, मैं एक्चुअली इस न्यूरो डाइवर्सिटी जो भी है मैं इसको सेलिब्रेट कर रहा हूं और मैं इसके मैंने जो उसकी डेप्थ है ना, वहां पर जाके उसका रस निकाल के ला रहा हूं और दुनिया को पेश कर रहा हूं कि देखो ये चीज है जो तुम नहीं कर पा रहे और ये अपन लोग कर रहे. तो इसलिए मैम सेलिब्रेट करना बड़ा जरूरी है, चाहे किसी भी तबके का हो, है ना. और उसको सेलिब्रेट जब तक नहीं होगा, जब तक हम रोल मॉडल्स नहीं बनाएंगे, तब तक ये चीज नहीं चेंज होने वाली है. बाकी
गुड.
Sorry, if I can just add 30 seconds.
We'll have to end. अच्छा, one line.
No, I think you're absolutely right, Rita ma'am, right? कि यार ये सब बड़ी अच्छी लगती है बातें, navigating workforce and all of that at a fundamental grassroots level. और बाकी के examples छोड़िएगा, अब हूटर के बाद घंटी भी बज चुकी है, तो मैं अभी रैप करता हूँ. I will pick it up outside, but I think it's a personal experience. I think like Pankaj mentioned that the mistake that parents make is that you want to live out your dreams through your child. और जब आई वॉज इन डिनाइल फॉर द फर्स्ट 6 months कि यार मैंने सोचा मेरा बेटा तो अकेडमी अवार्ड जीतेगा, ये क्या हो गया, मेरे साथ धोखा हुआ है. वेरी सेल्फिश पर्सपेक्टिव. आई थिंक दैट फंडामेंटल एक्सेप्टेंस फॉरगेट विद द रेस्ट इन द फैमिली. लाइक माय पेरेंट्स एंड ऑल वर इन डिनाइल फॉर इवन लॉन्गर. आई थिंक इट हैड टू स्टार्ट विथ मी. सो आई थिंक वो करना और आसान नहीं है, मुश्किल है. आई थिंक सेलिब्रेशन इज वन वे, फंडामेंटल एजुकेशन इज अनदर वे, and that has to begin at home. और तब वो होगा, तब automatically that domino effect, and it's going to be I was talking to someone about it, it is not a sprint, it is not a marathon, it's a friggin Ironman triathlon. तो वो, but you'll see the shift कि कुछ दिनों बाद कि यार ये sands have shifted and moved into changing the landscape, but that's where it begins.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, we have to finish here. Okay. Thank you. And the message was very good. Not just acceptance, but celebration. Celebration of the different. So different is not abnormal. Different is to be accepted. That's the central message. Many other aspects have been brought in. And thank you, the moderator of the CEO of India Autism Center, which is setting up India's largest residential facility for people under neurodiversity, those who are above 14 years and more. And thanks to everyone else who is on the panel. So much of diverse aspects have been brought in. The government perspectives, the entertainment perspectives, very interestingly, the celebration aspect, the acceptance aspect, the inclusion or non-inclusion, this whole debate. Several things have been brought up. I think we have a lot to mull over. Time is short, otherwise each of these panel topic is good enough for half the day. So I will request now executive members of PRSI, Mr. Ritik Lal and Banibrata Goswami, to come up on the stage and felicitate our guests of this session, beginning with the moderator first, and Natarajan sir. Jaishankar Natarajan ji, kindly bring the items for the felicitation. Yes, Jaishankar Natarajan ji first. Please have the next set ready for Ms. Dr. Pankaj Maru. Please come on the front. That is the best way. Yeah. Yes, Dr. Pankaj Maru, please. The concept of Parivar was so beautifully brought in, and also the experiences that he has with the government on this particular issue of DIE. Okay. The next set for Madam Mugdha Kalra, please. Madam Mugdha Kalra, please. Such a bold voice of someone who has a son under the spectrum and has a real life insightful experience that she has shared with you. Yes, and the indomitable Mr. Swapnil Tiwari, who has made madness the in thing, the happening thing. I knew AI is artificial intelligence, that's what we learned in the morning. Now we know AI is alternative intelligence as well. So, Swapnil Tiwari, thank you very much for your presence. And a very thank you. And for the next felicitation, very soft-spoken but extraordinary work being done through Mom's Belief, a chain of daycare centers for people under ASD, and headed by Mr. Ravi Shekhar. Mr. Ravi Shekhar, please. Yes. Thank you. And for the last felicitation, but never the least, someone who traveled from MTV to Yashraj to is special. Content, entertaining content for special people. Ashish B. Patil. And I admire the way he has been having his relation with his son, who is under the ASD, in a very interesting manner. The storytelling is in the book. Ashish B. Patil. Thank you, members of this panel. You can please take your seat in the front. I just have one quick announcement. A master class is being organized by Keystone Institute India in conference room number 1 on creating a world that works for everyone, inclusion, disability and community. It will be a conversation that invites us all to reflect on our role in creating a more inclusive and accessible world. requesting the interested participants to join this exciting session, those who are interested. We move ahead to the last panel before the lunch, and very, very interesting, because now we are talking of technology, how technology can be harnessed for the welfare and the betterment of people, of the special people. Our next panel topic is Accessible Technology Unleashed, Enhancing Independence and Participation. In our modern era, technology has become an integral part of our daily lives, influencing how we work, communicate, and engage with the world around us. It has the incredible potential to be a great equalizer, bridging gaps and creating opportunities for individuals of all abilities. This panel discussion is a celebration of that potential. We are honored to have with us today a group of experts and visionaries who have dedicated their careers to the development and implementation of accessible technology. They have witnessed the firsthand the transformative impact it can have on the lives of the individuals with disabilities and those who face unique challenges. This panel will be moderated by Chairman PRSI Kolkata, Mr. Shomojit Mahapatra, very well-known figure in the realm of PR. Please join us here. His leadership is marked by an unwavering commitment to crafting impactful communication strategies. He is also the founder of iCommunications PR. On the panel we have Mr. Karthik Soni. Karthik Soni, co-founder of iSTEM and product manager of Microsoft. A fabulous talk is expected from this panel as well. I would request Mr. Karthik Soni to join us on the dais. His organization is dedicated to promoting diversity and accessibility in STEM education and jobs. He also works as a product manager at Microsoft. Given that Karthik is sightless himself, his story is all the more amazing. Karthik has advocated for accessible technology and broken down boundaries in the tech sector with his persistence. His work at iSTEM and Microsoft reflects his dedication to ensure people of all abilities have equitable access to education and opportunity in the rapidly changing world. He would be joining us virtually. Yes, Karthik is there, up there. Our next speaker is Madhubala Sharma. Madam Madhubala Sharma, Senior DEI Specialist, Communities Leader APJ-CME from Amazon, India. Madhubala Sharma from Amazon, India. Madhu brings with her over 20 years of experience in the space of learning and development, diversity, equity and inclusion. She spent a lot of time insisting about special people, started her professional career with GE Capital International Services. After graduating, she started to work as a software tester for JAWS for Windows, a screen reading software with Freedom Scientific in the year 2004-2005. She is presently working with the Amazon in the space of DEI. Before that, she worked with Concentrix as an SR, as a senior consultant in learning and development. What a fabulous career for someone not with sight, but with great insight. Someone who may not have the sight, but great insight. Now we'll welcome Mohammad Asif Iqbal, Associate Director, Advisory, PricewaterhouseCoopers India, PwC India. Someone has... Excuse me. Mohammad Asif Iqbal, he delivered a presentation on digital inclusion at an international global conference in cyberspace. Regular speaker on diversity and inclusion at CII, SHRM, National NHRDN, ASSOCHAM, etc. Authored articles on diversity and inclusion which were published in leading HR journals and magazines of India. Delivered presentations on accessible smart cities at the Business World Summit, M2M Forum and CII. He is also the blind runner attempting Asia Book of Records for running 25 kilometers unassisted in Tata Steel Marathon 2022. Thank you, Asif, for joining us today here. And the next speaker, the last of the lot, but very well known to us, a friend of ours all in Calcutta, Akhil B. Paul, founder and CEO Mayabias Group, serves as an entrepreneur, philanthropist and author who has had an exciting journey with lots of ups and downs. Member of CII, PRSI, Executive Council member of NASCOM, Executive Body member of Advertising Club of Calcutta and a member of West Bengal Government IT Sector Committee, which has made huge contribution to the social synergy of these institutions. Thank you, Akhil, for being there with us all throughout. I request each of our honorable panelists to kindly take their seats. Now they have already taken. I request Mr. Mahapatra to continue with the panel discussion.
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary. Just we are in the midst of lunch and the session. And thank you, you people who are still here to listen to us. Because of many reasons, we are late today. And it is already live. You can see it afterwards. But the usual way we start panel discussion, lot of things for the introduction, I'm not going because time is shortage. So I will go straight away. I will hit the speakers. One is Karthik online. Karthik, you are already there. And welcome Karthik online. Hope we did not make you delay much, only 30 minutes. Your sound is not coming, Karthik.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Okay. And with us, Akhil B. Paul, the CEO of Mayavias Group. And he is how should I describe, I don't know. Already the introduction is there, but he is a person with lot of innovation and inspiration from himself only. And with us, Mohammed Asif, a very well known is in the technology circuit and also in the corporate circuit, but recently he is trying to achieve what was not achievable by other people. He is running marathon. And I think he is preparing for the 25-kilometer marathon.
I've already done 2022. I'm going to prepare for
World Guinness record. 42 kilometers. I think those who are outside having lunch, tell them to clap afterwards. Okay. But you people can do a lot of clapping here to make up the noise. I want a big noise without food. Thank you. And this technology where there is no scope of humor. So without humor, I am without oxygen. So I have to bring humor in the technology circuit also. But that is very difficult. But I will straight away go to Madhubala Sharma, who came all the way from Bangalore? Delhi. Because I am very fond of Bangalore. That is why I call everybody, you are coming from Bangalore? Everybody says no, Gurgaon or Delhi. So next time onwards, I will tell, are you from Delhi? Okay. So Madhubala, the context is already set. And we have to go in deep dive of the subject with a very minimum possible time. Madhu, your role in Amazon India, you have been actively involved in fostering diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yes.
Could you share a case study, very briefly, how we can make our learned audience more aware?
Thank you so much for this opportunity and a big hello to everyone. I was going to ask you to clap so I know how many people are here. Can this be louder? Thank you. Because अगर ये नहीं होता तो मुझे लगता था मैं खाली कमरे से तो नहीं बात कर रही. So this really helps. At Amazon, and you know the subject that we're talking about is accessibility. So I would say, not just diversity, not just equity, not just inclusion, not just belonging. I'm adding, अब B से पहले क्या छूट गया? कहाँ से शुरू होती है ABCD? A से. So A छूट गया. So I want to add A, accessibility. So now we have diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, and accessibility. And Amazon firmly believes that accessibility is something which is not just Amazon's responsibility, it is everybody's responsibility. I will further strengthen it and quote a research. And with this research that I'm going to now share with you, I will help you believe and understand that accessibility is important for all of us. Accessibility is for 100% of us, not 0, not 15%. You know, statistics आपने सुने होंगे, 15% of the world's population happens to have one or another form of disability. 1 in 6 or 7 people are on the neurodiversity spectrum or neurodivergence. the research was done, and this was way back in 2003, and people were asked, do you have difficulty in, in using the technology or finding your way through when you're living? This research was done by Microsoft and Forrester. And what came out of that research was, disability पूछोगे तो कितने लोग बोलेंगे? शायद 100 में से 15. That's why that 15%. But when you ask, do you have difficulty reading? There'll be so many of us who use, what's that called? Chashma? Spectacles? Right? Those who use spectacles as corrective measure because they have difficulty reading. Those who are colorblind, they may not say, I have a disability, but I have difficulty recognizing colors, right? So when they were asked this question, do you have difficulties? And will assistive technology help you? That percentage then went up from 15 to 60%. And the rest 40 of us, 40%? Well, it's future insurance for us. Because disability can happen to anyone, any given point in time. And that's why accessibility is important for 100% of us. And that's what at Amazon we do. We encourage accessibility. There are, there's a special center of excellence basically globally as well that works for ensuring that there is accessibility, that we make our software accessible, we remove barriers for people with disabilities and without disabilities, and I specifically refrain from calling ourselves specially abled or differently abled, because I firmly believe every single person has a special ability, has different ability, has different skill sets. Right. So in no stride am I a person with special ability. I am Madhubala Sharma, I am me, who happens to be blind. So that's a perspective so far.
Yeah. Thank you, Madhu. And you have set some narrative where we should go, because we had shortage of time, so I utilized that time by asking the question. Now I will come to Akhil. And Akhil is a front runner in the AR, VR, and other technology fields, IoT. So he has been constantly nurturing, and he has been constantly curating content in the form of visual thing and technological innovation. And he has a great team also. He has nearly 220 employee personnel who are of high caliber. And my question in this sector is how you can leverage the technological aspect and how you can leverage the creative people in our 140 crore population to come and work for this assisted technology.
Thank you, Shobhanjit. Before I directly get into your question, I would really like to thank you for offering us this opportunity to join hands and to support this particular event. We are being into this particular era of technology. We are really, really proud to be part of this kind of an event, because whatever we have done from the beginning or the history of MyBS, we have always tried to be, helpful with our employees or with the society, whatever we have done. Now, being a MarTech company, we have marketing technologies that we are continuously evolving and generating for the, our consumer, who are basically companies in B2B. But before getting into that, I'll tell you, we always look into anything from the dimensions, what we get to see. A lot of people before me, all who are in the dais, they have, explained, neurodiversity or, the inclusiveness. My point is how we perceive things which is just not a dimension that we get to see. There are a lot of things we don't get to see. Like suppose as a technology, what we say technology today, one point of time people might have perceived that as a, chamatkar, I'm saying. That point of time we might not have seen that, we could not perceive that particular thing, so we have just called that as a chamatkar. Now that has become technology. So how those technology has been evolved is basically a process. Today, what we get to see is basically seeing the challenges, and then slowly you have developed it. And I will specially say in the philosophy, though this is the age of global village concept, so, and we are talking about inclusivity, but still, I'll mention in Indian philosophy, it has been always very much accepted. If you see all our great stories, people are talking about one story written some 200 BC, but I to say, like if you talk about Mahabharata, Ramayana, those are all epics of Indian philosophy, or this inclusivity has always been depicted. If we talk about Bear Savri, who used to, I know how Rama was accepted and she got mukti. And even Krishna, whom we actually worship, his closest friend Sudama was basically disabled. So slowly, even in Dhritarashtra, if we see, so those all were there. If we see the technology that has slowly evolved, keeping in mind those, like challenges in the market. Suppose there are a lot of technologies available in our hand which can be, implemented and innovated, or I can say adopted for different purpose. Like I'll say QR code, suppose. Kellogg's is the first such company who has introduced QR code for understanding the product very well. Like suppose today, if you just scan the QR code, immediately you get to know, there is a voice recording will come, even a visually impaired person can also understand the product, its ingredients, how it helps, how it works. So I'll just very, fast track, I'll just mention you some technology that we are already working and few companies are already using it. One is of them, as I talked about this particular company. And there is one technology, it's called, everybody OpenAI now, GPT. GPT has just working on a particular technology where you just scan your refrigerator, immediately GPT will tell you what all products are available in your refrigerator. It will say which part of the refrigerator which is keeping there. Also, it will suggest you the recipes which you can all make out of it. And so on and so forth, it will help. There are technology, wheelchair cannot be reduced in terms of, airports. The way we use now, we take a wheelchair, but now the air seats are being designed where your wheelchair can be docked. The design of the chair is like a docket. You can take in the chair, your own wheelchair, and you can dock it. So if I talk about all these things, these are basically, slowly people have understood that where those gaps are and accordingly. So there are many technologies that can be adopted. But my point is absolutely from a different perspective. Technology or particular initiative that we are going to take, we are taking it from one dimension which we can, or like dimension that you can get to see only. But there are many other dimensions which probably people have to accept, where then inclusivity actually will come in. So technology which is for normal can be also used for everyone, but the acceptability that everyone has talked about, right, we just see from the dimensions or the dimensions that we perceive, but we should go beyond that dimensions.
Right.
That's
exactly.
all I can.
I will again come back to Akhil. And Karthik, Sony is waiting online. You all are able to see.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Karthik, the question to you, I think it's midnight there?
Yeah, it's around, I think 1 a.m., close to that
1 a.m. You are at Seattle?
I'm in Seattle, yes.
Okay. So you people can appreciate the dedication of our panel speakers at 1 a.m. at Seattle, waiting for us to deliver our lecture. So Karthik, in your journey with iSTEM and now with Microsoft, you have been at the forefront of fostering inclusivity through technology. And Microsoft has been a pioneer in creating accessible technologies. So if I tell you to brief us about 120 seconds or 360 seconds time on a quick bite, how can you describe your journey with Microsoft and iSTEM on our topic?
Yeah, so I think for me, when I think about my journey with both Microsoft and iSTEM, it really is because of my own need as a person with a disability, right? A lot of it comes from my own experience. And that's probably the best way to innovate and the best way to actually go and do technical innovation when you actually yourself have experienced a lot of the challenges. And so, for example, when I sorry, in school, I kind of face challenges, for example, in accessing STEM education, science, technology, engineering, and math, where, Madhu ma'am was talking about accessibility. And unfortunately, a lot of the textbooks that I had to read back then were not accessible. And so the whole idea of iSTEM really was, well, how do you actually make that content accessible, right? Like, how do you actually make sure that, someone who is blind, for example, is able to access this content independently and does not have to rely able to read this content. And that really was the genesis for iSTEM and all of the technology that we developed, which roughly is basically, technology that would take in math content. It would not only extract text, but also understand the layout of that text and convert it into a format that can be compatible with screen readers, the software that I and others use that essentially reads out whatever is there on the computer screen. And Microsoft really uses a similar approach as well, right? Like, where all of the technology that's developed at Microsoft, a lot of it comes from the lived experiences of the developers who are behind this technology. I'll give you one quick example. One of Microsoft's really popular products is Seeing AI. And Seeing AI is essentially this talking camera developed by Microsoft where you're able to take pictures and it is able to convey and describe the images to you. It is able to read text to you. It is able to provide you information if you have a QR. Talking about QR code with Kellogg's, for example, and a lot of the work that is happening with GPT. Microsoft is at the forefront of all of that with companies like Be My Eyes and others, and OpenAI directly working with them. And a lot of that innovation, again, is by people who are blind or low vision, who experience this on a daily basis. And that really is what really makes all of these innovation powerful, right? Because it's not like someone else developing for people with disabilities. Saying in the disability community, nothing about us without us, right? This is something which is very important in technical innovation as well. And so both in iSTEM and Microsoft, this principle essentially guides us, leveraging the latest in AI, leveraging the latest in AR, VR, and using our own experiences as people with disabilities who have lived experiences of the challenges that we face to really go ahead and think about how technology can help us overcome and sort of navigate some of the challenges. Those really help us develop really powerful solutions. So that, and I understand the time is pretty short, but that is really at the core of all of the technology and also the way we think about accessibility and inclusion, both at iSTEM and Microsoft, that makes it so interesting, a lot of fun, but also very powerful.
Thank you.
I'll just take 30 seconds. I just wanted to take 30 seconds to demo what Karthik had just said, about AI, because I know stories, examples, demos resonate really, really well. So what I just did was I took a picture of whatever is ahead of me, and you just hear what it says.
Take picture. The picture shows an indoor event, possibly a conference or seminar. The foreground of the image has a small table with a glass bottle of water, a glass, and a nameplate that reads Madhi Balasharma. There is also a large digital display with the numbers 29.25 on it. In the background, there is an audience seated in rows of chairs. The audience members are looking towards the front where there is a podium. There are also banners with logos and text on either side of the stage. The room is well lit with ceiling lights and additional lighting equipment.
So that is the detailed description. On a lighter note, I realize nobody is looking behind or looking for lunch. You all are looking at us, so thank you.
So, Madhu, thank you for snatching 30 seconds time and brilliantly giving an insights of the subject.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Coming to Asif. Asif cannot be described in lines. Asif is a book. Asif is human library like Madhu. Asif is human library like Karthik. But I take this opportunity to, I don't know how should I describe Asif. First we saw Asif in 2016 in this hall in PRSI National Conference.
I say role model. Huh? I say I should see like role model.
Role model. Okay, every human being working in this segment is a role model for the others. So we compliment ourselves as role model of the universe, and there is no difference between us. And that is why you may see that there is no segregation in the seat, that it is VIP, it is non-VIP, it is open to all. It's an inclusive conference, and Indira ji is doing this brilliant exercise, and there is already resistance from the audience that why so long. So after this session, I will request her to give a break, and you can continue afterwards after your lunch. So now coming back to Asif Iqbal. Asif Iqbal, PwC India has been involved. He is still involved in various advisory roles, helping organizations steer towards more inclusive practices. And in your advisory role, you must have encountered at different stages of adopting accessible technologies. And I know this is a big subject, and we are trying to dive in depth. It's not possible. But still, you are a good orator, and you can describe very briefly how this accessibility are challenging fields in India and how it can be encountered.
Fantastic. Thank you, Samadipta. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Mahapatra for creating another history in spite of doing the DEI conference in the East for the first time. But he actually put 3 blind persons in single panel. That is itself, I have never spoken at any conferences like this. Yeah, thank you so much. Well, as far as accessibility is concerned, and going back to Akhil's point, I have something in my hand. It is a smartphone. It is a regular iPhone, or maybe somebody will be using an Android. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not meant for me. This is meant for everyone, and people like me who is blind can also use this with ease. And this is the power of an inclusive product and services. Now I will go back and try to explain through our lived experiences. We all remember the pandemic, the lockdown, and so many painful memories associated with it. And one painful memory is that I had, because I thought I would have a very easy solution, because I am a tech guy who is always passionate about new technology and the ability to use the technology. So okay, no problem. Everybody is suffering, so will I. But the challenge was, when I had a stock of food and essential food necessities for 2 weeks, and when it ran out, we were living in fear and uncertainty. How long will this lockdown last? Nobody had an answers. I asked my neighbors to bring my groceries, and they happily obliged, but I knew that this was not a sustainable solution. I tried to use an app like Big Basket, Crofers, Spencer's, but sadly, none of them could be supported by my voice screen reader. I live with my wife and a daughter, but they are not so tech savvy. I was extremely, extremely hurt and frustrated, and I didn't know what to do. But again, from the PwC side, we had a relationship, and that's what we believe in, harnessing the relationship even during the tough times. And I remember going on an assignment to Bombay, and I was sitting next to the CEO of a More. And I called him up, and his More was actually 2 kilometers away from my home, and he immediately agreed to deliver food and groceries and all essential items. The loss of business, which people do not realize, the organization do not realize. I remember when I was trying to renew my car insurance. No, I cannot drive, otherwise I will not be here. I remember when I was trying to renew my car insurance, and I looked at several brands, ICICI Lombard, HDFC Argo, but sadly, I couldn't do a simple task of renewing a car insurance. I found one insurance company called Bajaj Alliance, where I was actually independently able to navigate that with ease. And of course, I've been with them for the last 10 years, renewing my car insurance with ease. So again, the other car insurance companies, they're actually lost money because they don't realize the purchasing power parity of billions of people around the world who has trillions of dollars to spend, which is a huge market. If they do not design their product and services inclusive, they're actually not able to tap the services. Lastly, I know we have a time constraint, but I want to do a little exercise just to demonstrate the power of inclusion. I hope you're all awake and you will follow my instruction what I'm saying. If I say clap once, right? Ready? We're all playing games here. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Clap once, 2, 3, 1, 2, -1. Yes, I won. Brilliant. Okay, now let us change the rule of the game. Everybody close their eyes and say I. I didn't hear that. Everybody close their eye and say I loudly. Brilliant. Let's try this game again. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Brilliant. You guys have won. Please open your eyes. Thank you. What I just tried to demonstrate, if we all work together, then we can experience the power of inclusion. To conclude, I'd just like to quote where we are all sitting is land of Swami Vivekananda. He once was sitting down quietly. One of his disciples came to him and he was extremely worried and he said, Swamiji, something terrible happened. One of my relatives is diagnosed with a disease and he's going to lose all of his eyesight. Swamiji did not respond to him. Disciple probably thought that Swamiji didn't hear him. And he again said it in the louder voice, Swamiji, bad news. Swamiji again didn't respond. And the third time the disciple said in the loudest voice possible, Swamiji, my relative is going blind. Aren't you concerned? Then Swamiji smiled at him and he said, he may be losing his eyesight, but he has not lost his inner vision. So friends, let's do the right thing and embrace inclusion of best. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Since I think we are late, so Nishi is online for a different panel, but I will request you to be here and just keep yourself, hi Nish. And I will come back to Karthik. Karthik, you are the government of India minister. You have full power, no dearth of money. What will be your single agenda? And you are given only 1 day time to think and to prepare everything with budget allocation. What will be your first agenda to think and implement? You are the central government minister, hypothetically.
Okay, well, that's a really hard question, but I think my answer is going to be very simple. My only agenda is going to be to foster a world of compassion and empathy where we all try to understand each other, because I think all other problems are going to get solved. The biggest challenge that we have is we have so many preconceived notions and biases amongst us in our society, where that really stops us from doing anything. When we think about change, we have a resistance because we can't appreciate why that change is important. We're unable to put ourselves in the other person's shoes and really think of it from their perspective. And that is what really makes all the difference, right? I might be doing exactly the same thing as you. I might be using different ways to kind of do that. But for many of you, that might be incomprehensible because you're unable to appreciate that a blind person might be able to do something. I'll give you a quick example. This hackathon every year, which gets people with and without disabilities together to hack on problems. And the first time when a lot of the people come and they are a part of this is so uncomfortable for them. And I often hear, hey, I won't be able to do it. Hey, I don't know how it's going to work. Hey, I'm happy to be a part of this holy exercise. That's the kinds of comments that I hear. And when you work with people with disabilities, when you work with people who are blind and other disabilities for even half, and try to put yourselves in their shoes, try to appreciate what they're doing, you realize very soon that at the end of the day, Yeah, I'll wrap up very quickly, and I will say, so what I will do as a minister is really launch an initiative for us to really be able to understand each other better, develop that compassion and empathy, and I think all of the other challenges will automatically fall in place. So that's what I'm going to do as minister.
Thank you, Karthik. So, thank you, Minister, for one day. But you took only 3 minutes and you developed such a nice policy. The next question, I will not give opportunity to Akhil to become a minister, but to become a prime minister. So, Akhil, as a prime minister of India, only for 1 hour, you are going to address a public rally where millions of people are on the social media. What will be your declaration so that other big players in the ecosystem follow the same message? You tell, so that we convince ourselves that we should, because you see, inspired by, not presented by. So what is your inspiration for this conference and for the country?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, as I said, the inclusivity. So first it has to come from inside. Someone just before also gave a story that, you know, whatever you do from love, that has a different impact if you are doing it as a responsibility. So I'll definitely like to say, as a, you know, my background is visual communication. From that perspective, first of all, what we see today, suppose any field of communication, we always like to show the good part of it. Fashion, let it be medical science, let it be everywhere. I mean, recently also such thing has happened that, you know, in the process of medical demonstration and things, people have used only the white colored people, good looking people. Why not black people are included? Why are bad looking people? I mean, why everybody is not included? So now then Deloitte and few health organizations has taken this oath that a new blog has been posted. It's called Illustrate Change. So the whole illustration that will be used way forward will be basically inclusivity, where there will be all sort of people who will be the model of, you know, communicating the product. So in fashion, so if I become the Prime Minister and being my background as a communicator, first what I'd like to change is change of communication. Everywhere it should reflect that, yes, everyone is included, every heart is touched.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Thank you.
At least your aspiration and inspiration will come one day that we will be under one visionary Prime Minister. Right now we are more visionary Prime Minister anyway. People should not take it seriously, because I always try to inject humor in anything. And I was working in a telecom company, worked there for 36 years, and suddenly I found myself super animated. I do not know when I did work. So the same way, today, even Akhil was asking, we never discuss what is going to happen, and I also don't know what I am going to tell. I do not know anything. But on the stage, we will develop something. Yes. Because the turmeric is there, the potato is there, other things is there. So I'm taking all veg items, okay, not non-veg items. Because I do not know whether people are Jain or otherwise. So now again coming back to technology. And coming to Madhu, not Prime Minister, not politician. President? No, not President. Every day facing human life, challenges, what should be in your agenda, what you are facing, yes, that these things should be eased. Technologically, policy-wise, 2 things I want to know. Time is very short.
2 things, I will give 1. So of course, resonating with Karthik, compassion is my passion. See, whatever we want to do, I'd say love is the way. Love. A lot of love. Love as a word itself, right? Spread the love. And when you have love, you will be able to be compassionate and do anything and understand and have sensitivity to what we want to do. And I love expanding acronyms. So I have an acronym, love is an acronym as well. To my mind, love stands for, and this is specially written for or designed for this conference, okay? This love is only for this conference. Love stands for, L stands for listen. When we listen, we know who wants what. Listen without judgment, without biases, without listen by quietening your own inner dialogue. अगर दिमाग में खिचड़ी चलती रहेगी, अच्छा मैं क्या कहूँ, मैं क्या कहूँ, मैं क्या कहूँ, मैं क्या कहूँ, आगे क्या करना है, listening will not happen. O stands for ownership. Own what you want to do, what you will do. Do not wait for others to do. अपने spaces में छोटे छोटे तरीके से आप कैसे accessibility ला सकते हो? How can I in my own stride remove barriers? So own it up. It is my responsibility. It is my responsibility. V stands for vision. I usually say I have no sight, but I do have vision. I have a vision for the future, a bright future, an accessible future where we don't need conferences like these, where we don't need experts like all of us, where inclusion happens by design. And E stands for empathy. We all know what empathy means. Empathy, compassion, love. So, my friends, let's spread love.
And according to our time, because we did not know that we will be running late, even 5.51 seconds left, so I'm a good moderator. What do you say?
Yes.
Without any preparation, just, I'm not Professor Chaudhary, okay? So I'm only Shomujit Mohapatra. I do not know when I worked, I told you very frankly, but coming back to technology. And it's Asif's question. Asif is a tech man like others. It is not I'm differentiating, but the question is like that. What kind of devices will be affordable by people if mass production is done? And this, if these devices are affordable, how it will help this? I take the example of three blind persons he mentioned. This is for the first time he's seeing three people in one panel, am I right?
Correct.
So what kind of affordable devices are required to help these people to be more communicator, better communicator? Asif.
Okay, fantastic. So I'm going to be wishful thinking here. Today I run only on voice guidance, the instructions which is provided by my buddy runner who is running at the same speed, same things. He tells me right, left. Tomorrow, I hope to run with AI. Not alternative intelligence, but artificial intelligence. And that should actually tell me, yes, go straight, go fast, there's a speed bump, oh my gosh, there is a cow, watch out, right? So, and that AI should be capable of, let's say, if I come to a conference and I'm trying to look for conference number 3, conference number 4, and it can easily help me navigate to that. I think this would be a great, great wishful innovation, which I hope it comes to a real reality in my own lifetime. Thank you.
Asif, I have a question. As we have, said three, visually impaired person with us. So if you are given a situation where you are given two set of people, one is so-called, normal guys, and specially abled set of people. So whom we will mostly like to work with and why?
Oh, okay. Again, now again, I have my own sets of bias here because I grew up in the US where Karthik is staying right now. So I would definitely, walk with my friends from America. I'll tell you why, okay? When they're walking, they are culturally so ingrained that they give you an audio description of all the things that I'm passing by. But my friends in India, if I'm walking with them, they even forget to tell you there's a speed bump. And yeah, oh, okay, and then they realize after the speed bump, oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you, right? Okay, now your question is whether I would like to walk with my blind friends or with my sighted friends. It all depends on the situations, okay? If I'm in an airport, I would prefer sighted friends. If I'm in my office environment, I wouldn't mind walking even with my blind friends because I know the surrounding. Thank you, I'm just being very, very honest. But again, if I had AI, I don't care whether it is a disabled or able, I will walk with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Asif. And we have to close the session because you have tolerated us not only tolerated, these honorable speakers, panelists, they have given insight into the whole subject. And I'm really honored Karthik at 1:30 a.m. at Seattle is still with us. Karthik, we are handing over the memento and honor virtually. Well, you will come back to India. We will surely hand over. I request our backstage to please prepare for the felicitation ceremony. Thank you all the panelists, Madhu, Asif, Akhil, and Professor Chaudhary is already there. Let's start.
Thank you. Very interesting session. The important part is that people who are sightless and have gone to such levels of achievement in life is also a lesson for us. A lesson for us. We have small inconveniences and we make excuses. What a fabulous, I mean, he's a runner. Asif is a runner. Can you believe? He's a runner. And he's 22 kilometers at one stretch, right? 25 kilometers at a stretch in 2022. What a fabulous performance. What a fabulous thing to happen. And otherwise also, from Karthik to Madhu Madam, everyone, life stories are so encouraging, so inspiring. Thank you very much. And thanks to Chairman PRSI to create this session with 3 role models in front of us who presented their life stories. So I request Executive Committee Member Abhishek Mukherjee. Are you there? Yes. The handsome gentleman is there. Please come and join us to felicitate our speakers. Abhishek will do the honor by starting his mentor, Somojit Mahapatra first.
Oh, nice. At least I will have one memento for me.
Yeah. Please come in the front.
Thank you, Abhishek.
Come in the front, please. Yeah. And the next shall be Madhubala Sharma. Madhubala ji, just a minute. Someone will help you. Yeah. Madhuji, thank you for coming from Amazon to, on behalf of Amazon to this program. Madhubala Sharma. Yes. Mohammad Asif Iqbal, please come in front. Thank you. Put it on the neck, yeah, that's better. Thank you. Token of appreciation for Akhil B. Paul, a visual communicator par excellence, founder of Mayabias, has been associated with PRSI events in Kolkata from the very beginning, engaged to BRANDEGDE. Thank you very much. Though we are delayed for the lunch, but it's right time to go, and let's have a shorter lunch break to come back because there's fabulous sessions, and we have India's leading YouTube influencer also meeting you, Prajakta Kohli, later on, and several others interesting sessions. So we join at 2:30. At 2:30 we join. That's almost 40 minutes from now.
Recording stopped.
The decision is that we will, with a short break, start because there are other people also who have already taken lunch. So we'll start the next session in within a few minutes from now.
Amani is one of the leading manufacturers of eco-friendly, sustainable, reusable bags for everyday use in packaging, shopping, groceries, gifting, promotional activities and decoration. We offer fully customized packaging carry bag solution for corporate SME, MSME, supermarkets, retailers, departmental stores, wholesalers and local vendors with finest quality eco-sustainable fabric of jute, canvas, cotton, juco and jeans in wide range of shape and size with logo print options. We are one of the best provider in the eco-sustainable bag segment from Kolkata with our competitive advantageous pricing on large-scale production and efficient logistic connect to deliver in all over India and abroad in minimum incurred logistic expenses and time. We also offer wide range of handcrafted eco-sustainable merchandise by collaborating with highly rich in designing, talented and skillful artisans of India to bring the best aesthetic world-class designs of merchandise at your fingertip. We cater both retail, D2C and wholesale or bulk B2B market through our online e-commerce website www.amaniproducts.com and through various online channel partners like IndiaMart, Trade.
I started Invest My Paisa 6 years back with the aim to help people achieve their financial goals. Did you know only 7% of women in India take their own financial decisions through learning? So if you want to learn and achieve your financial goals, don't forget to take our help.
डिशेस डन। अब तुम्हारे से की चिमनी बची है।
वो तो क्लीन हो चुकी है।
क्या? मैंने तो नहीं देखा।
दिखता नहीं है, अपने आप ही हो जाती है। इंटेलिजेंट ऑटो क्लीन चिमनी है।
ये चीटिंग है यार।
Cook up the new iAuto Clean chimneys from Cucina, the kitchen experts.
NSHM Knowledge Campus. Be the next.
तो कैसे हैं आप लोग?
ग्रीन टी ऑर्डर कर रहा हूँ। शनाया कह रही थी इसमें एंटीऑक्सीडेंट्स होते हैं। काफी स्मार्ट लड़की है। हेल्दी है ना?
हमारे पानी में ऑलरेडी एंटीऑक्सीडेंट्स है। शनाया को बता देना, पीते रहना दिन भर।
Cook up the new antioxidant water purifiers from Cucina, the kitchen experts.
One of its kind facility, if I may say, in the world. When fully completed after all the phases, we should be a home to 600 individuals and their families under the spectrum.
IEM is the only self-financed institute from Bengal who has ranked within the top 200 amongst all engineering colleges of India as per National Institutional Ranking Framework NIRF 2023 by Ministry of Education, Government of India. From academic brilliance to placement opportunities, foreign study collabs and recognitions, IEM is one of the best educational colleges for brighter career prospects. Equipped with academic knowledge and skills, our students find placements in top multinational companies like Google, Amazon, Microsoft, etc. IEM organizes foreign conferences and student exchange programs in leading universities across the globe. A vision for quality education inspires us to accomplish our goals. Some of our notable achievements include IEM is a NAC A-grade institute. IEM consistently ranks within 200 among NIRF rankings. It is truly commendable that IEM has emerged as one of the best in the country. At IEM, we strive for excellence and maintain the highest standard of education and innovation.
Mining Prosperity. Coal India Limited.
बंदगी 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 स्याह हीरे की बंदगी जिंदगी 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 बदल रही जिंदगी रोशनी का राग चले सीने में आग जले रोशनी का राग चले सीने में आग जले सुनते हम सबकी फरियाद
Coal India Limited.
सर हमारे स्टार्टअप का आइडिया बहुत ही बढ़िया है, लेकिन आपके बिजनेस को आगे बढ़ाना वो हमारा काम है। थैंक यू सो मच सर।
कुछ रिश्तों में है ताकत जो हर पल को खास करे, खुशियों से भरे जीवन मन में विश्वास भरे, हर वक्त जो हो मौजूद, हर उलझन सुलझाए, इन रिश्तों की सच्चाई दिल में बस जाए। शब्दों के बिना भी समझे जो हर बातें, आगे बढ़ते रहो, हम साथ हैं, आगे बढ़ते रहो, हम साथ हैं, आगे बढ़ते रहो।
SBI, banker to every Indian.
Women head 23 million households in rural India. 79% of these live on $0.50 per day.
जब से मेरी शादी की परिवार वाला बहुत दुखी था, सही से खाना पीना नहीं मिलता।
हमारे घर में इतनी ज़्यादा आफत आने लग गई कि हम हमारे परिवार की जिम्मेदारी नहीं उठा पाते थे।
दिन भर घर में काम करो, खेती में काम करो, घूंघट निकाल के बैठी रहती। पहले ऐसा था कि हम आपके सामने खड़े नहीं रह पाते थे, क्योंकि हम घूंघट के बिना निकलते नहीं थे। आज तो ऐसा है कि हम घूंघट के बिना खड़े हैं।
मेरे तरफ से सब दीदी को नमस्कार।
By conducting village surveys, ITC identifies women with the greatest need and designs interventions specific to their situation.
बहुत मुश्किल से बाल बच्चा का जिंदगी पाल रही है, बेचारी बहुत गरीबी में चल रहा है उनका।
आप लोग बताए हैं ये सुलेखा देवी ये जरूरतमंद दीदी है, उनको सिलाई मशीन दिया जा रहा है।
मेरे को तो कोई कमाने वाला था ही।
Hello.
फिर सर लोगों ने बोला
Good afternoon, everybody. Now we will start our next session.
ITC acts as an enabler.
I am Shalini Mukherjee, the Acting Secretary and Treasurer of Public Relations Society of India, Kolkata chapter. And from here, I will take you forward to the rest of the part of the event. So our next panel, we will now embark on a profound exploration into the evolution of inclusive human resource practices as we convene for our panel discussion from bias to belonging, the evolution of inclusion HR practices. In a world that is increasingly diverse and interconnected, the role of human resources has evolved significantly. HR is no longer just about recruitment benefits, administration, and compliance. It has become a strategic driver of organizational success. This transformation is driven by the recognition that diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, are not just moral imperatives but also crucial for business competitiveness and innovation. The moderator of this panel is Sushmita Nair, Mission Director, India Diversity Forum. With over 25 years of experience in policy advocacy and partnerships within national industry associations, she is a driving force behind IDF's commitment to foster positive change. Sushma leads IDF's multifaceted initiatives, collaborating with members and partners to champion gender diversity, LGBTQIA+ support, disability inclusion, women's employment, pay equity, employee safety, sensitization programs, best practices sharing, and equal opportunity employment. We welcome Sushma on behalf of our organization to come and join us on the stage. The other esteemed panelists are Richa Singh, Richa Singh is the head of DEI and CSR, Diversity, Equity and Inclusion and Corporate Social Responsibility, that is, at Max Life Insurance. Richa has an experience of over 20 years in learning and development in the hospitality industry, along with extensive knowledge and expertise in the field of diversity, equity and inclusion. She is also an SDG ambassador by SDG Nagrit A. Chopal, an initiative of Niti Aayog, UN Habitat, WHO and more. Kindly join us on stage, and she is already on the stage. Welcome, Richa. Next in our panel is Nish Parekh. Nish Parekh is the dynamic CEO of Rangam, a prominent workforce solutions and employment company. Under his visionary leadership, Rangam has pioneered initiatives like the Webable program, dedicated to hiring individuals with impairments, and the Neurodiversity Hiring Initiative, aimed at integrating neurodiverse talent into the workforce. Parekh's innovative approach has garnered numerous accolades into recognition as one of the Women Presidents Organization's top 50 fastest growing women-led companies. Though Parekh will join us virtually in the panel, still it is our honor to have him amongst us.
Thank you.
Next we have Sushmita Jain, Global Disability Inclusion Lead, Inclusion and Diversity Team, Wipro, with us. Sushmita has 10 years of diverse experience across technology, inclusion and diversity and social development. She has experience in disability inclusion and livelihoods, inclusive organizational policies, mental health and wellness, and gender inclusion. From driving the Global Disability Inclusion Charter with stakeholders and engaging with various employees resource groups, to being a strategic advisor, Sushmita has volunteered across India, speaking in vitiligo and raising awareness at colleges and organizations. We welcome Sushmita on stage with us. Our next speaker is Linika Khattar. She is a professional in the field of diversity and inclusion. She works for NASSCOM, the National Association of Software and Service Companies, in India as the Director of Diversity, Inclusion and Belonging Charter. NASSCOM represents India's IT and business process management sectors. Linika's tasks mostly involve working with member companies to design and implement diversity and inclusion plans, pushing for diversity-related policies and promoting a climate in which all workers, regardless of background, may thrive and contribute to the industry's progress. Thank you, Linika, for joining us. Now, I will welcome Amit Saxena, Advisor, National Skill Development Corporation and Director, Ambi International Manpower Consultancy. Amit Saxena boasts over 2 decades of cross-industry experience with a 10-year tenure in the GCC focusing on staffing and IT. His professional journey is marked by collaborations with industry powerhouses like Sapient and Accenture, catering to renowned clients like Disney, Franklin Templeton, and Bank of America. Beyond his corporate achievements, Amit is an active angel investor and holds influential positions with several startups. His advisory role spans organizations like the Federation of Overseas Recruiters, India Migration, the Recruitment Advisory Council to the Skill Ministry, and the Blockchain Alliance of India. Thank you, Amit, for joining us today. Sushma, now the dais is all yours. Hope we will have an enriching session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that lovely introduction. It's a privilege to be here in this beautiful city of Kolkata for Eastern India's first conference on diversity, equity and inclusion. My congratulations and gratitude to PSRI, to Chairman Shomu and Sumita Agarwal for bringing this wonderful conference and all of us, 47 speakers, together to discuss diversity, equity and inclusion. We've been listening to the sessions since morning, and I would say that the topic for this post-lunch session, from bias to belonging, actually connects the dots. But since this is a post-lunch session, we might as well start with a simple comparison to what we all did at lunch, which is we looked at the spread, we looked at the food, and even before we put stuff on our plates, we had an anticipation of how it would taste, how it smells. This is how our brains are wired. We judge something from memory even before we've had an opportunity to taste it. Our brains also have a bias when we assess other human beings. This gets dangerous when that bias comes into our workspaces and it is used to discriminate against individuals, to exclude them and ostracize them from what is a rightful economic opportunity for skilled talent from the diversity category. That is bias. Bias could be conscious, it could be conscious stereotyping, it could also be unconscious or implicit bias, which is the worst because those are attitudes which HR leaders, organizations are not aware of, and that seeps into hiring decisions. Coming to belonging. Belonging is a very basic human need where every human being wants to be understood, wants to be included, wants to feel that there is a safe space for them in society and at the workplace. And belonging, the need for belonging and love is actually in Maslow's pyramid of human needs. It comes immediately after the basic needs are met, which means that at the workplace, for a person to perform well, to actualize themselves through their work, the sense of belonging is very, very important so that they get themselves to work and they don't have to hide their identities or who they are. We have a wonderful panel here today with us. We have two people with very solid corporate experience and they're at the forefront of charting DEI policies. We have someone from NASSCOM, a big industry, leading industry association and thought leader, who interacts with members, especially in the tech space, looks at their DEI policies, she leads the DEI charter, and we have two gentlemen with wide, varied experience of recruitment and they're passionate advocates for DEI. Could not have asked for a more powerful panel. It's a privilege to be moderating this discussion today. So we start with the questions. Linika, the first question comes to you. How do you think HR practices have evolved over the years to combat bias? And do you see a growing awareness about diversity, equity, and inclusion in recent times?
Thanks, Sushma. So I'm from an era of 1996. I started working in 1996 when there was so much of exclusion. As an individual, as an industry, what we are seeing, so the whole COVID environment, right, the whole hybrid environment that we've been able to live, which is work from home, work from office, is only because our HR is evolving with inclusive policies. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible to have a diverse workspaces where somebody is working from home and somebody is working from office. As an industry, we've been able to include different diverse perspectives, right? People with disability, people from the LGBTQIA community, gender, neurodiversity, and all of that is not possible if organizations do not have inclusive policies. To just give you a very small example, in our job descriptions when we write, the person should be social, right? A neurodiverse person will never apply for that particular job because the person feels that I am not a social person, so he will not apply. What he needs to see in the job description is you need to be collaborative. So he is happy to be collaborative, but he cannot be social. So that is how our HR is so very important to create job descriptions which are more inclusive. You know, once, like somebody said in the morning, right, that women apply for jobs, men apply for 60%, 70% for more job applications than women apply. So it's very important for us to have inclusive job applications. Our infrastructure, until and unless our buildings are accessible, we cannot have diverse candidates come in. So it's very important to have our softwares, our buildings, everything included, right? Until and unless that's accessible, it is impossible. So we're moving from a diversity to inclusion to an equity era, right? Inclusion largely in organizations. We have everybody who is managing the D&I charter today. Earlier, the D&I charter was managed by one person. Today, there are business sponsors who manage the D&I charter. There are CEOs who are held accountable to manage diversity. And that is only possible because we have everybody included, right? The mentorship programs, the sponsorship programs. I don't know how many of you know, but there are employee resource groups in organizations which are led by people from the diverse community. So I have seen people from the community leading the D&I charter, people from person with disability leading the employee resource group of PWD. So only the person who faces it can understand it and can implement in the organizations. So I think we've come a very long way on this.
Thank you. We've come a very long way, and at the same time, implicit bias is something that D&I leads and HR officers, they go through it, they battle it every single day. So let's ask a practitioner. Richa, you have been really working on organizational culture and not just HR policies, but creating the buy-in in an organization for diversity and inclusion. So how does unconscious bias impact employee morale? And how can organizations ensure that implicit bias does not come into hiring decisions and then decisions to promote diverse employees?
Thank you, Sushma. See, all humans are born with inherent bias. Okay, maybe that's an incorrect statement. We are not born with inherent bias, but we are raised and we gather biases. And it's a very natural thing. No human being can operate without biases because our brain is constantly receiving thousands of signals and it has to process it at a breakneck speed. How do we do that if we don't have biases? So when I say biases, it means that our brain has already decided the answer to a particular stimuli, all right? So when Sushma was quoting the example of the lunch buffet and how we already have an idea of what particular dish will smell like, taste like, before we even have tasted it, the same thing happens when we are interacting with people. An organization, when it's making a hiring decision, when it's making a promotion decision, when it's making a decision of putting a team together, a project team together, giving an assignment to a particular individual, we have already made up in our minds who the right person is going to be for the job. And mostly, the decision of who that right person is going to be is based on preconceived notions. And these preconceived notions stem from unconscious biases. Now, unconscious biases can be broken down into various things. It is a result of deep conditioning. It's a result of us having stereotypes. It's also a result of having blind spots, right? So all of these themes we can delve into, and it can be a very long conversation, Sushma, but I'll keep it brief. For an organization, I think the first step is to understand that we all have unconscious biases. And secondly, the second important step is to start a conversation. Any change, and we're talking about an organizational change, we're talking about a mindset change, we're talking about a change in thought that has been created over past several years, right? Any mindset change can only happen through conversations and repeated conversations. That's number one. Number two, have enough awareness and sensitization sessions, and create an environment which provides psychological safety to people to say that, you know, this is a subject that I'm not completely aware of. Can I know more? So this is an environment that you're building where it's okay to ask these questions, where it's okay to be vulnerable, where it's okay to make a mistake. Most of the times, Rishma, I have realized that organizations don't embark on the DEI journey because there is this great fear of the unknown. Yeah? And because we don't know, hence that's a place we don't want to go. So I think it's important to break it down, to dispel the myths, and start having a conversation. The other thing that organizations can do, and I think I'm a big advocate of that, is representation. I see a lot of diversity in the audience today, and I think a great educational experience can be just interacting with a person who's different from you. It can be a person of a different gender, a different sexual orientation, ability, disability, neurodiversity, ages, you know, veteran status, all kinds of things, even ethnicity, right? We have a lot of preconceived notions based on the state people come from, the language they speak. So all of these myths get broken when you interact with a person. Again, overcome the fear of the unknown, right? So I think it's the responsibility of each individual to first look within, all right? Be aware, look within, understand what are my own unconscious biases, and then be curious and take that step to go and interact with somebody who's different from you, all right? So I would say that it is not only the responsibility of the CEO and the person leading the DEI charter, it's everybody's responsibility. And I think organizations have a huge role to play, because when we sensitize our folks, our people, our employees, and you know, there is a light bulb moment that happens, that person is going to go back home and have that same conversation with their families, with their friends, with their neighbors. And that is what you call the circle of influence. And that is how a ripple effect happens in the society, right? So, so that's really about organizations. But I think how it affects employee morale is very, very evident. Employees nowadays, and we had, you know, Ashutosh from LinkedIn say that employees, when they're searching for a job, are going to read the values of the company, are going to follow you on social media, are going to see your advertising campaigns and see that are you projecting an image that is inclusive and progressive and diverse. Because if that's not your brand voice, then you're no longer an attractive employer. So employees will not, I mean, candidates will not even apply. You will not be an attractive employer. You will not attract that kind of talent. And the existing employees that you have will very soon find their way out of the organization.
Thank you, so beautifully explained. So it's belonging is collectively owned, and that leads to inclusion. And never be afraid to ask questions. It's easier than you think. Now I'll bring in Amit and Nish. So Nish, thanks for joining us. He's joined us from the East Coast. It's, I think, 3 a.m. there, or 4 a.m.?
Yes, it's now 5.
Yes. So Nish,
5 a.m.
5 a.m. So, yeah. So, and you also said that if you love your work, it doesn't matter what time you have to get up and do it, you will still love it.
Right.
So great. So the question to you, Nish, is how can a training and skills ecosystem be more inclusive for people across the diversity spectrum so that a wider talent pool is available?
Yeah, so skill especially when we talk about disability, the availability of the skill in that geolocation, and I think that's where the biggest challenge employers are facing, right? Setting up those expectations based on the skills available. And what we have seen consistently that even though the skill doesn't exist infrastructure, because of the education system, um, and because of some other areas, other reasons. When employers are looking at the talent, one of the most important criteria which we have seen consistently missing is whether it's possible to find the talent in that area. That's number one. Number two is there is no shortcut or attract neurodiverse or talent with disability. So are we willing to invest, right, and develop that skill? And number three is, do we have the right environment? Because skill is not just one, it's important factor for the success of any individual at the workplace, but it is very important how we create the environment and her thoughts and her observations. It's amazing. That's exactly what we really need. It's a responsibility of everyone. And same rule applies when we talk about the skills, right? If we have a program where in some cases when we implement and we build these programs, we build mentor mentee program and buddy systems. Like, how do we build that support system? So goals. One is help them achieve those skills at workplace, and then second is we help them with the advice so that they can go to the next level. It's not just a hiring. How are we planning? How are we helping them with their career path, right, and their career growth? And skill is an important factor. But it's all up to us how we create that right environment and give environment for these individuals to acquire those skills.
Thank you, Nish. Amit, could I bring you in on that? And considering the fact that you've recently done some wonderful work with NSDC, international placement, and the skills ecosystem for the diversity community, let's have your perspective on that.
Great, thank you for that, Sushma. So, my colleague Richa spoke very passionately about, the deep conditionings that govern us hiring people, right? I would add one more principle over there, which is economics. So I think Yashaswini this morning said that almost 2% of the GDP is now contributed by the non-profit sector. Well, that means that 98% of our GDP is the for-profit sector. And they're going to hire you and they're going to retain you. Well, maybe they'll hire people from the D&I spectrum because there's a mandate, because there's top leadership, because it's the right thing to do, it's a social cause. But they'll retain them based on productivity. They'll retain them because the company is able to extract some benefit from you, which allows them to turn a profit. I mean, that's what sustainable businesses are built around. Now, how do you prepare people from the D&I segment or the spectrum, which are already disadvantaged in several ways, to compete with the regular workforce, right? That's where skilling comes in, right? And that's exactly where, the skilling ecosystem, you talked about NSDC. I should talk about what already exists. It's actually come quite far away. The PMKVY scheme, the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. This is the flagship scheme of the government over the past 15 years. They've trained more than 1.2 crore people. 52% of them are women, right? So that's a fantastic achievement when you think of gender diversity in the skilling ecosystem. There are 18 dedicated training centers only for women, right? There's actually a sector skill council. I did not know this till I researched it, which is part of our ecosystem, which is only for persons with disabilities. I don't know how active they are, but that signals and showcases the intent of the ecosystem and the government. It does exist. What are the challenges and how do we bring it up to speed? I really believe in something that one of the previous panelists talked about. I think it was Kalraji and Pankajji. I think the root gap today is awareness. If programs exist, special education schools exist, funding exists, employers exist, then why is there a gap? I think it's because we're not able to reach the kids who are the most disadvantaged financially not only in terms of, physical disabilities or neuro disabilities, but really in terms of the economic strata, and how do we get the message across to them and include them in the skill ecosystem and what it has to offer today?
Thank you, Amit. Now we invite the last panelist here, Sushmita Jain. Sushmita, you bring unique experience to this panel because you are an advocate, and now with Wipro, you are also working on disability inclusion. So you bring your personal and your work energies to this panel. So my question to you is, how can belonging be fostered throughout the talent life cycle? Is it more challenging for the diversity categories?
So before I start, I had a question for all of us here. You know bias is a word, but we have all heard about these simple words like favoritism, partiality, unfair treatment, right? So how many of us have faced it in this room? I guess if I asked you to raise our hands, I guess all of us will end up raising it, right? So that is why bias has a role to play. That is what bias does, right? In simple words. And again, speaking from an organizational standpoint, right from, of course, our focus is both from a behavioral and structural inclusion aspect. So when we speak about awareness, like when we say unconscious bias, like something called as the unconscious bias module, like we have an E-module in place, which has been there for 5 years, but in recent times we have revisited it, and now everybody in the organization, right from the leader to any colleague, has to take it. So we also track it. Around more than 60% of our colleagues out of 2.37 lakhs of our colleagues have taken the E-module, and they have to go through an assessment to see that, they have understood. It's not just finishing an E-module, but to understand and apply it, right? So that, and when I speak about unconscious biases, it's across different diversity pillars. That's how we call, whether it's disability inclusion, gender, LGBTQ plus inclusion, and so on, right? So having these modules and systems in place have really helped us raise that awareness. And on the other hand, like having the structures in place, right? Of course, organizations have teams in place. We have a central inclusion and diversity team, which ensures, everything flows in across different focus areas. While on the other hand, there are different structures or, like aspects in place. Like there is a central I&D council, like the Inclusion and Diversity Council, which is sponsored by the CEO himself, driven by the Chief Culture Officer of the organization, includes all the senior members, and again, every unit in the organization has its own I&D council as well. So this way, everything is ensured, any initiative, like whether it's unconscious bias or any such modules are taken across, are actually considered by people. And then there are other aspects, especially community engagement, right? When we speak about, overcoming or tackling bias, ensuring accessibility, community engagement goes hand in hand, because it's often said that nothing about us without us, right? So taking every stakeholder along with us, so we have ERGs across our diversity pillars, whether it's for diversity, gender, LGBTQ plus inclusion, and so on. And this is driven globally, like not just one geo, because we are spread across 60 plus countries. It's driven globally, and we have systems in place. Whether it's self-declaration, for self-declaration of disability, gender identity, sexual orientation, and also systems where people can also raise any requests for reasonable accommodation or enablement at the workplace. So one is tackling the bias and also building the ecosystem, where all these processes and policies and systems have a huge role to play.
So, thank you. Linika, so Sushmita mentioned the Community Connect. So bring in, what is your perception from your work at NASSCOM? One is the Community Connect. How does that get built? And at the other end of the spectrum is the buy-in from the leadership, because it's really sometimes when we say that it has to be a top-down strategy as well. So how do you integrate both, and do you see an active engagement from companies to work on both of these, the CEO Connect and the Community Connect?
So I was really dying to answer this question, and thank you, Sushma, for bringing me to that question. So as NASSCOM, we've recently done a report with Aon. This is around different aspects of diversity. And we've also measured what is the status of organizations where the diversity agenda is run by the CEOs. And the findings are, in organizations where the CEO runs the agenda, the diversity representation is higher. It's 40% higher. amongst the others. So that's a very, very clear, tangible. And today in the sector, in the IT industry, not only CEOs, there are business sponsors. So I'll give you a small example, and I was hearing one of the organization business sponsors saying this, and the person said, I have done a buy-in with my stakeholders, which is the customers, that this particular project of mine will have X percentage of diversity. And it could be any aspect of diversity, right? So that is what business sponsorship brings on the table. You know, we could run the agenda by putting policies, by putting infrastructure, by putting measurement metrics. But if we have business sponsorships, then this is how we could improve diversity. As NASSCOM, we very strongly feel that this is not an agenda that anybody can do alone. We all have to be in together, and that is why we have this concept of ecosystem partnerships. So what we are basically saying is that there are a lot of organizations who work with D&I intentions, and we are happy to onboard them as ecosystem partners. And in reciprocity, there is content, there's diverse hiring, and there is so much that everybody could support us with. The only message that I would want to leave with the audience is that the industry is really keen to improve diversity. You know, are we there? The answer is no. Our recent study said that the industry has less than 2% of persons with disability. It has less, I mean, obviously LGBTQIA plus is not measured, but 56% of the organizations still have to do sensitization around this aspect of diversity. So there is a huge work that needs to be done, and we are all in this together and looking forward to this journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Lenika. Now we come to a very, very important part of the work, which is what everybody has been talking about, that DEIB is owned by the organization, it's owned by all of us. So my question to you, Richa, and then Sushmita, how do we create champions and allies in an organization? And do tell us about your personal journey as well, because you've transitioned as well from different roles to D&I. So go first, Richa.
Thank you, Sushma. Well, I'll start with my personal journey first. I've been, and I was speaking to Sushmita earlier, and I said that I've always been lucky to have opportunities in my career that made me follow my heart. So, you know, I come from the hotel industry. We are sitting in this hotel, ITC Shanar Bangla was part of the pre-opening team of this hotel. So I've been in hotels, I was in hotels for 20 years, and then I transitioned into the corporate side. I was in HR, and then, leading L&D, and when I was part of the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group, the executive director was very keen for his organization to understand what is LGBTQ all about and make the people aware of what does this stand for. The gentleman in question was Mr. Keshav Suri. He launched his own foundation, the Keshav Suri Foundation. And that led me to interact a lot with the LGBTQ community. It led me to interact with people from the disability community, acid attack survivors, and all kinds of diversity strands. It was a hugely humbling experience, Sushma, because I used to think I'm a very inclusive person. I used to think that there's not much to it, and we are inclusive, and, because we've grown up in cities and studied in good schools, we all understand what sensitivity is all about, until you actually interact with a person who can narrate to you their lived experience. And you understand from them what are the challenges they face on a daily basis, and how is it that they overcome them, and what is there that organizations need to do in order to support their journey, in order to support inclusion. So when diversity and inclusion then came into my portfolio, and I was grateful, and I was extremely lucky to have that as part of my career. And then finally, I went to the corporate side to lead that whole and soul. I often get asked, by people who are aspiring to be in this sector, in this stream particularly. How do you apply for a job like this? And my advice always is to work with grassroots level organizations, is to work with the community, is to understand what are their needs and challenges, because that kind of education no course can give you, right? So that's been my journey. I think your other part of the question was, how do you make allies? I think organizations are competitive in nature, right? And there are different things that work in an organization. I think I can tell you from experience, something that works really well is reward and recognition, okay? So it's important to highlight and, create and highlight diversity champions in several different pockets. And you will find these diversity champions. It's only about actually going out and looking out for them, right? And they will be working in their own small area and doing some phenomenal work. And then all you have to do as an evangelist is to go there, shine the light, and make it a lighthouse for everybody else to follow. Yeah, so I think that's worked really, really well in my experience. The other thing, of course, like I told you, we are competitive in nature, so it's something that we do very regularly is publish dashboards and, have an internal sort of a competition as to which channel, which function is doing well. And again, recognizing the leaders over there, publishing a leaderboard and all of that. So sort of trying to gamify this game that, diversity is. So yeah, that's Abaza.
Yeah, so the most impactful way of building allies is actually through building communities and where stories are shared. Because when stories are shared, people resonate, relate to each other. They feel that they are not the only one maybe, and it helps to form a sense of belonging and connection. And just to share my story quickly, so I'm a person with a skin condition called vitiligo, which is white patches on the skin. Just for a visual description, like we all have a regular skin color, but in vitiligo, we start losing skin color and the skin turns white. So I almost had 80% of my body covered with white patches, which later it healed, and now partially on my hands and legs I have it. So for me, exclusion and biases, of course, as an individual, as a young child, I've faced it. And as I grew up, I started speaking about it, sharing my stories. I also released one of my awareness videos, which reached across 2 million views on the internet. So that's how people started reaching out to me. It's created a sense of belonging among the people with vitiligo in India. It's like now we have a community also. It's on a personal front, which I do, but that's something which has really made a difference in terms of building that sense of belonging and bringing that awareness. And now, like on a professional front, I was an engineer. I worked for the software industry. Then, because I was a vitiligo advocate, I really wanted to do something towards social impact. I was a corporate volunteer also for CSR activities. So I changed my career line. I started working in the NGO space for one of the well-known NGOs in the country. And then I moved on to work for diversity, equity, inclusion in the corporate. So that's how now my personal journey and professional journey helped me work towards inclusion. And when people see these stories, they also feel that this is how an ally and advocate can shape a workplace and contribute effectively through their own journeys. Because everybody, I'm sure, even in this room, has their own journey. Right? And that's how sharing of stories builds stronger communities and brings in belonging and inclusion.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Now we move to the last question. Bringing in Nish here. Nish, you heard earlier Richa talking about a hesitation amongst companies to start the D&I journey. What would be your advice to organizations that are invested emotionally, but they really don't know where to start, and connected to that is the future of work? Is D&I or diversity and inclusion, is it an option, or is it something that should be an organic part going ahead?
Yeah, so DE&I and belonging is a journey. The way we have seen progress in recent years is when the company start taking small steps, baby steps, with bigger picture in mind, right? What we have seen in some of the cases where companies they set up higher goals, I want to hire 300 people with disability or 50 neurodiverse candidates. That doesn't work that well. So Risha mentioned that it's a change, right? It's a change in management, it's a changing the mindset. So it is a process, there is no shortcut to it. So number one, we start with small, with bigger picture in mind, because what we have seen that as every one of us is connected to someone with disability or diverse background, right? As Linka mentioned, not sorry, Shushmita mentioned. The only based on your own experience, share your story. That's how we can start that movement. And once we start that, our experience has been people will start raising hands, people will start joining this movement because everyone has that good intention to promote diversity and inclusion at workplace. It's just our those biases as we all discussed earlier, and once that starts shaping up, it's just a process. In the future, the way we see when we build the programs, disability inclusion programs for global employer partners, we go in and we establish those processes which becomes part of their system, part of their day-to-day operation activities, right? It's not a change, it's we call that's enhancement to consider inclusion as part of their processes. So ultimate goal is, in future we will have those systems built in where we will not have to start those initiatives. We will not have to have this kind of a conversation. Of course, it will be ongoing conversation, but not very intense because we have already passed that phase, and it becomes just part of our hiring process, part of our strategy. That's how the future looks like. And another thing which we are passionate about is how do we leverage technology? Because as we all know, we all use technology to manage processes, to manage programs, manage strategy. Now, how do we tap into that technology component so that it becomes technology infrastructure which is driving all our processes? So that's kind of the ultimate goal.
Thank you, Nish. Amit, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I see the clock. It's 40 seconds. So, so I'm a strong believer that we all did 4-year degrees, 3-year diplomas, 2-year certificates. Yeah, it's the time that's decaying, right? The world of that once in a lifetime static degree is on the wane. The new world, the new generation is about continuous learning. It's about upskilling. It's about reskilling. And I think for children who are disadvantaged, who are specially abled, I think this is even more important. Because with the kind of disruption, jobs cannot be guaranteed for the general population and for the D&I kids for sure. So I think that the organizations that we work for would have to invest in that as well. And that's the hoot that we have. Thanks.
So we've completed the discussion just on the dot. Chairman sir, do I have permission to take a few audience questions? There's one, yeah. So could we have a mic there, please? Permission to take audience questions. I think 2 of our panelists are also on a similar. Yeah. Mike.
ये माइक भी डर जाती है हम लोगों से। तो मुझे ये सवाल है कि आप लोगों ने बड़ी ही अच्छी बात कर रहे हो और नो डाउट ये इंक्लूजन हो रहा है एंड थैंक्स टू ऑर्गेनाइजर्स। बस ये कोई बता दे कि आज तक अपने जैसे NSDC से बात हो रही थी कि कितने ट्रांस पर्सन को, मैं पूरी LGBT की बात नहीं करूँगी, कितने ट्रांस पर्सन को सर्विसेज मिले हैं, क्योंकि मुझे जहाँ तक पता है कि आज तक कोई स्पेसिफिक कोई भी ऐसा कोई कार्यक्रम नहीं है जहाँ पे ट्रांस पर्सन के लिए स्पेशल या अलग से कुछ हुए। तो यदि आपके पास है तो प्लीज़ बताएं। और सबके लिए है कि यदि आप लोगों की लाइफ में कोई ट्रांस पर्सन मिले होंगे तो क्या क्या किया आपने उनके साथ?
Any other questions? Yeah, there's one more. Maybe we'll take both the questions and.
Hello, myself Ranjita Sinha and I am the transgender community persons. मेरा भी संतोषी के साथ एक ही प्रश्न है। यदि LGBT में भी आप लोग देखो तो उसमें भी ट्रांसजेंडर बहुत से दिक्कतें के साथ गुजरती है। और इंक्लूसिव का आप बात करोगे, LGBT के अंदर बिहेवियर है कम्युनिटी बेस्ड है एंड वी आर अ कम्युनिटी बेस्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस। तो हमें बहुत सारे जगह में दिक्कत होते हैं जहाँ पे काम करने का जगह CSR फंडिंग्स को लेकर जिसका बातचीत चल रहा है। और ये प्लेटफॉर्म हमारे लिए बहुत माने हिस्टोरिकल रहेगा यदि यहाँ से कुछ भी सपोर्ट या कुछ भी जगह हमें मिल जाए आगे चलने के लिए, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट के साथ हम लोग जुड़े हुए हैं। आई एम ऑल्सो द पार्ट ऑफ अ नेशनल नेटवर्क ऑफ अ ट्रांसजेंडर पीपल, और हम लोग काम करने की एहसास देते हैं पर आप हमें काम का जगह नहीं मिलता। तो ये प्लेटफॉर्म पे हम लोग बैठकर ये बात या चर्चा आप लोगों से साथ जारी रखेंगे। कुछ कुछ स्पेस पे इन आवर स्टेट हम लोग थोड़ा सा काम मिल रहा है, कुछ कुछ कंपनीज कुछ होटल इंडस्ट्रीज हमारे साथ काम कर रहे हैं, पर अभी भी बहुत सारा सेंसिटाइजेशन होना ज़रूरी है, खासकर ट्रांसजेंडर कम्युनिटी के साथ। तो ये डायलॉग का प्लेटफॉर्म है और हमें और भी इंक्लूसिव करने के लिए आप सबसे अनुरोध है, और आगे भी ये एक कोऑर्डिनेशन एंड नेटवर्किंग हम लोग आगे लेकर चलेंगे। इसका ही मैं बोलने के लिए बात कर रही थी। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much for those questions, and this is obviously a dialogue that has to continue and the voices have to be stronger. जो भी थोड़ा बहुत progress हुआ है, we cannot rest on that, and I have two panel members here who are from corporates, so it is a direct request to them, and I think each one of us can definitely make a difference, each one of us in the room. Nish, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I would absolutely. And when we talk about diversity, we always talk about all kinds of diversity, right? But we start with one, and our goal, and that's here we start with one or two or three, and based on the interest from the employers, it is our job to educate them and then expand the horizon of diversity. That's what has been our strategy when we work with global employers. That's how we start the process, and then based on their interest, we just expand that horizon of all kinds of diversity, because ultimately when the programs and the process enhancements, it can be applied to anyone, even person without disability or neurotypical. The same changes will help everyone.
Yes, and at India Diversity Forum, हमारे 800 से ज़्यादा मेंबर्स हैं, मेंबर कंपनीज़ हैं, और इसमें कई सारे ऐसी कंपनीज़ हैं जिन्होंने स्पेशली स्किलिंग प्रोग्राम्स और रिक्रूटमेंट प्रोग्राम्स बनाया है स्पेशली फॉर द ट्रांस कम्युनिटी. I'll be happy to share the details of some of these with you offline, but I think in the interest of time, unless of course the panel has any last closing comments, but I think we can just put our hands together for a wonderful panel. Thank you very much.
As an industry, there is no differentiation. जैसे बाकी लोगों ने भी कहा कि आप किस डाइवर्सिटी से आते हैं उसका कोई भी डिफ्रेंशिएशन इंडस्ट्री के माइंड्स में नहीं है. सिर्फ जो इम्पोर्टेंट है वो है स्किलिंग और जॉब रोल्स मैचिंग. आई डोंट थिंक वो LGBTQIA+ कम्युनिटी के स्पेलिंग्स में कोई जाता है कि बोलता है कि हम इससे ही हायर करेंगे, ऐसा करके कुछ भी नहीं है. इस बात की तो मैं भी आपको वो दूंगी, और इंडस्ट्री में बहुत इंटेंट है टू हायर. सो आई थिंक कहीं ना कहीं वो गैप रह जाता है ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन में भी, बट देर इज अ ह्यूज इंटेंट इन द इंडस्ट्री टू हैव पीपल फ्रॉम द diverse workforce, and nobody is getting into definitions honestly. It is just the matching of the job roles, etc., that maybe sometimes, or the connects. See, I would suggest there are a lot of organizations अगर आप देखेंगे जो कि डाइवर्स हायरिंग सपोर्ट करती हैं, जैसे प्राइड सर्कल है, पेरीफेरी है, ऐसे करके बहुत सारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं. मेरा सिर्फ एक ही वो रहेगा, आप लोग उनके साथ थोड़ा कनेक्ट करिए. मतलब then maybe the connect with the corporates could get easier. That's the only message. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for the lovely panel discussion. It was quite intense and knowledge-fed. Thank you so much, panel. And we will invite on stage our executive committee member, Yasmin Khatun, to felicitate our speakers. Yasmin, can we please have you on stage? To start with, I'll ask Yasmin to kindly felicitate our moderator, Sushma Nair. Yes, ma'am, if you could please come on the front. Now, we'll present a token of appreciation to Richa Singh. Sushmita Jain. Linika Khattar, ma'am, could you please step? Linika Khattar, ma'am. Yes. And Amit Saxena. Thank you so much, Yasmin, and all the beautiful speakers. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to cozy up for a fireside chat with our favorite influencer, where the warmth of knowledge and insights will illuminate our event. Just after this brief photo session, we'll move on to our next panel. So the most awaited moment has arrived, and with a big round of applause, let us welcome Prajakta Kohli. Prajakta Kohli is a content creator, actor, and UNDP Youth Climate Change Champion. Her engaging content has amassed a massive online following. She uses her platforms to entertain, educate, and inspire her audience. As an actor, she has transitioned from the online realm to traditional media, showcasing her versatility in various projects. Prajakta's commitment to address critical global issues is exemplified by her role as a UNDP Youth Climate Change Champion. Her multifaceted career demonstrates her ability to connect with people, entertain them, and make a positive impact on critical issues solidifying her status as a role model and of course as an influencer. We welcome Prajakta on stage. Let us welcome the moderator for this session, Sudeep Lahiri, VP Content and Strategy, One Digital Entertainment. Sudeep Lahiri is a prominent figure in the digital entertainment industry, holding the position of Vice President of Content and Strategy at One Digital Entertainment. With a wealth of experience and strategic insight, he plays a pivotal role in shaping the company's content direction and overall business strategy. In his capacity as VP of Content and Strategy, Sudeep Lahiri is responsible for identifying trends and opportunities in the ever-evolving digital entertainment landscape. Sudeep Lahiri's leadership and strategic vision make him a driving force behind One Digital Entertainment's continuous growth and its ability to navigate the dynamic world of digital content with innovation and success. Thank you, Sudeep, for joining us today.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you for the longest introduction that anyone has ever given for me. If I wasn't married, I would put this up on shadi.com. And also, this is the most awkward picture of me that I've ever seen. I don't know how this got here. Next to a picture where you're looking dazzling, which is very annoying. How's everyone? Everyone had lunch? How was the food? Good food? Great. ITC always has good food.
Hello everybody, thank you so much for being here. I'm very excited. I apologize for the delay, a little bit that has happened, but we're here now.
It is extremely fun to talk to Prajakta because we rarely meet, we don't really talk.
Nobody's getting that.
No, we actually meet every day and we talk every day.
Sudeep and I work together, so this is just very awkward for us because we're sitting down and talking so seriously, like we didn't just spend the whole day discussing other things.
Yes. Anyway, okay, so let's start. What we're here to discuss is something very interesting, very close to our hearts. And before we get into that, Prajakta, you started your content journey in 2015. Tell us something about how that happened and what actually motivated you or gave you the courage to go and put yourself out there.
I was a radio jockey in 2015 and Sudeep Lahiri here met me in the radio station and said, hey, you have great energy, you should start making YouTube content, and that is how I transitioned. I don't know if you asked me this question just so I could give you credit for it. But that's how it started, and it's been the best decision I've made ever.
And so, you've obviously been one of the OG creators, and I think this is the term that is coming very often now. Like you're one of the first movers in this space. You started creating content when there weren't many content creators around. This is back in 2015. How has the landscape changed, according to you, from then till now, especially keeping the relevance of this conference in mind?
I think the fact that, and please correct me if you think I'm wrong there, but like I think it's just become so much more aware of more than what we were used to when we started off. I mean, I, for one, as a creator, have grown so much, learned so much, met so many different people. In general, life has changed so much in understanding different communities, different backgrounds, different sexualities even. So I feel like just the awareness of everything has been so massive, and that has been the biggest change, because now people are not shying away from having these conversations online or even in real life. So that has been huge.
And do you think this entire universe of content and content creation has become more inclusive, or has it sparked to more inclusivity?
It has definitely sparked to more inclusivity, and I think for our country, with as massive and widespread and diverse as it is, obviously we know that it was a slightly steeper uphill climb when it came to inclusivity. We are also just still learning things, right? Like there are so many things that you learn every day. There are so many conversations that lead to you finding out about things that you didn't know. Like for example, this morning I was flying with Sushant, who's going to be speaking here later. You have to listen to Sushant speak. He's one of my favorite persons to listen to. So he was talking to me about something about the queer community, and I didn't know that about it. And I've been working with so many people, I've had so many discussions in a similar zone for so long now, but if that was still new for me, I know that there's so much that we don't know. So I feel like definitely the spark of it has begun, and I'm positive about it.
Well, over the years now, you host a show called Real Talk Tuesday. Um, why did it start? Like, why did you start with something like that?
There was actually no thought to it. I really wish that it was very thought out and it was planned for the future for it to become what it did become today. But it really wasn't that. I started it because I wanted to talk about, I remember the first one was just reacting to mean comments because it was so new for me and I didn't know what to do with this. And my outlet was the internet. My outlet was my YouTube channel. So for me, it was just a way of sitting down and talking about things that affect me. And then finding my community, finding out if there are people like me who get affected by this. So that's how it started, but I'm very happy with how it kind of snowballed into this whole thing that I'm very proud of right now.
And in the course of Real Talk Tuesdays, you've spoken to some really inspirational people from India and some amazing global figures. And you've touched upon various subjects. Of these things that you've spoken about, what are a few of your closest to heart subjects that you've touched upon?
It has to be body positivity. That one was the first one. It's still very close to my heart. Gender equality is very, very close to my heart. Girls' education is something that I feel very dearly for. Online hate was something else that we spoke about, but I wish to do more work around it. I don't think I've done enough. Climate change has been a slightly newer conversation for me, but I'm very happy with the kind of, I'm sorry, with the kind of exposure that I'm getting with conversations around climate change. So I'm very grateful to that. So these are a few of the things that matter a lot to me, and I'm very happy to find my community online that also agrees and has decided to come with me on this journey.
Sure, but when you talk about having conversations, when you talk about like having conversations with an audience, right? How difficult is it to get through to them, and what are the things that you should keep in mind when you are actually talking to an audience in a manner which is not scripted and true to heart?
I think to begin with, as long as you speak to them and not at them, makes a huge difference. Understanding that you are as much in trouble or as clueless as your audience is and giving into that fact. I for one, when I started making these conversations, I knew that I never wanted to be in a place where I go and tell someone how to live their life, or I tell, this is what you should do, and that is what you should do, and this is what you're doing wrong, or that is how life is supposed to be. Because I was 21 when I started Real Talk Tuesdays also, so it's not like I knew so much about life to share. So as long as you make it a conversation and not a speech, as long as it's you sitting in a position of, again, like I said, speaking to them, and not at them, I think that just simplifies a lot. Language matters. I think the terminology that you use matters. We have a lot of very important official people here, and I will always take this opportunity to speak every time I go, that every time you're speaking about anything that you need to get through to a younger audience, to the audience of the internet, please make the communication simple. You know what I mean? Like, I know that numbers have a huge impact, and pie charts and statistics and, maps do tell a lot, but nothing will get communicated faster than a story. So kind of leaning on to these tools of storytelling, leaning on to tools of art and music and literature, kind of make these messages easier to get through. So as long as your communication is easier, it's broken down, I feel like you can get it through to your audience.
Give me an example of a successful communication that you've done with your audience, which was simplified and yet impactful? And can you give me, okay.
Can I give you two examples? One of me and one which is very inspiring and something that I look up to all the time, and I come back to that story every now and then. For me, honestly, when the first time I spoke about anything socially relevant was body positivity. When I put that out, I had not expected to get a reaction, but in the following week, we ended up getting about 8,000 emails from girls, boys, other genders of all ages, telling us how they relate to what I was saying or how they kind of feel the same. And I had not expected that. I thought I'd get a few comments and then I would move on to a next video. I had not expected this kind of reaction. So that was eye-opening for me. And I also happened to meet someone when I was... So YouTube has given me a great platform. And not just online, but also YouTube has been giving me platforms globally to go and speak at, meet people, have conversations, learn more, and then implement that in the content that I create to be more inclusive, to be more informative about everything that I speak about. And I happened to meet this one wonderful lady, and her job was to go to active war zones and sit down with leaders of both opposite parties and force them into a conversation. And I remember listening to her talk about the number of potential conflicts and wars that were actually solved because of that conversation. And that restored my peace in conversation. So for me, that is inspiring. That's the goal.
So the reason why I ask her this is because today we are here talking about inclusion, we're talking about having no biases, we are talking about being working or being present in a friend environment or a work environment which is a lot more inclusive than it actually is currently, right? And to get there, a simple messaging is very important, right? Like people need to understand firstly what we're trying to say. And for that, like Prajakta said, I think communication then becomes the key ingredient in how to take this forward.
Yeah.
So when you speak about communication, Prajakta, you can actually because this is a very serious topic, and you've spoken about serious topics like body shaming, you've spoken about xenophobia, you've spoken about homophobia, you've spoken about a bunch of these things, right? What do you think is the easiest way to communicate a serious message?
The easiest way to communicate a serious message, I think, is by saying it as is, by not sensationalizing terminology. If you want to speak about, say, body positivity, then speak about different body types. Speak it without making that sound like it's derogatory. Speak it normally. If you want to speak about climate change, I think the easiest would be to say it as is. Talk about what's good, talk about what's bad, talk about what we can do, as long as it's actionable. You know, because you have all this communication that gets to you about things, right? And then you always end up wondering, okay, that's great information, but what can I do to help? And if there are people who are sitting in power who would tell me that, you know, if you just start with not using single-use plastics, you can help. I feel like, again, I'll come back to that, just breaking down communication and saying it as is, because the people online, yes, right now, especially the younger people, are very smart. They have an opinion, they have a mind of their own, they're making very conscious choices about the life that they want to live, whether it's sustainable or not. But it's a choice that they make. They choose to watch the content that they watch, they choose to spend money on the clothes that they wear. So if you talk to them and take them a little more seriously by knowing that they will understand what you're trying to tell them, I think is how you can get it communicated effectively.
And what if, what if I'm a content creator, what if I'm a content creator who does not subscribe, or who does not create content in the real talk format like you do? What if I am a comedy content creator? What if I am only a comedy content creator? What if I am a beauty creator? What if I'm a travel creator? How how does a strong how does the strong messaging of inclusivity come out in content like that?
Exactly like that. I remember when we did Shameless or when we did No Offense, I've always thought that comedy is a great vehicle to get sour messaging. Sour as in slightly duller or slightly, I wouldn't say dull, like just sad things. You know, there's satire. There's a reason why there's satire, right? Comedy is a great vehicle, and we have people doing that. We have creators from the queer community who are actually talking about their life very simply while they show makeup tutorials, while they have a travel vlog happening. They will talk about their struggles, they'll talk about their life as is. We actually have people who are creating music, which is so impactful. So I feel like as long as you have, and which is why I'll always believe in the power of storytelling and the power of conversations, because these are easier ways to get communication to get through. So as long as you know your niche, as long as you know what content works for your audience, I feel like communication is not a barrier.
But do you also think that there is, like you said, it has to be normalized, right? The communication has to be normalized, like it's happened in the West. It's not, I mean, as per our earlier discussions before, we were discussing how it's not normalized in India yet. Why do you think so?
It's beginning because I feel like we're all still learning about it. I'll tell you a personal story. My parents are huge fans of Sushant. And when Sushant speaks about his pronouns, I remember my father came up to me and he said, he's like, can you explain to me why he's saying this? And that was a huge one for me because I wouldn't have been surprised if my parents or my parents' friends would have come and said, I don't understand this. This doesn't make any sense. We didn't grow up like this, you know. So the fact that it went from dismissal to curiosity, I think is a huge step. And we are taking that step now. Maybe in the West, that step came up a decade before or much before, like when Pride started or like when conversations around this started much before than it came to India. So we're joining it now, but at least we're there.
Sure, and normalization of this and obviously not making it a taboo discussion is what we should all endeavor to do.
Definitely, and I feel like I will always say this, I think, and not just online, you know, you don't always have to have like a presence online to make a difference. It could be conversations you're having with your family, it could be conversations you're having with your siblings, with your cousins, in your peer group, at work. As long as you normalize this and speak about it as is, that's when I feel like equality will actually come through.
Right. So I have had the privilege of working and talking to Prajakta for the past a really long time.
8 years.
8 years. And you know, it's always this one question which gets asked in various panels and various discussions. And I think what she says about this topic is fantastic. So I'm just going to repeat that because I want you guys to hear what she says. How is it to be a female creator, Praj?
I wouldn't know, I'm just a creator. I don't think I have ever gotten an answer for this because I've never done anything because I'm a girl. I have never made a decision or I've never changed course of action because of my gender. I've never let my gender kind of dictate any decision that I've ever made. And that kind of simplifies it a lot. And that comes from, and I understand how privileged I am when I say this, but that comes from a family that never treated me any differently or never, these weren't conversations that I had growing up. That comes from a team where these aren't conversations that we have ever when we talk about collabs or we talk about brands or we talk about characters, roles, stories. It's never a discussion that comes up. So I will never really know what it is to be a female content creator because I don't think I've looked at myself like that.
Sure. I get it. Do you guys get it? Cool. Yeah, I hope you guys got it because please don't treat yourself differently just because you are a certain person.
Any gender.
Any gender, any state of mind. Don't treat yourself differently. Don't put yourself in a room. Don't block yourself. Don't cube yourself out because you can do whatever you want, irrespective of who you are.
That's the beauty of the internet. It's given a voice to everybody, and which is why I'm very, very proud to call it my mothership.
Before we open I want to understand, do you guys have any questions for Prajakta? Anyone? Anything? Okay, awesome. So before that, I'm going to ask one last question, and then we can open it to the audience. My question is, now with internet penetrating even the smallest parts of the country, there are girls, there are boys, there are various kind of people, like various people are now getting exposed to communication that was actually happening only behind closed doors then. And you have such a big fan following. If you had to give one message where you had to normalize conversations about inclusivity and biases, having no gender biases, what is that one advice you would give to all the people who would consume your content?
Ask as many questions as you need. If you don't understand anything, ask questions. As a community, I think it is our responsibility to be aware, to want to know, to be curious, to make sure that we educate ourselves about people who are not like us. You know, if I am someone who likes a certain kind of food, doesn't mean I only hang out with people who eat that food. I want to know about different, kinds of foods around the world, and I want to know how they make it, and I want to know how I could make it, and I want to try. So I feel like as long as you want to keep that curiosity alive and you want to ask these questions, you'll be fine.
Because back in the day, we didn't have the internet. When I say back in the day, there are very few people in the room who can say that. But back in the day, we didn't really have internet to ask our questions, and there were so many times we hesitated to ask our parents a certain thing. So what you're saying is that ask whoever you can, and if you don't get answers, ask the internet.
Ask the internet, ask people around you, ask your peers. For all you know, these are questions that they've also had. You never know. Just because it's been stigmatized for so long doesn't mean it has to stay stigmatized. I mean, if there's always this question that comes to Prajakta, how can we change the world? Or like, Prajakta, how do you think you're changing the world? And you can change it one question at a time. Just ask one question. What does this mean? What do your pronouns mean? What does having this job mean? Or how is life where you come from? And what was your upbringing? Or I don't understand this part of your job. It's okay to not know. And I feel like it's even better to ask these questions. It's great small talk also. Like you start conversation and then you end up becoming friends. It's a win-win.
Yay, awesome. I'm going to open it for the audience. There's one question that I see happening there. Can we get a mic there, please? I don't know why Sumit is raising his hand, because we can just...
Sumit is raising his hand?
We can actually just talk to him backstage.
Great. Is it on? Yes. Yeah. Hi, Prajakta. My name is Asif. Sorry, it might be a relevant question, but I'll still ask. Prajakta, now the youngsters, especially I'm a proud father of a 12-year-old, and she wants to be YouTuber, and her idea of being YouTubers is no studies.
Studies?
No studies. She says YouTubers doesn't go to school or get a graduate degree or something like that, or get a basic education. And how do I convince these kids कि भैया तुम्हें पढ़ना पड़ेगा तभी आगे बढ़ पाओगे?
I mean, I studied, and yeah, sure.
I take that question because it's my job to make sure that people create content and get somewhere. Education is very important, yes, but it's not the only thing. I mean, we have creators like Carrie Manati, who's the biggest creator in Asia today, and he's not completed his education. Doesn't mean that he becomes a role model for not completing his education, but his content. So I think you should tell your daughter to do the both parallelly and see which route takes her where. Because it's also difficult to create content. It's not really that simple. So maybe she will continue, maybe she won't, but don't stop her from doing what she likes doing.
Also, I've always believed that college and school is so much more than just the degree, right? It's a rite of passage, it's the experiences, it's the friends you make. I mean, when I started creating content, it was based only on this. It was only on the experiences that I've had. So it was important for me to have those experiences to actually have something to talk about and make it relatable. So yeah.
Awesome. Next question. We have one in the front row again.
Hi, Prajakta ma'am. This is Aima from iLead.
Aima?
Aima, yes.
Hi.
And I will try not to fangirl and squeal as I ask my question, but excuse me if I do.
Thank you.
So, you're a climate change champion. So, my question has something to do with that. How do you think has social media helped with activism? Do you think it has made it more performative, or do you think it has just made it more widespread because it has equalized it in a way?
I would like to look at it as it being more widespread. Whether it is a brand that I subscribe to or not, there's different kinds of activism that we see online. Whether it's something that I believe in or not, it's still getting the point through. It's still getting people to notice. It's still getting people to understand that, oh, there is a problem that people are talking about. And then people can choose how to be their own kind of activist. So for me, I think it's a huge win that social media has given activism, that it's much more widespread. It's easier to connect also with people. It's easier to connect with people that are from the same kind of school of thinking as you when it comes to issues that matter to you. So I think it's widespread. Thank you, Aima.
Awesome. Can we have the mic there in the center behind? I see two girls raising their hands. Yes. Your mic is not on.
Yeah, I think it's on now. No. We can just send one from here. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mics here.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah. Hi. First of all, big fan.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I have been watching your videos since I was a kid, so it's a great moment for me.
That one always
Your YouTube vibes
pierces
and
a
all.
little bit. I don't know your name, I'm sorry.
Myself, Pratyaksha.
Pratyaksha?
Yeah.
Hi.
So my question will be that your content always includes humor and relatable stories. So like how do you keep the balance between entertaining and educating and giving a powerful messages? How do you keep that balance?
It's a tough one. How do I do it? Honestly, nahi. I think because now I've also done this for so long now.
Right, yeah.
I've been doing this for almost more than 8 years now. That sense of scripting when I'm speaking about something that I know is socially relevant more than the other things that are in the script, kind of that awareness is always there. And like I said, I always think that comedy, music, storytelling is a great way to get messaging through. It's also my favorite way of getting messaging through. As much as I like sitting down in front of my camera and talking into my camera about life experiences and general things that I want to normalize, but I like doing that too. So I think it just comes from a place of practice and also awareness about taking responsibility about every word that goes out.
Right, and just so if you don't know, like since growing up we had a group of girls, we used to watch your videos and we all had that thing that we want to speak English like you, like Prajakta, because you know this is not our first language and we always wanted to express the way you express yourself in English.
You
So,
speak
yeah.
very well though.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Pratyaksha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take a question from this side.
I'm so tempted to run with a mic. Just like you.
Hi, P.
Hi.
Hi, Sudeep sir.
What's your name?
My name is Adarsh.
Hi, Adarsh.
As you are a United Nations goalkeeper, so you went to the UN.
I'm a Gates Foundation goalkeeper.
Okay.
And a UNDP Youth Climate Change champion.
Okay, understood. So you went to the United Nations last week. So I just wanted to know how was the experience over there, and what are the things people talk about, and how it is affecting us living over here.
It was great. I mean, it's always, you always get goosebumps when you walk through that gate, when you show that ID card that has your name on it and it says United Nations. It's great. I actually had the privilege of going there with YouTube this time though. And when we were there, we ended up having conversations with people in positions of power. My favorite conversation out of that was obviously with Richard Curtis, who's one of my favorite writers. He's written one of my favorite movies. He's the writer of Notting Hill, and I flipped. I spoke to him about the power of storytelling when it comes to kind of getting messaging through, very similar to what we've been discussing. How it affects us is that I've realized my kind of placement in this equation. Because when I first started speaking about things that are socially relevant, I realized that I am not someone who's on the ground when it comes to climate change. I'm not cleaning beaches every weekend like Afros is, or I'm not traveling to different tribal areas understanding what it is that, and I know friends who are doing that, and they've been doing that for way before I even started learning about climate change. So I obviously cannot call myself an expert in this. So I've realized that my role in this is that I like to be in these rooms of influence, talking to people who are actually doing this work, getting that information, breaking it down into smaller pieces, and then disseminating it in my audience. Because I know the one thing I can bring to the table is reach and impact. And I know that my audience is listening when we are speaking to them. So that is how I am. So that is how it affects us. That when the content that I did shoot there comes kind of through, I really think you should listen to a few of those conversations because they're so fresh. It will make you want to think about climate action and inclusivity differently.
All right. Thank you so much, Prajakta. I think we don't have much time to take more questions. I know there are many other people who would love to question.
Could we just take one last question? The gentleman there.
And a brief one.
A brief one,
A
sure.
brief one.
Small question, sir. Fast. There's a mic next to you.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Actually, we are the green partner of this great event. My two specific question is that in this age of social media, this topic is social media and with equalizations and with inclusivity. How this social media is a virtual medium and our life is...
Short, sir, short. Please make it brief.
They have to catch the 6:25 flight.
Okay,
They understood the question. Please, Mr. Khan.
I have just one question. This social media is a virtual medium and our life is a real thing. So how do you coordinate as a content writer that entertainment speeches, words, visuals, or the real experience of life?
Thank you, Mr. Khan.
Which is the priority?
Thank you, Mr. Khan.
How can you coordinate?
We don't have time. I have to interrupt you.
How do we bridge between
Sorry,
the real
Shalini.
and the social media? Virtual and real. How do you bridge between the two?
So, there's a lot of lag. Okay, I'll make this very quick, sorry. I think for me that has never been a struggle, sir, because I don't have a persona online. I am online as I am offline. It's just an outlet, it's just a medium, it's also my job. It's where I go to work every single day, so that kind of simplifies a lot of conversations for me. But yeah, as long as you are not putting on a filter when you're speaking about things that matter online, and also using that in real life, I think the bridge is pretty short.
Okay, thank you. Before the next bell goes off.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming. And thank you for translating.
Yes, ma'am, thank you so much for...
Indiraji.
Indiraji, thank you for...
Thank you so much.
Thank you for doing what you did.
And I apologize for the every now and then. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys. See you.
Now
Bye. Thanks for being
I'll
here.
request you to please be on stage for 2 minutes. I'll request Chitralekha Banerjee, Secretary, BRSI Kolkata chapter, to kindly come on stage and felicitate our speakers. Chitralekha. We'll start with Prajakta Kohli, of course, mine and majority of our favorite. With Chitralekha, we have Abhishek Mukherjee. He is our EC member. And we will now honor our moderator Sudeep Lahiri for a token of appreciation. And I can't miss the opportunity for a photo session. I'll tag along.
Thank you.
Thank you everybody. Thank you so much. I think they need one more.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Bye. See you.
All right. So that was an extremely engaging session, I must say. Now moving on to our next session. I invite our next speaker to join us on stage, Dr. Pankaj Maru, National President, Parivar NCPO Governing Council Member, NIEPID, DEPWD, MSJE GOI to speak on inclusive governance, empowering abilities. We already had Dr. Maru on stage with us in the morning, and I would request our audience to once again extend a warm welcome to Dr. Maru for the session. Dr. Maru is a visionary leader and a tireless advocate for the rights and well-being of children and families, particularly those with disabilities, currently serving as the National President of Parivar NCPO, as I mentioned already. In addition to his role with Parivar, Dr. Maru is a member of the Governing Council of the NIEPID, National Institute for the Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disabilities, a significant institution under the DEPWD, Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India. Dr. Maru, the stage is all yours now. Thank you.
I think I should come. That will be better. Okay, I can take like this. No issue. So good afternoon. मैं आज जो आपसे बात करने वाला हूँ, particularly we are talking on the livelihood things of the challenged people, particularly in light with the government programs and policies. In the morning session, I told you that there are several programs, policies, act, everything is there. But it's a lack of awareness because of which हम लोगों को पता ही नहीं है कि गवर्नमेंट क्या क्या कर रही है. सुबह मुझसे एक सवाल किया था एजुकेशन के बारे में, एंड आई टोल्ड दैट देयर आर सो मेनी थिंग्स अवेलेबल फॉर द ऑल टाइप ऑफ स्पेशल नीड पीपल फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट, फ्रॉम वेयर दे कैन गेट द एडवांटेज right from the admission. The first thing, they can take the admission in school of their choice, any school of their choice, whether it's a private school or a special school, because it's very important for livelihood to have the education. You will surprised to note that Government of India is providing the scholarship for all challenged people to go abroad and study. Up to 20 lakhs rupees per month, per year, sorry. Rupees 20 lakhs per year is being paid by the Government of India, and मुझे बताते हुए बहुत ही खराब लगता है कि हर साल हमारा वो स्लॉट खाली रह जाता है, because people are not applying in it. There are so many scholarship schemes, right from the class 9th to PhD. But people are not applying in that because people are not aware. That's very important. Another myth about the government schemes and program is that it's very cumbersome. But let me tell you, in last 7 years, because I worked as an advisor to Honorable Cabinet Minister of this department for 7 years, and we did lot of changes in the department. Particularly, all the things are available now online, whether it's a scholarship, whether it's any support, like if a child is a high support need and he requires any support, government is paying rupees 1 lakh to that child. But people are not aware. Let me give you some data. Like, there is an organization, I don't know how many of you aware, मैं आप लोगों से जानना चाहता हूं कि कितने लोगों को पता है इस देश के अंदर जिस तरह आईआईटीज हैं, आईआईएम हैं, एम्स हैं, उसी तरह डिफरेंट डिसेबिलिटीज के डिफरेंट नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू आर अवेयर? नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स about the different disabilities. We have 9 national institutes. 9. For hearing impairment, we have a national institute in Mumbai. For visually impaired, we have in Dehradun. In Kolkata also, we have a locomotor disability national institute. We have the intellectual disability national institute in Secunderabad. And everything is absolutely free. Even there are the programs for the parents where they can go, they can learn. There are skilled training programs for the livelihood. There are so many things, but again, न तो रिहैबिलिटेशन के जो प्रोफेशनल्स हैं उन्हें उन बारे में पता है, न पेरेंट्स को पता है. विद द रिजल्ट हम हमेशा दूसरों को ही दोष देते रहते हैं, यही करते रहते हैं कि हमें ये नहीं मिल रहा है, हमें वो नहीं मिल रहा है. Now, I would like to tell you about another policy. That is a health insurance. इस country में there is a national trust which is meant for 4 types of disability, which we call this neurodiversity, that is autism, cerebral palsy, intellectual disability, and multiple disability, where we are running a health insurance scheme called Niramaya. You will surprised to note that this is the only scheme in the country which is providing a health insurance of rupees 1 lakh irrespective of age, caste, income. And the premium is only 250 and 500 rupees per annum. You can imagine 500 rupees, you can get an insurance policy of 1 lakh rupees. And that is to only policy which is covering the OPD treatment. No insurance policy is covering the OPD treatment, how irrespective of the premium you are paying. But this policy is covering the OPD treatment, even the therapy treatment, whether it's occupational therapy, physiotherapy, speech therapy. But the people are not aware. In this country, in the morning, it has been told that more than 1.5 crores are only autistic children are there, autistic persons with disabilities are there. But the number of Niramaya health insurance is only 1,75,000. So you can imagine the level of awareness. Level of awareness nahi hai. And that is why the role of this society is very important. We were talking of the employment. You know, in the Rights of Persons with Disability Act, there is a provision that every establishment, every corporate has to have its equal opportunity policy. The equal opportunity policy should be there, it should be posted on their website, it should be submitted to the Chief Commissioner Persons with Disability. But in this country, if you talk of a number, how many companies have submitted this? Even 0.01%. So that's very important, because if we are not aware, we cannot go to them, we cannot ask them for all these things. And without education, without health, without employment, how can we think of the sustainability of this differently able people? So it's very, very important. In the morning we were talking about the skills. There is a complete body of Government of India which is known as National Handicapped Finance Development Corporation, NHFDC. The NHFDC is providing funding up to rupees 50 lakhs at subsidized rates to all these challenged people as well as the parents of the intellectually challenged people. They are providing up to 50 lakhs. But people are not aware again, and they are not able to disburse their full amount. These are the data based on which you can understand that government is ready to do lot of things, but yes, we are not aware and we are not able to take the advantage of all these schemes. recently, because now particularly if we talk of a livelihood, I am working with the National Institute of Rural Development, where we are forming a policy, particularly for the neurodevelopmental disabilities people, that in this country we are going to change the definition for these people. Because what we think, what is the employment? The employment means to earn something. But this intellectually challenged people, if they are not doing anything, that is one thing, but their parents are also engaged with them. And that is why they are also not able to contribute anything to the GDP of this country. So particularly for the neurodevelopment disabilities, we are going to change this definition. If that guy, we recently from Parivar, last 3 years with the Germany CBM, we conducted a project in 5 states, the livelihood projects, in a very small villages, where we observed that these intellectual and developmental disabled people, they work with their parents. एक सब्जी वाले की बेटी जो कभी घर से बाहर नहीं निकली, अभी वो सब्जी वाली के साथ जाकर उसकी सब्जियां रोज साफ करती है. Again, this is a livelihood, because उसके कारण पहले वो सब्जी बेचने नहीं जा पाती थी. So now, this we need to understand that what is the definition of livelihood, particularly for such segment. And then only we can think of, हमें इन लोगों के लिए, because I am talking of a differently able people, कोई बड़े project की मैं बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ. At least their self-sustainability should be there. I always used to say, they don't need concessions, they need consideration. That is very important. Because if we give the consideration, then they will perform very well, much better. There are so many examples in front of us nowadays that these people have proven themselves. इसलिए ये बहुत ज़रूरी है उनकी लाइवलीहुड के लिए. जब तक ये सोसाइटी उनको एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेगी, आप लोग, हम लोग, जब तक उनको हम एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेंगे, हमें यही लगेगा कि ये किसी काम का नहीं है. जब तक ये सोच हमारे अंदर से बाहर नहीं जाएगी, तब तक आई डोंट थिंक हम कितनी भी बातें कर लें. दे आर ऑल्सो पार्ट ऑफ दिस सोसाइटी, वी हैव टू एक्सेप्ट देम. मैं एक बात और कई बार बोलता हूँ, विच इज़ ऑन अ स्पिरिचुअल लेवल. मैं न्यूरो डाइवर्सिटी के लिए बोलता हूँ. हम सब लोग कहीं ना कहीं किसी धर्म से जुड़े हैं. इस दुनिया में जितने भी गलत काम होते हैं वो ब्रेन से होते हैं. एंड दिस पीपल डोंट हैव द ब्रेन, दे आर द प्योरेस्ट सोल. जब मेरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में पहली बार एक व्यक्ति उनको खाना देने आया बचा हुआ, आई सेड, क्या भगवान को बचा हुआ खाना चढ़ाते हो? देन ही कुड अंडरस्टूड कि यस, दिस इज रॉन्ग. दे आर ऑल्सो ह्यूमन बीइंग. नो सिंपैथी, वी रिक्वायर्ड एम्पैथी. समानुभूति चाहिए. हमारे जैसी अनुभूति हम करते हैं, उनके लिए भी वैसी अनुभूति होने की बहुत आवश्यकता है. तभी जाके इस जितनी डाइवर्सिटी की हम बात करते हैं इन लोगों के लिए स्पेसिफिकली, then only we can involve them. So with all this, I would like to request all of you, there are so many young people and you can change the society. You have to accept them. You have to understand their problems, and with their problem, you have to accept them. I think then only we can create a new Bharat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the insightful session. And I'm sure each one of us have taken a lot. Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. So moving on to our next panel. Our next panel is on creating inclusive minds, education's role in fostering diversity. In a world that is becoming increasingly diverse and interconnected, the role of education in shaping inclusive minds is more significant than ever. Our panel brings together a group of esteemed experts and advocates who have dedicated themselves to advancing the cause of diversity and inclusivity through education. The moderator of this panel is Professor Ujjwal Anu Chaudhary. We are just starting it, so I think we can get away with the hooter now. Thank you. Yeah, so I request Professor Ujjwal Anu Chaudhary, Strategic Advisor and Professor, Daffodil International University, to come up on stage. Professor Ujjwal Anu Chaudhary is a maverick who travels between communication academics and its practice, between profession and social engagement. Currently, he is the Executive Director of International Online University, Strategic Advisor and Professor at Daffodil International University, Dhaka, and the Vice President of Global Media Education Council. He had been a wanderer, working as a media consultant in Nepal, consulting with Amsterdam Film School in Netherlands, working on films for WHO in several nations, and working with Accor Media in Dubai. He speaks and writes on various platforms and works in civil society initiatives on media, entrepreneurship, and democracy. I welcome Professor UKC, as I remember from my college days. Our next speaker is Professor Satyajit Chakrabarti, Director IEM UAM Group. Professor Chakrabarti is the director of 3 premier organizations in education sector in India, as Director of Institutes of Engineering and Management, Kolkata, Pro Vice Chancellor of University of Engineering and Management, Kolkata, and University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur. Before that, he worked as the project manager at TEL US. He has started many entrepreneurial ventures in technology sector in USA, Canada, and India, namely Smart Society, USA and Canada, IEM America Corporation, Greater Seattle, USA, and IEMA Research and Development Private Limited, India. Thank you, Dr. Satyajit, for your time today. Now I will take the opportunity to welcome Ira Singhal, Special Secretary Education, Government of Arunachal Pradesh. Ira Singhal is the first person with disability to top the prestigious Civil Services examination in 2014. She is the brand ambassador for the Department of Disability, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, and for the Ministry of Women and Child Development, Niti Aayog. Her awards include India Today's Woman of the Year 2015, President's Gold Medal for topping the IAS training, First Ladies of India Award by the Ministry of Women and Child Development, Government of India. Thank you, Ira, for being with us today. Our next speaker is Kishan Kumar Kejriwal. Kishan Kumar Kejriwal is the present chairman of MCKV Group of Institutions, amongst which MC Kejriwal Vidyapeeth, affiliated to CISCE, New Delhi, and MCKV Institute of Engineering, NAAC A grade accredited and AICTE approved Autonomous Institute are very popular in Howrah, West Bengal. He is presently the president of the Calcutta Chamber of Commerce and also the Friends of the Tribal Society Kolkata chapter. He is actively associated with many other renowned chambers of the country and state. His Excellency has also awarded him with the Medal of Merit, Bharat Scouts and Guide in the year 2019. We welcome you on stage, sir. Our next panelist is Santosh Kumar Giri, Secretary and Executive Director, Kolkata RISTA. Santosh Kumar Giri is a pioneering transgender activist focusing on women's and girls' issues and mobilizing men and boys for gender justice. She is a vital member of InfoSem, Vada Na Toro Abhiyan, and the Right to Food campaign, and represents the India Eastern region of the TBT within the Global Coalition of TB activists. She has been selected for the National TB Technical Expert Committee on TB and Gender by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Central TB Division of the Government of India. She is leaving a significant mark on global health and social justice endeavors. Thank you so much for being with us today. I will now request our moderator to take it forward from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam MC. From Calcutta to United Nations Human Rights Commission, I have actually moderated few hundred sessions, but never had such a beautiful and diverse panel. This is the first time I have such a diverse panel with me. I really appreciate the organizers for creating this opportunity. I have Dr. Santosh with me, and you have just heard her introduction. Dr. Santosh from the LGBTQ community, but an achiever in a big way, and you'll understand that more. I have Satyajit Babu with me. I mean, yeoman service is doing in Calcutta, 2 generations, from father to you, 2 generations. Fabulous work. I have Iraji with me. Iraji is the topper of IAS in the year 2014, 15? 14. 14, topper of IAS across the country among all categories of applicants. And that requires a big, big applause. And initially, the government even couldn't think where to position her. And there was a lot of writing in the media. I'm happy that she's working in Arunachal Pradesh. Also, I'm happy because my first education was in Along Ramakrishna Mission, Siang district, Arunachal. So nice. And Kejriwal साहब को तो पूरा कलकत्ता अच्छी तरह, बंगाल अच्छी तरह जानते हैं. So Bengal ke sab log. Kejriwal sir is one of the prominent educationists and educational entrepreneurs of the city. So we have a very diverse panel. I hope there will be exciting, though it's a long day. I still appreciate the 150 plus members of the audience. I think maybe 200 almost members of the audience who are still. Give an applause for yourself. You know, you have been, many of you have been there from 10 o'clock in the morning. So it's really, really appreciable. Before I open the discussion, everyone talks about inclusion. The moment you say inclusion, there is someone else that you need to include. So there is one other, me and another, and we have to include. Why another? Why another? Why the question of inclusion? I know there is another philosophy of inclusion, that's fine. But I'm raising a question to think. If all of us are human beings, then why the question of the other? Just to think over. If we can cultivate this sense among youngsters on our campuses, I have been myself dean in 3 or 4 universities, Pro VC in 1 and all that. The point is that the campus culture, I have been in private sector, campus culture is one of rivalry, competition, and only pursuing material success, large, by and large. And there, the concept of looking at people who apparently are different from us is hardly there. The philosophical question is, if everyone is equal, there is no other. There is no them and me. It's actually we. How are we cultivating this sense of we? Let's begin with the educationists, and then we'll come to people who are actually observing it, nurturing it, and those who have bigger insights than us educationists. Let me begin with Kejriwal sir. How do you think you are cultivating a culture of inclusivity and diversity on your campus? What policies, what measures, suggestions, if you have, if you could throw light on that. Kejriwal sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. And let me thank PRSI Mahapatro Sahab for giving me this opportunity to be here today. In school and colleges is a place where all these things are included from the very beginning. Because here students are coming from all the race of the life. Teachers are also from all the different race of the life. Regarding diversity and everything, Education Institute is the first place where we teach the students to have this diversity, to accept this diversity. Without the acceptance of diversity, things cannot be happen, and India cannot move ahead of this. With this diversity, if a child is a problem, I think parents have to accept it. Yes, my child is having a problem. And when parents get this involvement, then everything can be easy for this institute also to accept and to make the child in a better place to live in. In the school, if a child is being admitted with a disability or a different able child, if we say, in a regular school, it is a problem for a regular school. he or she should be admitted into a special school. Though in our school, we have got a special educator, we have got psychologists, we train them, we call the parents, we have a meeting with parents, we update them every day on a regular basis, but it will take time for acceptance of the special inclusivity of the students, which we are finding nowadays on a regular basis. Yes, sir.
Thank you. He has stressed upon the role of the school, the lower down before the higher education comes, and also the role of the parents and the family in a big way. I will take the same question to Dr. Satyajit. You run one of the smartest universities of engineering and management, which evolved from institute to university, and is now sending its students passing out globally. How do you look at this issue? Diversity and inclusion on campus. Are specific policies there in place, practices there, formally or informally? If you could throw light on that.
Thank you, Professor Ujjwal Chaudhary, sir. And I'm thankful to the PRSI and Mahapatra, sir, for inviting me. The issue here is very pertinent about inclusivity and diversity. In our system, IMUM system, and I call it a system because we have 2 universities, multiple colleges, we adopted various methods which have promoted that. Now, when we adopted this, we really did it in a very common sense manner. We did not think that we are actually promoting diversity and inclusion. And that is a little story I want to tell you. We have a uniform system for last, I think, 2 or 3 decades. Now, that is something, some students don't like. They think that, it is hampering their individuality. It is hampering their freedom of expression. That's one side of the story. Now, one delegation came from Bangladesh, and they were, the whole day they took seminars, interacted with the students, teachers. Then they took on the stage. And what they told me really shocked me. They told that we are praying for a day to come in our university where students, male and female students, will sit together wearing shirt pant, all. Girls also wearing shirt pant, boys also wearing shirt pant, same dress. And believe me, before that day, I had never thought of it like this. Believe me, I don't know how you are thinking. Maybe then I thought, yes, it is true that for females there is a separate dress in schools and colleges. Then it triggered me. Yeah, it is true that there is sometimes skirts, sometimes salwar kameez, sometimes saris. But somehow we never thought it this way, and that it is different, it never hit me. And that day it hit me that, we are doing something that is promoting a uniformity, inclusivity, and, for all genders. Apart from that, another thing, we do, which is, recruitment. We recruit faculty members, teachers, in education. I mean, brilliant girls come in because they like the field. Of course, brilliant men also come in. But I've seen that in the teaching community, there is a definite, higher attraction amongst the females. So again, that I feel is natural. I see it happening in the society. So when in various inspections, various regulatory inspections, the inspectors, government officials come and they applaud us for the diversity and for the so high number of females. That is also something that came as a surprise to me, because I thought that is society, right? Everybody knows that in education, a lot of women, they want to settle down. They find it as a very respectable field. Of course, not saying that men don't, men also do. So we have a very high proportionate of female faculty members and naturally female leaders, because amongst our faculty members, some of them take initiatives, so we give them leadership roles. So when we are applauded on that, again that hit me that okay, it is not something happening everywhere. I thought it was happening everywhere because it is representative of the society. So coming back to my point, I think the organizations should start to represent what the society is, and the society is we live togetherly, right? We don't live in partitions. We don't live in partition. So making these things is unnatural. In the human world or even in the animal kingdom, everybody lives together. We live together. We have to coexist together. Be it region, religion, all these things, all these are man-made kind of partitions. So that is something we follow, and I'm very happy to say it has worked well. And for the outsiders, they applaud us, which is very good. But for us, it is just normal business as usual, a normal lifestyle that we do. And we have been, very successful at it.
Thank you. Thank you, Satyajit Babu, for bringing your perspective and your practice on that. I will reserve my comments later. Let's first listen to all the panelists. So, Ira madam, you have been from school to college to IAS, selection to coming into the bureaucracy of India. And all your way, there must have been a set of experiences which sometimes is very inspiring, sometimes is very challenging. So what have you found on campuses, from school to college, university, to the workplace, everywhere, personal experiences from which you can suggest how inclusive mindset can be created on campus? Over to you.
Thank you for the question. I believe the first step that we need to take is that we truly need to create inclusive schools right at the primary and the nursery level. And so you just said something which completely hit me, and I will correct you on this. I was director education, and I had around 700 plus schools with me then, and today I have 3,500 schools under me. The first thing is, the school does not need to do anything for the special child. That mindset that the school has, that I need to make some accommodations or I need to make that extra effort, that's where the kids start being pushed away from that education system. There are only children with specific intellectual disabilities where you may need to do that extra bit, but even for them at the primary levels, we don't actually need to do that. So what I did was that I actually trained all my teachers in how do you create inclusive classrooms, and the only thing that we needed to do was create the mindset within the teacher that this is not something different. The only thing that I did was tell the teacher, if this kid comes to your classroom, you are not having to do something special, go out of your way. The problem is everybody from the beginning is so worried, oh my God, what will we have to do? And which is why schools constantly push away that child from entering that classroom. A child with visual disability, a child with intellectual disability, a child with hearing disability, they can all be accommodated into the same classroom with very little extra effort on the part of the teacher, especially in the primary levels. And I tell you why that is very, very vital if you want to truly create an inclusive society. When I go to school with a kid who's on a wheelchair and I'm in nursery class, that kid is not different to me. That kid is just one of my classmates. As I grow ahead with that child in my classroom, that child becomes one of us. You never think about someone being different till the social upbringing has conditioned you to think of something as your regular, and then whenever you see someone different, it's different. For example, if today we are sitting in this room and an elephant walks in, we will all think that that elephant is a different thing. Will we not? Because we are not seeing that elephant every day sitting inside this room with us. The day I start seeing that elephant coming in every day sitting with me, I start thinking that's normal. And that conditioning happens in primary levels. So that is where we need to create that primary education level. And I'll give you my own example. I do not have any special requirements when I go to an educational institute. But when I was a kid, my parents had to truly struggle every time I had to be admitted in a new school. They had to beg and plead with the schools. They've sat outside school for days on end, leaving their work, just begging for the school to give me that chance. And I ended up being the topper in almost all of them. Not the exact topper, but one of the toppers. And when I would leave the school would say, no, no, please don't go. But when it was time for admission, it was always that same battle. Because that mindset that we have that, oh my God, it's going to be a burden on us, and we will need to make so many changes, that's where the problem rises. And that's something that we need to eliminate, because the day we have this, you normalize everything, you put all children in the same classroom, it becomes the same classroom. And if they have studied in the same class from primary levels, they don't need to do anything extra when it is the secondary or the college levels. By then, they have already been there. So if you know what we've done with reservation is that we've included all different kids in the college classrooms. But because not everybody has been socialized with them at the primary level, that difference in mentality, in socializing, does exist in a college campus. People have such a tough time accepting a person with disability or a person who is different, maybe a transgender person or anybody who is a little different, as one of them, and they're constantly looking to either pity that person so that they can feel bad about them and feel better about themselves by saying, I am so nice and charitable that I am giving this person an opportunity to be in the same environment as me. And that is very true, that happens. You're doing some sort of charity by saying, oh, I'm so kind and I've given this person an opportunity to be in my classroom. And you show that as your generosity. But had you been with that person in primary levels, you wouldn't have done that. You would have accepted them as normal, and what that does is that makes that child who's receiving your charity underperform. Because what you've done is set a lower standard for that person. When you are a charity case, you are not expected to perform at that same level. The world expects less of you. And that leads a big social, it leads a gap for us as a country with our aiming for a high GDP. Because if not everybody is performing to the level that they should be, I lose out as a country. If my potential is to earn 100 rupees, and because of the mindset that the world has and the mindset that I have, I've been earning 20, my country and my own family has that gap of 80. So it's important that we start at the primary levels, and that's something that I have found that whenever children have had inclusive classrooms right from primary level, those kids, the ones who are not with disabilities and the ones who are with disabilities, they've both gone on and performed better as adults, better at assimilating the world as a single unit. And so I think that's very, very, very vital that, we need to create those classrooms. I would also like to address the point that he made about most teachers being women. I'll give you an example. That's actually a very sad thing that happens in India, because becoming a teacher is a convenient profession in the marriage market. And I'll be very, very blunt. A teacher is the most easily married off woman, because she goes to school with the kid, she comes back with the kid, she makes the breakfast, she makes the lunch, and she makes the dinner when the husband comes back home. And that is the reality of why we have more women in the teaching profession.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, from school itself, if the internalization process does not differentiate and creates a sense of inclusion, and in fact, many people talk about tolerance. One is to then move to acceptance. But what is actually required is celebration. Celebration of difference. Celebration of, the differences in all possible ways. Physical, intellectual challenges is one, but there are other forms of differences. So we need to actually celebrate. That's life. Just a comment here. When the government made anti-ragging policy compulsory, most universities came out with anti-ragging policies and committee. When Bisakha committee was formed and government made it compulsory, companies made their anti-sexual harassment committee. Now, why do we need someone to police us to do things which are natural and should be done? For example, diversity and inclusion policy of companies and institutions. I have found it in several large companies but larger number of Indian companies do not have, or institutions also, do not have a diversity and inclusion policy or a position like Chief Diversity Officer. If there is a Chief Diversity Officer, from admission to examination, at every level, diversity can be institutionalized and celebrated. Otherwise, we drive everyone with the same yardstick and the stick. So this is something, food for thought. Does every university, school or college, large ones at least, should these institutions should appoint a Chief Diversity Officer and have diversity and inclusion policy in place. We'll go to Dr. Santosh Kumar Giri. Now, Dr. Santosh, my question to you is that you have been observing educational institutions, you have interacted with several institutions. আপনার জায়গা থেকে কি মনে হয়, মানে শিক্ষা ক্ষেত্রে কি ধরনের পলিসি এবং কালচার থাকা উচিত যাতে ডাইভার্সিটি এন্ড ইনক্লুশন এনকারেজ হতে পারে, সমস্ত ধরনের ডাইভার্সিটিকে এনকারেজ করা যেতে পারে, সেলিব্রেট করা যেতে পারে, ইন্টিগ্রেট করা যেতে পারে? ক্যান উই হ্যাভ দ্যাট, ইয়োর পার্সপেক্টিভস অন দ্যাট? আপনি কলকাতার ইস্তা দারুণভাবে নিয়ে এসছেন সবার সমক্ষে, মিডিয়াতেও খুব অনেকবার এসছে। হোয়াটস ইয়োর পার্সপেক্টিভ অন দ্যাট?
থ্যাংক ইউ to all. আমার মনে হয় আমার কাছে মাত্র 3 থেকে 4 মিনিটই আছে, তার মধ্যে আমাকে শেষ করতে হবে। বাট বিফোর দ্যাট আই সেড কি আমার মনে হয় একটু ইন্টারঅ্যাক্টিভের সাথে সাথে একটু মজার করা দরকার। আমার কথাটা শুরুই হলো ওই গঙ্গুবাইয়ের ফিল্ম থেকে कि कुमारी किसी ने छोड़ा नहीं और श्रीमती किसी ने बनाया नहीं। तो दैट इज ऑल्सो विथ अस कि আমরা যখন when we as a trans person যখন स्कूले जाए, जब हम स्कूल में जाते हैं और वहाँ हमारे को किस तरह से ड्रॉप आउट हो जाना पड़ता है, 2 कक्षा में 3 कक्षा में, हाउ वी आर ड्रॉपिंग आउट रेगुलरली, और हम कह रहे हैं इंक्लूजन्स की बातें। मेरे ख्याल से देयर इज 2 थिंग्स टू नीड, इज इट द इंक्लूजन इन पेपर और इज इट इंक्लूजन इन माइंड? मेरे बच्चे ने एक बार मुझे कहा था कि माँ আমার মনে হয় আমাদের মেনে নেওয়া দরকার নেই, মনে নেওয়া দরকার, অ্যান্ড উইচ ইজ ভেরি ইম্পর্টেন্ট কি আমাদেরকে মনে নিয়ে নিতে হবে, নট মেনে নিতে হবে। আমি কমপ্লেন নয়, কিন্তু আসার সময় যখন আমি ঢুকছিলাম, স্পন্সর বলে ওনার কাছে লেখা ছিল, উনি একটু ধাক্কা মেরে দেখাচ্ছেন যে ঢুকে গেছে এলিয়েন, বি সাবধান। আমারও খুব ভালো লাগলো, ও গুড, দিস ইজ আ প্লেস ওয়্যার উই হ্যাভ টু অ্যাওয়্যার। আমরা পালিয়ে যাইনি, আমরা কিন্তু 9টা থেকে 9:30 থেকে আমি এখানে বসে আছি, জাস্ট বিকজ টু ক্রিয়েট অ্যাওয়ারনেস, টু মেক ফ্রেন্ডস অ্যান্ড ব্রাদার্স সিস্টার্স, টু টক অ্যাবাউট জেন্ডার ইকুয়ালিটি, ফর জেন্ডার জাস্টিস। We are the first organization acknowledged by many organizations and UN that we are working with men and boys and women. We know what is called inclusion. Why, my friends, are so much makes us isolated, to makes us apna to hamarder, aap bhi to hamare hain. So this is what mere khayal se, which is main udhar bhi dekh rahi hu aur idhar bhi dekh rahi hu, which is very important कि जब ऐसी कोई बातें हो, जब ऐसी कोई पैनल डिस्कशन हो, तो मेरे ख्याल से कि ये इशू यदि हम बीच में छोड़ देते हैं तो हम लटकते रह जाएंगे बीच में, और अधगत गगरी छलकत जाए वाली हाल हो जाएगी, अल्प ज्ञान पूरा भयंकर हो जाता है। तो इसके लिए थोड़ा सा टाइम निकाला जाए। एक बात मैं और बोलना चाहूँगी, IAS ऑफिसर साहिबा बैठी हुई हैं, सर बैठे हुए हैं, हम जब इनको देख रहे हैं तो हमें लग रहा है कि कितनी मुश्किलें थी वो लड़ाइयाँ, हम तो दौड़ भी पाते थे, लेकिन आज जब महसूस हो रहा है कि दिस इज कॉल्ड द रियल इंक्लूजन, इन दिस स्टेज मैन, फीमेल एंड ट्रांसजेंडर्स आर सिटिंग, सो गिव अ बिग हैंड फॉर देम। एक चीज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, लास्ट बट नॉट लिस्ट, इफ वी रियली, सर ने कहा जिस तरह से कि देयर इज अ डाइवर्सिटी, वो पेपर्स हैं एंड पॉलिसीज हैं, सो आई थिंक उस पर थोड़ा सा ध्यान देना होगा, उस पर देखना होगा, क्योंकि हम लोगों ने कंपनी के नाम नहीं लेंगे, इंडिया की रेपुटेड कंपनी में 30 लोगों को भेजा, विद इन अ वीक उनको वहाँ से सेक्सुअली वायलेंस हुआ और उनको छोड़ के आना पड़ा। तो जो मैडम सुबह बोल रही थी, मैं उनसे अग्री नहीं थी और अभी भी अग्री नहीं हुई कि इंडस्ट्री कभी डिस्क्रिमिनेट नहीं करती है। इंडस्ट्री यदि डिस्क्रिमिनेट नहीं करती तो वहाँ पे यूनियंस नहीं बनते। यूनियंस इज देयर टू प्रोटेक्ट द डिस्क्रिमिनेशन। एक बार मैं लास्ट सॉरी क्या करूँ, आदत सी पड़ गई है। एक चीज़ जो बहुत है, जब कोविड की टाइम थी, मैं बोलना ज़रूरी समझती हूँ, तो कोविड के टाइम पे हमको बताया गया कि थोड़ा सा यू हैव टू बी लाइक थोड़ा आइसोलेटेड रहना होगा थोड़ा सा। हमने कहा सर जी हमें क्या आइसोलेशन सिखाते हो, हम तो पिछले 400 सालों से आइसोलेटेड है, आप आइसोलेशन होना सीखो। तो ये बहुत ज़रूरी है। हाँ देख लो, ये आइसोलेशन की घंटी बज गई। तो थैंक यू वेरी मच for this space, sir.
Thank you very much. I will very quickly, though the time is over, I'll very quickly ask for 1 minute each of the 4 panelists to tell 2 suggestions to increase, evolve and develop diversity and inclusion on educational campuses. First, Satyajit Babu and then the others.
So I'll come straight to the point. I think to increase diversity, inclusion on campus, I think there needs to be audits undertaken where I think first of all it has to be found out where there is a gap and there has to be a gap analysis. Maybe having a inclusivity officer or a diversity officer or even designating a faculty member, a senior faculty member as a diversity officer to audit the system and present to the the think tank or the decision makers. That's one point. Second point, I think in some of the initiative takers, there can be some I think I'll not say reservation, but rather for example in our case we have the Gymkhana is our student body, so we have representatives for each class. So we make it a point that there's a male representative and there is a female representative. Similarly, in the sports committee, we make it a point that there's a male and female representative. So something like that where there is a equal representation, you can call it reservation or whatever, but I think these are very helpful.
Thank you. We'll keep it very brief. Request the other panelists also. So diversity audit and diverse representation in every form of committees. Kejriwal sahab, आपके suggestions एक या दो to increase diversity.
No, I agree with Satyajit Roy, whatever he said. कैंपस के अंदर में ऑडिट होनी चाहिए, जैसे होता है करना चाहिए। एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट में अभी इसको काफ़ी माने एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी कैसे क्या करना नहीं करना उसमें अभी विचार करके वी शुड गो अहेड विद दिस थिंग। इट इज नॉट द क्वेश्चन ऑफ नहीं करना है। वी एग्री टू दिस।
Thank you. Ira madam.
I think we need to eliminate the need of special educators, and as in regular B.Ed, everybody should become a special educator. Every single teacher, whether it is a college teacher or a school teacher, needs to be a special educator with inclusion as part of every regular educational course.
Good.
The minute we do that, we don't need to have these discussions. We don't need to be thinking about this.
Thank you.
Everybody becomes normalized.
Dr. Santosh.
मेरी बस 2 ही है। एक जो सर लोगों ने कह दिया है इंक्लूजन, लेकिन सर जी आप लोग हम लोगों को बुलाएं, यदि लगता है समझ में नहीं आ रही है तो हम साथ में बैठ के बात कर सकते हैं। और दूसरी, कोलकाता रिश्ता 20 इयर्स की जर्नी कंप्लीट कर चुकी है। हम लोग दिसंबर में नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं ऑन जेंडर एंड इक्वालिटी। सो हम भी चाहेंगे कि ये सभी लोग हमारे साथ रहें और तब मुझे लगेगा कि मैं यहाँ से कुछ लेके जा रही हूँ, नहीं तो अगेन कम टू द सेंटर।
Thank you. So diversity audit, diversity and inclusion policy, diversity officer or chief diversity officer, whatever you say, absence of non-inclusive language, if I without getting into it in details, and bringing special education as an element of every educator's training. These are some of the key ideas put forth by this panel, and with this takeaways, if I can say, we'll bring this panel to an end. Thank you very much for your undivided attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will now request Dr. Arijit Banerjee, former Secretary of PRSI Kolkata chapter, to come on stage to felicitate our speakers. Dr. Arijit Banerjee, our Executive Committee member, PRSI Kolkata chapter. We'll start off with Professor Ujjwal Anu Chaudhary with with the felicitation. Dr. Satyajit Chakrabarti. Felicitating Ira Singhal. Mr. Kishan Kumar Kejriwal. And last but not least, Santosh Kumar Giri. Moving on to our next panel discussion, which is aptly titled Beyond the Binary, Advancing DEI with LGBT Perspective. And it promises to be a journey into the complexities and richness of human identity and experience. In a world where labels and categories have often been used to divide the LGBTQ plus community, challenges us to see the beauty in the spectrum of human gender and sexual orientation. The binary no longer defines the limits of our understanding. Instead, it's an invitation to expand our awareness, embrace differences, and foster an inclusive world where everyone can be their authentic self. The moderator of this panel is Pushpak Sen, Celebrity Styling PR Manager, Gogola Agency in Hollywood, Los Angeles. Pushpak Sen is a renowned celebrity stylist and PR manager at the Gogola Agency based in the heart of Hollywood, Los Angeles. With a rich background in fashion and entertainment, Pushpak excels in crafting captivating public personas for A-list celebrities. His impeccable fashion sensibility and keen eye for style have established him as a highly popular figure in the industry. Pushpak's image management skills, coupled with his exceptional networking powers, have been instrumental in propelling the careers of numerous Hollywood stars. He stands as a driving force in shaping Tinseltown's fashion-forward landscape, possessing an ability to create and elevate brands. Pushpak, may I please request to come on stage and grace us today? Thank you. Let us welcome the panelists now. Ankit Bhuptani, he is a seasoned public speaker, human rights advocate and corporate social responsibility professional with over a decade of experience in the diversity, equity and inclusion space. As a prominent figure in the field, Ankit's work primarily centers around advocating for and championing the rights of the LGBTQIA+ community. Ankit passionately promotes diversity, equity and inclusion through the LGBTQIA+ lens in education, workplaces and matters of faith. Ankit Bhuptani's dedication to diversity, equity and inclusion, coupled with his remarkable achievements and international recognition, solidifies his position as a leading DEI speaker and strategist in the industry, Kindly join us on the dais, Ankit. Now I take the opportunity to welcome Prince Manvendra Singh Gohil, Chairperson Lakshya Trust, to the stage. Prince Manvendra Singh Gohil is a well-known figure in India and internationally for his advocacy efforts and commitment to LGBTQ plus rights. He is the chairperson of the Lakshya Trust, an organization that promotes the welfare and rights of the LGBTQ plus people in India. Since 2006, he has been a constant figure for LGBTQ plus rights in India. Under his guidance, Lakshya Trust plays an important role in providing assistance, healthcare and educational resources to LGBTQ plus people, particularly those in rural and underprivileged regions. I request Prince Manvendra to join us in the stage. I will now request our moderator to take the session forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Am I audible? Yes. Ankit and Manavendra ji, do you know what's the similarity between my hair and the audience? It keeps reducing with time. So, we would just do a small exercise. If everybody can stand up, all of you stand up. And everyone please come forward and fill up all the empty seats, because backbenching fun is not going to happen here. Please come front, everybody. I know this is supposed to be a very serious panel. Sumit has been very kind enough to have me as a moderator. I had told him that this is probably a very bad decision, but we'll try and make sense and have some fun. So once everyone settles down, I will begin. Brandage is not being able to handle. My ID card is already falling off left, right, and center. How are we feeling, everybody? Are we enjoying the rains? No, nobody? No? You're not? Not much? Oh, darling, so sad. Do you love swimming, though? You do it on a daily basis. Okay, is everybody ready? All right. So, we are supposed to speak today about going beyond binaries. Now, binary is something that I'm sure a lot of us have heard about this term already, that I identify as non-binary. That means I also feel like a man. In lay's terms, I also feel I can also be feminine. I don't want to be a woman, I can be womanly. I don't want to be a man, I can be manly. At times, I can be both. So also, taking this conversation forward, binary is also to me this chair and table, black and white, trees and living things and non-living things. So there can be something which is in between a chair and a table. It could be a chair, it could be a table also. It could be neither, but at the same time, it is furniture. So this is where we are going to start the conversation with. And over to you, Ankit. I would really like to know that what you feel about this concept of being binary and breaking it, or how do we go actually beyond?
So for me, the conversation of non-binary or any kind of diversity comes from a very basics of understanding nature. Nature is diverse, do we all agree? There is a beauty because there is diversity. Imagine the world with just one set of flowers. All the flowers in the world is just rose. No matter how favorite your rose would be to you, will you not get bored of it? Just imagine just the whole world with just one color, or anything one, or just two. How boring the world would be. We find beauty in existence because there is diversity. And this beauty is what non-binary means to me. So when we say non-binary, what we are meaning is that there is a beauty in existence. Let's acknowledge that beauty and celebrate it, or be resentful and be negative about it. That is a choice we personally make. So I think for me, non-binary primarily is about appreciating the existence with its all diversity in its full potential and finding the beauty in it.
Amazing. For me, actually, non-binary, when I came across this term, it was like 0, 1, 0, 0 that we had studied in school. I thought binary was only that, but it took me almost a lifetime to understand that it's not just 1 and 0, it could be a 10, it could be 100, it could be a 0 and 10 also. So, Manavendra ji, what do you feel about being binary or breaking through this and going beyond? What is your interpretation?
So Pushpak, before I answer your question, I want to ask you something.
Yes.
See, I think for me, you are also have kind of broken a lot of stereotypes by,
Have I? What a shock.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw you first time, I was a bit confused, and I was thinking to myself, like, what can be your pronouns? So I still have that question that, I mean, what are your pronouns?
All right. So honestly, my pronouns are yes, queen. All right. Very bad jokes. Very bad jokes happening on stage, but no. My pronouns are he, him, she, her, they, them, it, everything, because honestly, you will agree, I slay in all. So let's start there. Anyway, taking forward the question, what is your interpretation of being binary or, like going beyond about it?
Yeah, so like when you said just now that like, your pronouns can be anything, he, she, they. So for me also like binary, non-binary, I mean, these terms are all new to me. I mean,
what do you
all
feel?
are all, I'm prehistoric. I mean, when I came out of the closet, I had not even heard these names were not there existing in my dictionary. Like, like even queer was not there for that matter. I knew that I'm gay and I knew that what is lesbian and transgender, but this word queer was not known to me. So similarly, binary and non-binary are very new terms. So I think for me, it's more important is how you're able to break stereotypes. That's something more important than having phrases like these.
Amazing. So, as I was about to ask you, is that I hear a lot of people say that उस ज़माने में तो ऐसा नहीं होता था. It's very difficult for people of that generation to, understand what is this being queer and all of that is. You look amazing and you look very young, but mostly people from your generation also, they keep on saying that you're new people, you're just coming up with new terms and new things every other day, aise kaise hoga, confused, this and that. So it feels great when you are saying that, you're asking me about my pronouns. What do you feel about pronouns? Let's start there.
Yeah, see, I think pronouns are important, and it took me a while to understand this. I mean, I also had the same issue, that new terms coming and all that. But then I realized that why pronouns are important is that we need to respect the other individual. And pronouns are not just important for the LGBT community, it's for the mainstream society. Like, many times, somebody, for example, you're talking on the phone, and you may be straight, but you might have a feminine voice. And then that person immediately says, okay, madam. And then you think, madam? But I'm Adam. So why should I be called madam, And then that's where that pronoun, importance of pronoun comes, because you need to show respect to the other person, whether that person likes to identify as he or a she or a them. That's, I think, important.
All the smart brand people, please take a note of this. This is very, very important. So speaking of brands, Mr. Bhuptani.
Yes.
What, so every year we see in June, it's the Pride Month. It's also the men's mental health month. So, but surpassing everything. We see that everybody is just putting up a rainbow flag on their DPs and on their logos, and they are calling people inclusive, and we don't care about gender, beauty is for everybody, fashion is for everybody. But then when we actually see the commercial, or when we actually see the advertisement, we see all these great, beautiful looking models, either male or either cisgendered male or cisgendered female. They are just there roaming around doing all these crazy things, and suddenly in 1 second, we see, "Arey, ek homosexual ko dal diya piche." So what can brands, do brands really undertake the concept and follow the concept of DEI? What can they do, and what are the following footsteps?
So asking a question, do brands and companies really believe in DEI or not, is a very loaded question, right? Because there cannot be any general yes or no answer.
Only 5 marks, okay? Only 5 marks answer.
Right. Again, the answer is non-binary here. So I see many companies are genuinely believing in conversation of DEI, and the conversation and LGBT rights in movement in India has been led by many activists like you, Manavji, and so many others, and organizations inside courts and outside. But also I always say this to my corporate audience, that many times we see that the LGBT rights movement in India is also led by Indian business houses. Like Godrej for an example, Mahindra for an example. These are the Indian Desi companies who found the courage to talk about DEI, who found the courage to talk about LGBT identity much before the Honorable Supreme Court of India read down IPC 377, right? So I need to give a credit where it is due. This does not mean that many companies are not doing as we call it, rainbow washing, right? There are many companies who are also doing rainbow washing. What do I mean by rainbow washing is they will talk about diversity, equity, inclusion in the month of June, and all other months they would be completely silent on it. Or I would say that a company which talks about LGBT identity in their marketing and branding, but if you see their HR policy, does not talk about non-discrimination policy towards LGBT community. So the answer is mixed yes and no. But overall, what I would say is, after 2018, I see tremendous amount of progress and growth in Indian business communities towards this conversation. And here I'm not just limiting myself to the multinational companies whose HOs in New York or Hong Kong have asked them to do this, but also many Indian companies are actively talking about diversity, equity, inclusion. They are learning, they are making mistakes, that's perfectly fine, but they are on the right direction. So that's what the business sense is in my understanding and experience.
Lovely. Bahut ho gaya business. It was lovely hearing you. Manavji, I want to know that you have this title of being a prince, right? And how cool is that to be the world's first openly queer prince, if I'm not mistaken. So I want to know, so when we are doing the talk about going beyond binaries, so in the world there are two types of people. One who's royalty and one who's not. So there's a binary over there. So when you're a prince, and now that you're openly gay, do you still feel that you have to be coded in your conduct and you have to be a certain way within the queer community or within public domain just because you have an intense weight of your title?
Well, actually speaking, I do happen to be the world's first openly gay royal and happen to be a prince. But frankly speaking, after I came out of the closet, I thought I should be called a queen. And but anyway, that jokes apart. But yes, I think for me it was important to use my title, my status. Not that now we are in a democratic republic, so we are no longer officially supposed to be using our titles, but still, I think this came as an advantage because when I had to lead certain issues, have some changes happened, then my voice was heard. I mean, why do you think I was invited by Oprah? Not once, but thrice. Oprah will not invite me if I just came out of the closet, why do you think I was invited by the Kardashians? I was on the show Keeping Up with the Kardashians. I mean, you're from Los Angeles. I mean, you, not from Los Angeles, but I saw your...
COVID did not let
thing,
me
yeah,
go.
Los Angeles. I mean, I was invited by the Kardashians to their home, you know, to talk about the LGBT issues. So that happened because of a certain background which I had. And that helped me to reach out to people like them, and through them, their voices, you know, a lot of changes happened in India. So I think one has to take advantage or take the opportunity of who you are, what you are, what background you are from, and use that advantage for the cause, for the betterment of the society.
I have one question. That is, do the Kardashians really talk like that off camera also? Are they ever off camera?
Yeah, I mean, I found them the quite cool persons. I mean, to be honest with you, when I got invited by the Kardashians, I didn't even know who they were. You know, I don't watch television.
Love that.
I don't watch television, so I didn't know. I had to do a whole, you know, research to know who is Kim Kardashian and who is Kendall and this and that. But they were real cool people, and I mean, they're just human beings like you and me, you know. So when they asked me some things, I answered them, and it was. It really impacted because a lot of youth population all over the world, they follow the Kardashians. And when I came back to India, I saw a lot of change happen within the youth community, who are quite homophobic towards me and towards the society. Because if Kardashians say something positively about the LGBT population, then people do, like, you know, the youngsters do follow them, and they do kind of start their acceptance.
Great to know. So speaking about cool people, I think, Ankit, you are very, very cool yourself. Not only because you have such a kind and, you know, like compassionate approach towards everything, but also you're so fun to be with. I want to know, speaking of coolness, I felt that when I got to know that you have actually gone in local trains with posters and actually, you know, like, I see there's a lot of noise in backstage. Backstage, hello? Can we have some silence, please? So, coming back to the local train stories. So, I have seen you actually being there, and, you know, like, you have taken placards and you have actually taken the conversation there. Why did you feel the importance? Now, firstly, I want to know, when did you actually feel the importance to take this conversation forward of going beyond binaries, and what was that important point in life?
So I clearly remember that was 11th December 2013, 11, 12, 13, when Honorable Supreme Court of India gave its negative judgment of IPC 377 and recriminalized us. A quick course, 5 seconds. IPC 377, which criminalized homosexual act in India, was read down by Delhi High Court in 2009, which was challenged in Supreme Court, and in 2014 Supreme Court again returned the judgment and made homosexuality criminal act again. I was at Humsafar Trust, which is one of the first LGBT rights organization working there, headquartered in Mumbai, Vakola. Over there, I was like 18 and a half or just barely 18 at that time. I saw that two set of people were there in that room. One set of people were from community who wanted to be with each other in solidarity, to be there, you know, what the judgment would be, positive, negative, whatever. But there were another set of people. They were from media and news channels. India has, I think, over 200 24/7 news channels. And all of them, once the judgment came in, I still remember around 10 o'clock, the judgment comes in and we learn that it is against us. We have lost the case in Supreme Court. We all are sad. Many of us are crying. But at the same time, media wanted us to give bites to them, be on a live TV debates with them. And all the well-known activists who could speak English were busy with those, prime news channels, and they were still looking for people who can come out and talk. I was not out at the time to anybody about my identity. But then I thought, and the question came to me that if I do not come out today, and if I don't talk about my identity today, do I have a right to say and complain that I was born in a country where my rights has not been recognized? I need to talk today. So People say that there are circles of coming out. You come out to first to yourself, then you come out to your cousin, then you may come out to your extended friend circle, and so on and so forth. And last, society, right? 7 to 8 circles of coming out, sociology tells us. I did not follow any of that. I just say that, okay, I'll come out. And from morning 11 a.m. till evening 7:30 p.m., I was on a news channel after news channel talking about the Supreme Court judgment. I leave Humsafar Trust office in Wakola, go back to my home, which is in Dombivali. In case you do not know, it's Mumbai local travel will take around 40-45 minutes of transport. And I had this press release with me, which talked about that how we as a community today, by the Supreme Court's judgment, feel disappointed. And I don't know what happened to me. Sometimes nature wants you to do some things and you become an instrument of that, something like that. Without any planning, I suddenly stood up in a crowded Mumbai local train in peak hour and started saying in Hindi that with preamble of the constitution in one of my hand, because all our textbook have the preamble now, so that, and another hand mein this press release which talks about the judgment, saying that मैं एक समलैंगिक हूँ और मेरे अधिकारों को छीना गया है. And I gave a talk that how Bharatiya Samvidhan talks about these are the values which Indian Constitution talks about, and the institution which was supposed to protect those values of the preamble of the Constitution, the Supreme Court, has failed us. I did that talk in Marathi and Hindi for around 5-10 minutes, and then opened up for anybody who want to ask me a question. Of course, there were nobody who wanted to ask me a question. Then I changed the compartment. By the time I reached Dombivli from Kurla, I completed around 2 to 3 railway compartment. Next day, I was working at that time at one of the credit rating company. I gave my resignation, and I took a train from Mumbai Central to Vadodara, traveled by unreserved compartment, doing the exact same thing. And that journey continued for next 6 months. In 500 locations in total, I covered Gujarat, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, some parts of UP, and some region of Bangalore. And the reason I did that was because the whole conversation of LGBT rights is so limited to cities, so limited to English. But that doesn't mean that LGBT community is not there beyond the elite English-speaking space, right? I didn't want it to be a 9 p.m. prime time TV activist. I wanted to reach out to people directly in the language they understand. तो मैंने ये बात करी हिंदी में, गुजराती में, मराठी में, जो भाषाएं मुझे आती थी, और उसमें बात कही कि किस तरह से मैं एक भारतीय हूँ और मेरे अधिकारों को छीना गया. So that is the very shortly I narrated the whole 6 months journey to you.
I wanted to hear more because I couldn't do that. I think none of us has ever been able to do that, like going in a local train and taking this conversation forward. All I can do is fight back my trolls on my Instagram posts. So speaking of that, I hear so many times, not here, like I read, like there are hundreds and thousands of memes of me all over South of Asia because I'm wearing beard and sari, all of that. And something which is very, which is recurrent is that, look at this creature. Back in the day, our ancestors used to go and fight for us. They used to go for wars. There were princes who would go for wars and this and that. And then look at this. Now, my question is that how do you know that I can't slap you left, right and center wearing a sari? I will wear my heels and I will stamp on you also. So my question to you is that being a prince, what do you have to say to this comment or things like this, that when people say that princes are always supposed to be, you know, like warriors and this and that, what is your idea of being brave and being courageous?
Well, again we have to break stereotypes, you know, but, but yeah, I'm a warrior now also, you know, I'm fighting war. Every day I'm fighting a war. I mean, Oprah actually asked me that why do you have this tilak on the head, you know, so what does this symbolize? So I said, Oprah, this symbolizes victory. Because when we used to fight wars in the I'm talking about olden days, we would go to our goddess of strength and take the blood and put it on the forehead and then, you know, go for the war and seek her blessings and come back victorious. I mean, now also I am doing the same thing. I mean, morning I do my prayers and apply my this tilak on the head, and I'm fighting the war against hypocrisy, against homophobia, against transphobia, all kinds of bigotry. So yeah, and I do come back victorious. So I am a warrior. I have fighting in my genes, and I fight my war, and I am fine with that.
That's how icons behave. So quickly wrapping up everything, I feel honestly that it's great that we are having Brandage has given us this platform to speak about this here. It's great that we can be in a posh location and speak all of this. But as Ankit has done, it is very, very important that we take this conversation forward and we have this in our dining rooms. We have this when we are hanging out with our friends. We are having this to the fellow passenger who's there with us in a local train or a bus, so that actually people feel safe when they say that we want to go beyond binaries, even in your office. If you see that anybody is being discriminated, anybody is being talked about because of the way they are, then it is your responsibility that you should stand up to it. Because, see, this coming out of the closet is personally, I think, again, a very straight politics. Because we were always here. You were always here. You were always here. I was always here. My ancestors were always there. My queer ancestors were always there. It's not like we have appeared from the heavens suddenly and then here we are sitting and telling you to, you know, like, you have to include us and this and that. It's the straight politics and straight society, the heteronormative society, which has refused to acknowledge our presence. And here we are taking up our space, doing all of this. And in case anybody has a problem with that, it's a they problem. So opening the discussion to all of you, in case you have anything that you would like to ask us. Have we made you go speechless? Oh, there.
A very good afternoon to all three of you. My name is Harsh and I represent Sarang Welfare Society, it's an NGO. My question is rather personal and any one of you could answer this question. My question to you is, how to politely not offend anybody sexually? Because honestly, I have asked this question to many people, but I didn't get an appropriate or perfect answer. If you could answer this question to me.
So if I may have understood your question, so how to not offend someone sexually, the first thing is that you... Oh, okay. Okay, great. Thank you for warning me. So the first thing you do when you don't want to offend someone sexually is not touch them without consent.
All right.
So that is number one, whoever it is. And number two is that you politely ask them. In case you are confused as isko he bole ki she bole, you just ask that person that, hello, I think you are a pretty interesting person, I want to talk to you, but may I please know your pronouns? So like he did right at the beginning of the session. So that is how you do it. So the other person, the queer person or whoever it is, they don't feel unsafe, rather they feel that, okay, this person is genuinely interested in talking to me without me being a laughing stock. So that is how you do it. The short story to the long question is that you politely ask them that what to do. Should I talk to you? Can I hug you? Can I, can we go out for lunch? Can we go out for dinner? And if they don't just hurl all these abuses at them. Just politely accept and move on.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Anybody else? Guys, are we making sense? Okay. Yes. Can we have the mic there?
So it's not a question, but it's something that I wanted to say. That as a queer trans person, I belong to an organization called Sappho for Equality. We've been working 24 years in Kolkata. What do you think, all three of you, should be the way inclusion can happen, not just the tokenistic approach through which it happens by corporates, but the real sense of the term? How can that happen? What is your opinion?
I think Ankit is the best person to answer.
Sure. So there are three things you could look at to it. Okay. So look at first is the policy. does the company have active anti-discrimination policy? And today I was sitting for lunch with the person from LinkedIn, right? And I shared the exact same thing with him, saying that if your company does not specifically talk about LGBT identity, diverse gender identity, orientation and expression in your anti-discrimination policy, then it is a problem. Making a general statement that we as a company believe in non-discrimination is very easy, but which kind of discrimination are we talking about? We need to name it specifically. If you as a company do not do it, you are a clear homophobic company. Full stop. That is the very easy way. That's the first thing. Look at the policy. Is it an anti-discrimination policy actively placed or not? Second step you can do is look at how they are communicating about their diversity to the whole world. Are they saying in their recruitment that they are actively hiring queer people or not? If not, then there is another red flag there, right? Because diversity hiring cannot happen without actively looking for queer talent. Queer talent is not just gonna come with you just because you are saying that, hey, we are a non-discrimination policy, non-discriminatory company, right? So second would be look at their diversity hiring practices. Do they actively talk about queer inclusion there or not? That is second. And third is a little difficult, but which is very important, get the feel of the company's culture. And how do you do that? Is by finding friends, network within the community who are working within that company and look at that, what are their feeling about, are they feeling included or not. I always say this to my company, clients who are my company, saying that, hey, look, when I am just out of my B school, the business school, I may be desperate to get a job, I'll work for you for next 2 years. For me to be retained in your company as a talent, you need to do more than that. And that is where the conversation DEI will come in. So it's easy for a company to talk about diversity, equity, inclusion in external world, but it's also important to look at the internal processes as well, right? And the last thing, which is cherry on a cake, not all companies can do it, but if you as a company do it, well and good, and that is look at your supply chain. I'll give you an example. One of my client having over 15,000 employees, one of the financial company, 15,000 employees across India, headquartered in Gurugram, and their CEO was telling me, okay, we are out of time?
We ran out of time.
Okay, I'll quickly...
You can give us 2 more minutes, sir. Like, we deserve that much. We have been very entertaining. Come on. Yeah, continue.
So the CEO, Kapil, was telling me that, Ankit, tell me what do I do about DEI? We have done all of this thing. I said, look at your supply chain. Does your insurance company talk about diversity, equity, inclusion or not? Do they recognize same gender partnership or not, right? They reached out, company was not recognizing. They said, look, we will take our business back if you don't recognize same gender relationship, right? And because of that 15,000 clientele, which my client was giving to this insurance company, they thought they opened up to same gender partnership as well. And not only that, now this insurance company, who has other company as a clientele as well, they also got that benefit, right? So sometime we need to look at how do we make conversation beyond our company walls, and that is the way ahead, I feel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. I hope that we did not make you feel bored. I hope that you are going to go back home and take this conversation forward. Manavendra ji, it was such a pleasure knowing you. Ankit, it was lovely meeting you. And Brandish, thank you for having us on board.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being such lovely panelists. Now I will request Abhishek Mukherjee, Executive Committee member, PRSI Kolkata chapter, to come on stage and felicitate our esteemed panelists. We will start with Pushpak Sen. I would request Pushpak to please come forward for the felicitation and the photo session, of course. We'll take the opportunity to honor Ankit Bhuptani. Now Abhishek will felicitate Prince Manavendra Singh Gohil. I sincerely thank everybody for your meaningful participation.
Also love your shari. It's stunning. You look absolutely stunning. You were very distractful.
Thank you so much. Moving on to our next panel, diversity in the workplace in the 21st century promises to shed light on the evolving dynamics of modern work environments. The 21st century has ushered a new era, one where our workplaces reflect the global mosaic of cultures, backgrounds, and experiences. It's a recognition that diversity is not just a matter of fairness, it's a source of strength, innovation, and resilience. It's about acknowledging that every individual brings unique perspectives, skills, and contributions to the table. The moderator of this panel is Dr. Arina Bardhan, manager banglanatok.com. Arina has been into research and development, specializing in gerontology, quality of learning, gender and diversity for around a decade. She was associated with Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta for several years as a senior research associate, managing action research projects on aging well and quality of education using social technologies. She has also worked with Piramal Foundation for Education Leadership, working in learning and development of girls from rural Rajasthan. Throughout her brief career as a development professional and researcher, she has published several research papers and a book on knowledge management, aging, and education. Kindly join us on the dais, Arina. Our panelists are Shonali Bhattacharya, Associate Vice President, LTI Mindtree. Sonali has exhibited excellent leadership and expertise in the fields of information technology and business management. Sonali's strategic vision and effective management have greatly aided LTI Mindtree's growth and success. Her ability to lead teams, promote innovation, and produce results has gained her the affection and respect of colleagues and peers in the industry, making her an essential element of LTI Mindtree's ongoing success. Requesting Sonali to join us on the dais. Dr. Chandan Chaudhary, Senior Associate Dean and Practice Professor, Operations Management and Information Systems, Indian School of Business. Dr. Chandan Chaudhary, an esteemed professor specializing in operations management and information systems, holds the prestigious position of Senior Associate Dean and Practice Professor at the Indian School of Business. With a wealth of experience, he serves a vital link between academic theory and practical application. Dr. Chaudhary plays a pivotal role in shaping ISB's curriculum, fostering innovation and nurturing the next generation of business leaders. His unwavering dedication to advancing knowledge and commitment to excellence firmly establish him as an invaluable asset to ISB, enriching the institution and its students with his expertise and leadership. Requesting Dr. Chaudhary to take the stage, please. I would further request Dr. Bardhan to please take the discussion forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. So we had a wonderful discussions from the morning, and all the panelists, all the panels spoke wonderfully on different issues, primarily focusing on diversity, equity, inclusion. I think we have successfully covered different aspects and everyone sharing different perspectives and experiences. I think we all will agree as a group that it was very enriching and we have gained a lot of knowledge throughout the day. So I am feeling very lucky to be here present with Professor Chaudhary and Shonali and sharing this stage. So our discussion will focus primarily on women's inclusion in the workplace. We will be focusing on women participation and representation in leadership and in workplace. And we would be focusing on how their participation is going down in the last few years. So here I would like to present a little bit of data so that we all are in the same page. We will be shocked to hear that from 2005 till 2022, the data, the percentage of women participating in the workplace has gone down. In 2005, the data of India, according to World Bank gender report, it was 30.1% in 2005. In 2022, it is 24%. This is the data of India. Despite of having so many conversations, several discussions over the years, why has this percentage gone down, primarily in the workplace, in the economy? I think this is something we can think about. We would also deal why this percentage has gone down, what are the causal factors, and for any organization to be future ready, what could be the parameters to increase the female workplace, female ratio in the workplace, and to look into the diversity parameter. We would also like to understand women's participation, especially in the technology, in the data sphere, and where we are heading. And we would also like to understand what is the ecosystem right now and how we can strengthen the ecosystem in the workplace in order to ensure women's participation and representation in the leadership. So I will not talk much on this. I will hand over to my esteemed speakers. I would like to ask Professor Chaudhary, since he has been doing wonderful research on women's representation and participation in ISB. I would like to understand, we all would like to understand, sir, why is there a reducing participation, and what, according to you, and also out of your experience in handling the data and also sharing, getting to know different people in the industries over the years, what are the causal factors? Why is the figure going down? And we would also like to understand that how is organizations preparing itself for future readiness? Over to you, sir.
Right. Thank you, Arina. I think it was, it is a very, very difficult topic. I have done a lot of survey, you know, in a big forum. I would conduct an online survey to ask people, what do you think about India? Is the participation of women workforce going up, or is it steady, or is it coming down? So majority of the people, except a few, would say that, well, it's going up. But the fact is, as just now, you know, Arina mentioned that the number is actually going down, and is going down very, very steadily. So what are the reasons? There are various reasons. So let me just cite from a overall perspective. I think the responsibility starts from family. Family and society is responsible. corporate is responsible, policymakers are responsible, because if you really see that there is no awareness that female workforce participation is coming down. So we just don't know that it's a problem. And if you don't know that it's a problem, so there is no question of finding out solution. So that's one. Let me give you one anecdotal example. I remember in one of the interviews, there was a set of some 40 applicants who applied, and some 10 people got shortlisted. And I remember seeing a profile, which was a very bright profile, and that lady was not shortlisted. So I asked the person who did the shortlisting, why didn't you shortlist her? And the response of this gentleman was that, well, she's a young lady. I asked her, are you planning to get married shortly? And if you get married, are you likely to have a child? And she said yes. And Sonali, you would know, the guy told that, well, I did not shortlist her because, I will put her on a project and then she will go for delivery of a child and we'll have a problem with the project. So I did not select her, did not shortlist her. And she was actually brightest among the lot. Now I must tell you, the ladies deliver babies because guys can't deliver babies. But you cannot take that as a reason not to hire a lady. So this I just gave as an anecdotal example. We also find that in many cases, the corporate, there are changes happening, but in many cases you would find in corporate, they don't have a strategy of improving the diversity within the organization. So there are organizations within the world, including a couple of them in India, where they would set target for the managing director. Hey, today in your organization, only 20% are women. We want this number to go up. And not just at junior level, we also want women participation to go up at leadership level. So there are companies where it is actually set as a target, and MDs and leadership team are told that if you cannot achieve, then during your annual appraisal, we'll assume that you have not delivered your KPI. So I think many women today, after they deliver babies, they don't return. In many organizations, if a lady has a small child, you don't have the facilities of daycare. You also find that there are family pressure. There are in-laws who would say that hamare bahu bahar kaam nahi karegi. So my daughter-in-law is not going to work out. So I think this is a very, very difficult question. I wanted to share with you that research has shown that if we encourage diversity, we will enhance future readiness of organization. So there is a study which has been recently conducted, and the author considered 10 years of data of 83 organizations across 4 sectors like fashion, financial services, automotive and technology, and the authors concluded that diversity is one of the important aspects for creating an organization which is future ready. And if we do not do that, we'll have problem. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Professor. I think if we had more time, you could have also shared some of the perceptions that you got from the managers with whom you interacted. So you said the other day, sir, was actually sharing that he interacted with several very senior professionals from different organizations, and all of them said, most of them I think said that the percentage of women overall in the workplace is much higher. But the actual data is not showing that, which means that most of the people are actually not aware of the decreasing percentage or decreasing level of participation of women in the workplace. I think that is something which we all need to understand and realize, and then we can go ahead with different awareness and other things, and also advocacy. So I'll again come back to you, Professor, after a while. I would like to ask Ms. Shonali, because she has been working for around 30 years in different organizations, primarily in the technology world. So, ma'am, can you share on the diversity with regard to and the representation of women in data, AI, ethics, around that? What has been the representation of women, your perspective in the data and AI ethics and technology? Over to you, ma'am.
Thanks, Arina, and good evening all. I see a lot of women in the room. That gives me a pleasure, though the numbers have gone down in the room. It's evening, but I hope you are still glued to what we are here to kind of have some conversation on. Myself, Shonali, I think, yes, 30 years sounds very big. Had been, in different, I would say, segments, primarily IT, started career with, pure play engineering. And I give you this context because it's very important for us to understand how we develop our stories. And I did hear Professor Chaudhary speaking about statistics, which is very important from an awareness standpoint. And being in the industry for quite some time, and as a leader, beyond handling top lines and bottom lines of the company, I've been very, very focused for almost a decade now on diversity, inclusion, equity, these new concepts that have come up with some words. While these were all there with us while we were also growing. The thing is, the numbers possibly have fallen in recent times post-COVID because it is a very, very sharp, stuff that we have to realize that COVID had a very, very bad impact on working women. And there were many reasons for that. And we can have many discussions around that. Coming back to your question, Arina, how I see, in a technology industry, I find technology as a leveler. So this is the first thing that I would like to leave in the room with handful people who are in, and I was hearing some of the speakers before. It's very interesting to hear that many people are doing different type of, I would say, expression giving to the society to bring in the change which is due. It is very important that we have mechanism to learn technology very fast. And technology doesn't mean just being or hanging around in social media. Social media is just a channel. Learning technology is very different than kind of using technology. It is very important that women as a whole, in today's world, where academics is no more like, 10 plus 2 plus 3 or some definition, there are many micro academic mechanisms that have come in today's world. You can sit in the corner of your bedroom and become educated. It is so important that you learn technology. And nobody in the world can stop you if you just manage to have a smartphone, if you just manage to have some time for yourself, and if you just manage to have a dream which is very high, okay? Nobody can stop you to dream. I'll tell you, people who have really gone to a position which makes a difference and impact in the society, and you look upon and it just happens that the leader is a woman, you have to just conclude that the woman had a dream, okay? The woman had a dream to get to that position and make a change. So to me, when I look back at AI, when I look back at, data, I think, it's a very vast chapter. But all I would possibly like to share with you, Arina, and, all the members in this forum right now, data is no more like information. It's also getting assembled and tabled to you in form of some information, but it's actually influencing your decision, okay? And people who know technology and who don't know technology, possibly are consumers of technology, needs to understand it very clearly that various type of machines that are getting trained based on information that is available in the market. So if you really give information which is biased, machine will also get the biasness that you have instilled in it. While there is an ethical aspect of teaching machine that how can you kind of create those components in an unbiased way, but it is up to us as women and up to us as, that member of the society who is possibly not in a specific spectrum of a men or a woman, lying in between somewhere and trying to get an identity. It is very important that they come out, they speak, they make their data getting registered so that all the subsequent actions that will happen in the industry, every industry for that matter, just not IT. IT is just going to serve you. But IT is going to become center, heart and center of all your decision making tomorrow. Now, if that has to give you the true value, you have to ensure that data that is getting instilled is unbiased. And woman has to play a serious role in it to make that happen. We just can't be in, such lovely rooms and such lovely desks. It calls for a lot of hard work to be there, Arena. I just want to be very transparent that anybody who really wants to make a difference have to commit to oneself that I will go through all that hardship to make it happen for not just me, but for hundreds beyond me. That's the commitment that, we should dream to make a difference.
Thank you, Shonali. I think we all need to think on this biasness and unbiasedness aspect of data representation, because we are nowadays extremely dependent on AI and ChatGPT we have been using. So we also need to understand that component of analyzing data and from which aspect the data is coming and from where the data is coming. So very few people actually we get to understand that. I think we can promote on this more. Thank you, Shonali. I would like to now go on to both of you. So this is a question for both of you. So what has been the representation, your experience in the IT industry, with in the technology world, with regard to the participation, with regard to the representation? What has been your experience? Say the trajectory of 20, 30 years. So if you can summarize your experiences and also suggestions.
Yeah, so what I would do is, as far as past is concerned, is very clear, right? Our performance has been pretty poor because from 2005, where our participation of women was 30.5%, it has come down to 24%. So, past, whatever we have done, definitely we have done stuff which was not correct, and therefore we are not at a stage that we should be. Now, let me share with you that the next 5 years is going to be quite different. And I'm glad some of the perspective that Sonali mentioned. So next 5 years is going to be quite different. I can see there are students from B school sitting here. I would like to share with you that future of jobs will be quite different. There is a study which has been recently reported. The study shows that because of artificial intelligence, robotization, and automation, as far as India is concerned, 69% of the workforce stand at risk. 69%. So it's not just women, also men, all genders, men, women, all genders will be impacted because of robotization, automation, artificial intelligence. And the percentage for India is 69%. So the question is, what we should be doing? What is the solution? I think we need to envisage, anticipate what are the kind of jobs which will be in demand in future. And we need to prepare workforce in our organization. We need to prepare the workforce in our country to prepare both men, women, and people of different genders for the future of work. If you don't do that, we'll end up with big problem. I'm glad I was recently talking to the Labor Secretary, and he was telling me that India's vision, which is called as Vision India at 2047, enhancement of female labor force is a part of their strategy. But I think technology will more adversely impact female labor force participation than male labor force participation. There are several studies which show that, for example, in STEM, if man is going to lose 4 jobs, they will gain 1 job. But women will lose 20 jobs and will gain 1 job. So I think the gap is going to increase. And if you want to reduce the gap, the only way is we need to identify what kind of jobs will be relevant in future. And we need to ensure that we prepare our workforce for that. In fact, one of our recent research shows that 36.9% of the jobs in the textile sector will be new. Jobs that don't exist today. Jobs which will involve collaboration between human, robot, machines. And they don't exist today. So if we prepare our workforce, then we'll be able to gain those opportunities.
Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. And I know Dr. Chaudhary's researches are not very positive for women in the room. But let me give you some light to possibly what I get to see as a practitioner. That's where I come from. Well, last to your question, I think last 20 to 25 years within India, I think we have seen a sea change of how we look at things, okay? There's definitely a huge amount of mindset that has moved. A lot of policies that have come, and it's pretty equal. It's just not about women, but also about men to make them feel a little different. We have miles to go. It's not that it is over, and I hope that we cover that miles fast so that we change our dialogues, We don't have to discuss it the way we are doing it today on this particular topic. We should reach that par. But having said that, what is important for us, as you were saying, future readiness, and absolutely agree with you, women should be little ahead of the curve. And today, in the world that we stay, and of course, me coming from an IT industry, and there are many industries which are also physically very intensive, okay? So basically, we'll have to figure out where they kind of balance the equity better. It is very, very important to get yourself educated. The education and the constant education to beat the battle of technologies that is coming will become a sincere prerogative for women. Without being at par with the change that is happening in the technology world, women will fall behind. And it is very, very important that you make it as a daily, activity for us to get there. And if we make it, then possibly additional, impediments that do come up, in the way of life, society will be educated by then to kind of, remove them in their own constructs. But it is very important that we keep our studies on. And it's no more like, we are done with our graduation, post-graduations, we got a doctorate and it is done. And not that everybody in the world has to become a doctorate also. But it is very important that you continue your academics every year. There is no more, my academics is over and my life has begun. Okay, as a practitioner, I'm telling you, every year you have to plan for your academics as a woman. If you don't study, you are out of what you are trying to do, whichever field you are in. This is something that I would really like to kind of put forward. And maybe as a closing comment to your question, an area of improvement that possibly as a whole women would need in our society per se is taking care of their own finance. There are many women who earn, but they don't take care of their own finance. People who don't earn, anyway somebody else takes care. People who earns, then also somebody else takes care. Please be accountable for the money you earn. Please be aware and cognizant of what you are doing with it and what you are, leaving for. So it's very, very important that these two aspects women have to become very, very careful.
I just want to make a 30-second comment that as far as Indian corporate is concerned, I think they have a very important role to play. Our study shows that for the same job, which is done by men and also done by women, women is paid 17% less on an average. So women is paid less than men for the same job, and they may be delivering the job better than men. So I think corporate got to do a lot of work to bridge this gap.
Please give us 2 more minutes because as you can understand, this is a very vast topic and Professor has been doing a research for many, many years. So it is little difficult to wind it up in within time. So as a closing comment, I would just like to mention two things. One is that even for women to continue doing the workplace has to be conducive and welcoming, right? So here, because women generally, traditionally, she has been managing both workplace and household work at the same time. So can the workplace be more welcoming, more conducive for a woman? In that respect, we have been doing a little bit of research and understanding with regard to addressing well-being in the workplace policy. Whether well-being can also be added in the gender policies by organizations. And thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much, Shonali Bhattacharya, for your wonderful sharing your experiences. And I think we can go forward with regard to strengthening the ecosystem, the organizations have, and so that women can participate more, and also their leadership potential can be harnessed to the possible level, to the most absolute level. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the wonderful contribution. Thank you so much.
I extend my sincere thanks to the panelists. Now I will request Madhushmita Banerjee, corporate member of PRSI Kolkata chapter, to please come up on the stage to felicitate our dignified panel. Madhushmita Banerjee. May we please have the support, backstage support? Thank you so much. Requesting to felicitate Dr. Arina Bordhon on behalf of our organization. Dr. Bordhon, I request you to come forward. A token of appreciation to our next speaker, Sonali Bhattacharya. Now requesting to felicitate Dr. Chandan Chaudhary on behalf of BRANDEGDE. Thank you so much. And a brief photo session. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, so this has been an enriching journey to listen to these insights and deliberations since morning. Our next panel is on Beyond Boundaries. In a world marked by diversity, both in terms of culture and thought, our panelists represent a diverse range of experiences and expertise. They have dedicated themselves to advocating for inclusivity, challenging systematic barriers, and promoting understanding among different communities. In this conversation, we will dive into the challenges and opportunities that arise in our increasingly interconnected world. We will discuss now how organizations, communities, and individuals can work together to dismantle boundaries and foster a culture of inclusivity. The moderator of this panel is Chandramouli Dhara. He is the Director of Marketing and Sales Enablement at Rangam. He plays a crucial role in shaping Rangam's marketing and strategies. His leadership in aligning marketing efforts with sales goals has led to increased brand visibility and revenue generation for the company. Chandramouli Dhara's dedication to optimizing marketing and sales processes, along with his ability to drive results, had solidified his reputation as a valuable asset to Rangam. Taking the opportunity to welcome him onto stage, Chandramouli Dhara. On the panel, we have Anirudh Bhiwaniwala, founder and CEO Cation Bespoke, pioneering inclusive men's fashion. Anirudh Bhiwaniwala's 25-year journey is in fashion. Rooted in a family textile tradition, he has evolved into a mission making fashion accessible for all at Cation Bespoke. For Anirudh, fashion is not just attire, it's an individual's statement. Embracing innovative trends in men's fashion, Anirudh integrates high-visibility fabrics, velero and antiviral treatments, ensuring Cation Bespoke remains at the forefront of accessible fashion. Post-COVID-19, he envisions an inclusive industry, emphasizing friendship, love, and acceptance. Anirudh stands for integrity, excellence, service, and customer satisfaction, making him not just a name, but a beacon in inclusive fashion. Requesting Anirudh to join us on the stage. Our next speaker is Anuja Bashir, CEO Director Marketing FlexiCloud. With a proven record of innovation and strategic vision, she shapes the company's success. In her role as Director of Marketing, Anuja crafts and executes effective marketing strategies that promises to promote the FlexiCloud services and establish the brand as a trusted name in cloud computing. She ensures that FlexiCloud reaches its target audience and maintains a competitive edge in the industry. Her leadership and marketing prowess are instrumental in FlexiCloud's success and its ability to adapt and thrive in the ever-evolving tech landscape. Requesting Anuja to join us on the dais, please. Now I would welcome our next panelist, Nidhi Rungta, founder and CEO Invest My Paisa. Nidhi Rungta, the visionary behind Invest My Paisa, an IIM Kozhikode alumni, she launched this venture 6 years ago with a commitment to financial excellence. Managing a portfolio exceeding 150 plus crores for over 450 plus clients, Nidhi's expertise has left an indelible mark. Nidhi champions financial literacy through her initiative, Science of Paisa. Her dedication caught the attention of the Goldman Sachs 10K Women Entrepreneur Program at IIM Bangalore, showcasing her remarkable journey. In a male-dominated finance industry, Nidhi's workshop and expertise fill a gap in the market, ensuring financial wisdom reaches all. Nidhi, thank you so much for joining us today. Our next speaker is Mohammad Israr Alam, CEO and founder, Carney Technologies Services. Mohammad Israr Alam is the visionary CEO and founder of Carney Technologies, a dynamic technical service company. Under his leadership, Carney Technologies has become a trusted partner for businesses seeking cutting-edge solutions in web development, software, and IT consulting. Alam's dedication to excellence, customer-centric approach, and strategic thinking has propelled the company to new heights, earning it a reputation for delivering top-tier services that meet clients' diverse needs. Thank you, Alam, for joining us today. Now I will pass on the baton to our moderator for taking it forward. Thank you so much. Our team is actually venturing the extremely interesting bio of our next panelist. So I'll just take some more time to introduce him. Thank you for being so patient and cooperative. Thanks. So here is our next panelist for you, Saket Kumar Thadat. Saket Kumar Thadat is a dedicated advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusion, driven by a profound commitment to fostering positive change. As the founder of GoConnect, he harnesses his skills to dismantle barriers and forge connections among organizations. Saket's role as a DEI counselor is pivotal as he provides expert guidance on inclusivity and equality strategies, catalyzing organizational transformation. In his capacity as a recruiter, he matches talent with companies that prioritize diversity, underscoring the importance of equity in recruitment. Saket's work signifies significant social progress as he cultivates workplaces that unite humanity and advocates for a more inclusive and equitable society. We are delighted to have you amongst us today. Thank you so much for being with us. Please, I would request you to come join us on the dais. I leave this to the moderator now for an electrifying session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks everybody. Thanks everybody for joining. I think I have an eclectic mix of entrepreneurs and CEO level people over here. So I'd like to know, I'd like all of us to know their story a little bit. So since most of the introductions have been made, I'd start with Anuja, and if you can share your story and how it works. And what is the connection between you and inclusion, and how does it go?
Okay. So I'm a corporate professional, like just Shonali just mentioned. After my graduation engineering, I chose to be a part of corporate. And then once, after a period of time for my kids, I migrated back to India. And just for the, what do you call, convenience sake, my parents wanted me to teach in a college. And that's how somehow I ended up being an entrepreneur, where I didn't know what I was actually doing. And as everybody knows, without even doing the proper homeworks, definitely before even I started, my concept was very good, but I didn't have a clue of what my implementation side was. Within 6 months, my venture just literally collapsed. Again, after 2 years, and after that, I really had a literal warning, a caution from my family said, never ever do this kind of things, because this is not something which you need to experimentize with. But the problem with me is that nobody should ever tell me that, no, this is something which I should not do. So after 2 years, again, I plunged back into industry. And since my family was abroad, I used to keep on traveling. And that time also, I thought everything is fine. I've trained my staff very well. I went for a Singapore trip by 13 days while I was back. Again, my venture collapsed. So my second failure. And then it was kind of like, nobody would ever take a risk of a third time coming back. But as entrepreneurs, you know, entrepreneurs are always entrepreneurs. So I really was having a kind of like huge confusion in my mind. What am I supposed to do? Am I a failure? So some said that I'm a very good marketer. I do have a lot of good quality skills, but I'm never a good entrepreneur. So that made me think, why am I not a good entrepreneur? What is that thing that I lack? So, so that time I really got a lot of offers from corporate. But besides that, there's one more interesting thing. With my second failure, I had a loss of 75 lakhs, which kind of like enhanced up to 1.5 CR, okay? Yeah, that was there. And even I could not tell my family this was going on, because they said me not to do that, and I did that. So the thing is that, you know, I always believe that whatever you do, that is up to you. Your success is yours, your failures are also yours. So I embraced it, and that was a part I really started, you know, my baby steps of being a real entrepreneur. And then with a small consulting work, I started with a 25,000 rupees. I got a work. Then they liked the work. Then then they gave the corporate gave a work which went to 2.5 lakhs. And from there I started. The company went good. But that time the COVID came in. So I was like, oh my God, am I going to face a third failure this time? So I think that is when I started thinking. You know, there's always a way. It is something which we are not seeing it, because we are not actually, we want to perceive it, because it's always a 360-degree perspective. Sometimes we don't see it. So as an entrepreneur, I think that is where my life changed. And I started taking a lot of insights from a lot of people. I did my cohorts, I did my Goldman Sachs cohort, I did my Wharton education, I even did my IM brand management, and I started branding, you know. Today I've created more than 1,500 brands. I have 3 companies of my own. I am a mentor to 40 incubators of India. And yeah, I recently raised Series A funding for my startup FlexiCloud. Yeah, so that's how, this is how, so every magazine wrote about how an failed entrepreneur made this much
And some said that, maybe she was of a never giving up attitude. Maybe she's, actually I think that a woman in me was so passionate, and I was never ready to give up. I don't want to be a failure. And that was the thing I said. So somewhere I started helping other women who want, because this is a specific question, you said why diversity? So I started helping women, and that is where I got into it. And you know what? I thought that is diversity. That's the biggest, and the rest of the joke is, I understood it when I came here. From there, during that time, I met Sumit. So Sumit was the one who introduced me to this world, and I was kind of like, oh my God, what is this? And from there, I really thought I will also kind of like enter into this, understand something. It was just like an experiment. I entered into it. But once I started embracing it, I don't know, I'm so involved in it. I recently did an event in Kerala, recognizing 100 entrepreneurs who actually made a niche mark in their own domain. Exceptional women. And even that moment of joy when they receive those recognition, it's a matter of recognition, okay, not a word, it's a recognition. Again, I'm specifying that word, recognition, what it meant to them, what difference it meant to them. That joy and that moment, I understood that, oh my God, this is something which that guy was telling me. Maybe this is what is called diversity. And I thought, okay, I became a diversity evangelist. And sitting over there, when all these panels were talking, I'm like, oh my God, I'm not even in the first standard of this, what you call the diversity. Because every single person who is talking, I felt like I've attended so many corporate events in my life. Even I just went to a WebPros event in Bangkok, and I just returned back. But this particular event, I'll tell you, I felt it, I was just telling to Sushmita that I felt it so raw, so connected to life. Every person sitting out here, somewhere are emotionally connected. I think that is what is diversity called, because we're all different in one way, but we're all same in the other way. So that is how I got into diversity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anirudh?
Good evening, Chandramouli ji, and thank you, PRSI, for this opportunity to be here this evening. I come from a family that's been associated with textiles for almost a century now. Just make it a little short. In 2002, I was associated with a brand. I was just about 22 years of age at that point of time. And I took the branch to great heights, addressing different conferences across the country. I was their poster boy. And then, as it happens in the commercial corporate world, they thought they could do it all without me. And they dumped me. It was an agreement, and then I was left completely at sea. I started out on my own with Keshan Bespoke. And it is at that point of time I realized the kind of support that I got from my clients, my retail customers, my wholesale customers, etc. And that is how I got my catchphrase that at Keshan Bespoke, we don't just sell clothes, we etch memories. And even if you go onto a Google page and all, you'll see the basic ethos of my business is not to sell a product, but to establish a relationship with the client. If the relationship is genuine, the client will come back to you. And that's what I've been doing in the last 15-odd years since I set up Keshan Bespoke as a totally separate venture without any brands collaboration. Diversity comes with it because as a corporate, I feel that we should have access to the best talent. So actually diversity is not even a word for me. We have a lot of women in our workforce because if they are able, we employ them. It's as simple as that. 50% of the population of this world is men. If 50% is men, then 50% has to be women. Why do I want to handicap myself by just choosing from 50%, and why not make a selection from the whole 100%? So diversity, I feel, is a outdated word which stems from, I would say, lack of education, lack of awareness. Thank you.
Thank you. Nidhi?
Hi. Hello. After my MBA, I was working in the corporate for a year. And as I come from a Marwari Banya family, I think I had this thing in me to start my own thing. And when I was talking to my college batchmates, I realized that personal finance, even though it may sound like a very traditional business, but it was not as well catered to, because even MBA graduates, even though they knew how to handle corporates' money, they did not know how to handle their own money which they were earning. And I realized that there was a gap, that people, even though they knew the products, they didn't understand the products. And most of my female batchmates, at least, they came to me asking for help that they wanted to learn. And that is what gave me the idea to start Invest My Paisa, where not only was I helping them with the investments, but I was teaching them and giving them the hand holding, because even though there is tech, people don't know how to use that tech. So if there is UPI, there is net banking, maybe the Gen Z is very tech savvy, but the millennials or say the 30 or 40-year-olds are not so adept with using all of these apps. A lot of my clients today tell me ki yaar aur ek username password mat dena. And that is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to help them out to the best of my abilities. And coming to this conference, I've realized that there is a lot more diversity and there is a lot more crowd which I can cater to going forward. And I hope I can do it to the best of my abilities. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Although the time, I was just seeing the watch, and my team sitting out there, they're laughing, sir ne mic pakad liya, so it may be going to be too long. So I will not take more time. I am the founder and CEO of Kani Technology, and we started this journey way back in 2009. My two partners, Sarah and Manish, when we were in the college doing our masters in computer applications. And we got the placement as a software developer. But since college days, we wanted to start something like Bill Gates. And we started with Kani Technology with a name. Carne is not an English name. It's an Italian word, and it means victorious. So we started with two services only, website development and SEO, way back in 2009, before Google algorithms came into market. And since then, it's a journey which I really love to and privileged to have. I have a great team with us, because we are also the digital marketing partner and website development partner of PSI. And when we came on board as the website development partner, for the first time, I won't be lying, I have heard about DEI. And it was our responsibility to make this as a viral thing, that is, what is DEI? Because when I personally met my clients, please come on board, join this event, everybody was like, what is this DEI is all about? We already have diversity in our office. I said, no, it is something beyond, it's DEI. So there's D, there's E, and there's I also. So it's a journey for us, for Kani Technology, because we have worked, touched around the world, from Europe to US to Canada to Australia. So you name a country and we have a client touched. And the most satisfying journey for us, because the team works as a team, that let the customer understand that we as an agency is there for help. Ultimately, the money will come. No client will go, okay, money nahi milega. If there's a work and it is really working best for the client perspective, it will 100% of the clients say that we have few clients, those who are with us from since 2010 till today, they are a client, right? But coming to this event and this topic, unknowingly, we at Kani was practicing this, unknowingly. I was not known, but yes, because one of my partners is a lady, so we always keep in mind कि भाई 50% तो लड़कियां होनी चाहिए, right? And I said, no, बहुत ज़्यादा बातचीत होगा ऑफिस में. So even if you see my gang of Kani Technology, there's 50% girls gang, 50% boys gang. Apart from this gender equality thing, we also try to make sure that even if somebody have any, it's not disability, I don't think it's disability, it is something which have been by birth somebody, right? I should encourage them as the owner, कि भाई, you come and work with us. If you have this particular skill set, at Kani, we don't hire somebody that, okay, let's say you have an MBA degree, you must have 70%. No. Even if you don't have an MBA degree, I'm okay with it. I'm cool with it. As long as you understand the work ethics, you know the skill set, You are come on board. Let's make the world a beautiful place by our services. उससे ज़्यादा कुछ चाहिए नहीं. Thank you.
Thank you. Saket, if you could.
Yeah. So basically, I will like to start with, when you are a kid, basically that time you don't know what is diversity, what is basically discrimination in the country, in our society. So basically, when I turned 18 years old, the reality kicks in, that what is the real world is. So that time, basically, I thought I have to build something that basically I can do something of my own. Like I have to build, say for my future, I have to basically start doing something on my own. So basically, I have knocked out about 150 plus doors, 150 plus agencies I have knocked out to start my work, but every time there was excuses. No one used to tell directly that what is the reason they are not hiring, but actually inside you know that what is the reason in reality. So by knocking those doors, it went 3 years has been flown. So when I turned 20 years old, I thought that time basically digital marketing was becoming very trending topic in the market. So that time I thought कि let's try it, देखते करके क्या होता है. So that time when I have started it, most of the people has been told कि when are you starting this agency, you have to basically network with people. How you will do it? Because in our country, most of the people are usually hesitate a bit to have a conversation with someone with disability, someone on a wheelchair. That is quite common in our country. And especially to build a business, you have to network with more people. And I have been in kind of isolation for 10 years almost, 10 years of my life. So it's been quite tough, but let's give it a try because I don't have any other options. So basically, entrepreneurship is something that is not, has been chosen by me. I have been forced to be an entrepreneur. But yeah, so over time, as I have been started to build it, for initial 1 year, there was no clients, no transaction, nothing was happening. So, but I was I have that kind of mentality that let's continue with it, as I don't have any other option. Even if I will approach any agency, they are usually going to reject the contract on itself. So what I should do, I have continued doing it. So eventually in 2022, there was an event that was happening at Hayat. So basically, when that event has been published, the ad was published on a newspaper in The Telegraph. So I went to that event basically. So that was my first event that I was attending in my life. So that time I have seen many people there, many entrepreneurs, how they are basically networking with everyone. That world is completely new for me that time. I haven't seen someone networking in my friend circle as well. Most of the people used to hesitate from basically communicate with and have a conversation. But yeah, so I basically tried to have a conversation, and over time as I started to become eventually I started to being more kind of hesitant to it. But उस समय अच्छा लगने लगा कि और we are more communicating with more people. Actually, those people are reaching out to WhatsApp, asking what you provide actually, what services you provide. And eventually they started to invite on their events that they are conducting. So I started to attend them as well. Slowly I built a network in Kolkata, a network among entrepreneurship community in Kolkata. So eventually the entrepreneurship community has, I think, accepted quite a lot because as you have built, when you are building a name, I have basically started my own agency in 2022 itself. So from that time, I have named it Go Connect because our main purpose was to connect the market with the audience that is lying on basically an audience who is basically finding right type of companies to cater them. So that was, we have named it Go Connect, and that's what basically in last 1.5 years, we have worked with 150 plus brands and creators, and have been one of the top 10 agency list, just got award in top 10 agencies in Kolkata in social media marketing. Also featured in top 10 social media content creators in the category of marketing in Instagram. So that actually went well eventually. because I think as you will start to communicate with more people, actually start to more communicate with you as well, because in what happens, I don't find there is a mistake, there is a responsibility of people as well, because people are usually not much communicate with those people who are actually facing autism or have some kind of disability, even LGBTQ community. They don't basically communicate with them, so they usually hesitate when they see them to communicate with them. So as we will go out, we'll start to do work on our own, we will communicate with them. They will actually feel that yes, they can actually do as we can, what we can do actually. So that's what basically I felt, because eventually the basic entrepreneurship community was hesitating a bit in Kolkata, but over time they got more eventually. So now as we have been working with many agencies, we have worked with many worldwide brands. One of our brands we are working with also featured on top 10 top 10 brands in New York Times in the New York City. That basically magazine has been published 2 months back. So yeah, eventually when now our basically target, when we are basically started to grow, we thought that now it's time to do something for the community. As I have been faced all the issues around me, all the what actually the hiring process and all these kind of things are actually happening, and people are usually hesitating to hire people with disabilities, autism and everything. So basically what I have been tried, we are hiring few people. We are looking for, we was looking for some people. So I thought let's hire people with disabilities only, basically initially. So I basically tried to find out through LinkedIn profile and by featuring to Naukri.com, except that those are the websites. So we basically contacted them and asked them that they are you find me some people who are having some kind of, they are basically neurodivergent, having some kind of disability and all. So basically we have approached them and we have got good number of applications actually. If I say you honestly, I have got around 300 applications. Because most of the people were actually, that time I found that it's happening with everyone. Most of the applications for jobs are getting rejected because of very silly reasons. I have had applications who have completed MBA and also the CA, and over they have also completed MBA, and they were ready to do a job at rupees 15,000 a month, just because their application is getting rejected by all the hiring agencies, just because having some kind of disability. So that we have to, we will hire, that time I thought that at least I will hire only people who are from the DEI community. So I hired around 5 to 10 people initially. So as I have started working with them, as I told they were working with us, but eventually I thought if they will continue to working with us at this salary that we are offering them, eventually the community is not growing, because they can find, maybe if in future they can find some job at this salary in some other place as well. So that time I thought basically what to do. So basically what I had done is I started providing them training to become an entrepreneur as well. So basically I have told them start to working with them, working with us. We will provide you complete training to be an entrepreneur. Till them, do our work, and after 6 months you can start your own agency. I will help you do that. So that's I will help you do that, because I thought in Kolkata, when I basically got into the entrepreneurship community,
Thank you, Saket. We are actually running really late.
Yeah, we'll just take a minute.
As much as we would love to hear more of this, but we have a paucity of
time.
Yeah,
we'll just take a minute.
Yeah,
just
sure.
To sum it up.
Request you to be little brief.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so basically I thought let's hire only those people who are basically into damage. So we have provided them training for the entrepreneurship and guided them through that. So yeah, basically that's what we have target for our future as well. Hire as much people from DEI community and provide them training so they can get into entrepreneurship. Because when I got to the entrepreneurship community, I was the first. Because when I got to the events and meetups of the entrepreneurs, I was the only person there on a wheelchair. No one else from the community was actually doing entrepreneurship, and I found it. So basically my target was to help more people to get into entrepreneurship, so we can basically see a community that is more diverse, a entrepreneurship community that is more diverse. You can find people from different sections like LGBTQ, autism. Even autism people can do a lot kind of work. I have seen them. So basically, so that is what our target. So yeah.
Thank you, thank you. That is really inspirational. So, thank you so much for the session. I would request our esteemed member, Mr. Mohan Ghosh, to come up on the dais. Okay, then I'll request Yasmin Khatun to come up on the dais and felicitate our esteemed panelists. Okay, we can have a brief session, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, a brief session, because we would love to hear the perspective of our panelists as well.
Well, we have a panel that is as diverse as India, as inclusive as India. Their views, their journeys, and their aspects and perspectives are so different. I know we are very short on time, and I know the organizing team has been very gracious in giving us a few more minutes. So what next? Now that you have been exposed to so many ideas and so many thoughts of diversity at this event too, I would like to know in 1 or 2 lines, if possible, what are your greatest takeaways? What are you going to add, deduct, or do something in your personal workplaces that makes it far more inclusive, far more better for anybody? 1 or 2 lines, please.
So basically, I believe that we have to do more of inclusive hiring. We need to give equal pay to both the genders, depending upon their skills, as well as we need to make sure that diversity policies are being implemented in the company. And we also, the organization has to embrace that the diversity is required in the system, not because just for a namesake, but instead it fosters innovation, creativity, and also it mitigates a lot of risk. Thank you.
From today's entire day session, I would like to take this away that diversity, like acceptance, acceptance of diversity would be my biggest takeaway from today. Accepting handicapped people, accepting people with different kinds of sexual orientation, accepting handicapped people, treating them at par, treating them at equal levels, paying them the same amount of money that you would to any other ordinary person. I think that would be my biggest takeaway from today's forum. Thank you.
I think that coming from the field of finance, I thought that there were less representation from the women community. When I had started out in a room full of 100 people, I was the only woman. Right now it has doubled, and we see a lot more women investors coming in. But going forward, I would also like to reach out to more diverse communities who are struggling with financial planning and literacy. And this forum today gave me an opportunity and exposure to connect with people, which would help me reach out to them, and also it helps to hire people from their community, because then they find your resources more accessible, because sometimes we don't understand where they are coming from, and hiring people then helps make your services more accessible to them. So I think that is something I am taking away from today's session. So yeah.
I know the problem what Salini is facing. So to make it very short, what today's session is all about, actually I told you first already, that we at Carnet try to hire people on the basis of talent. Irrespective of what gender you are, irrespective of whether you have a disability or a special something physically, we don't bother about those things. And I would request every entrepreneurs who are here that let's hire people on the basis of their skill set, irrespective of the gender and disability or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So basically, I will take it when you are hiring a people with some kind of disability, it's quite tough to basically identify the talent because we basically look on the education side. But eventually, when it comes to people with disabilities, education is quite a tough thing still in India. Like you will still find a less number of schools who are accessible, that are accessible actually. So that's why I think we should try to provide them more training. Like if are hiring them in our agency, at least we try to provide them some training, and then eventually if they able to do our work, some kind of we have find ki they will be able to even better than others have been done our work.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, wonderful.
See the able, not the label. That's what I read somewhere today. So I think that works best for us, right?
Wonderful, that is. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being such a lovely panel. Now I will request Yasmin to come up on the stage and do the felicitation of our speakers and our moderator. To start with our moderator, Chandramouli Dhara. I would request backstage to extend support to Yasmin. Requesting Mr. Dhara to come forward for the felicitation and the photo. We will now felicitate our speaker, Anirudh Bhivaniwala. Presenting token of appreciation to next speaker, Anuja Bashir. Requesting Yasmin to please felicitate our next speaker, Nidhi Rungta. Mohammad Israr Alam. Now we will felicitate our speaker, Sakit Kumar Tharat. Thank you so much. Thank you, speaker. Thank you so much. Thank you, Yasmin. Yes, can we please have a brief photo session? Thank you. Thank you so much. Now it is time to felicitate those who have been working day and night relentlessly to make this event a great success. Requesting our conference committee members to please grace the stage. I would also request the presence of Shomojit Mahapatro, Chairman PRSI Kolkata chapter, on stage to felicitate our conference committee members. I would request Abhishek Mukherjee to come up on the stage to begin with. Abhishek Mukherjee. Ritankar Mahapatro. Ritankar did not sleep through the night yet. I have all the data. Ankita Bhattacharya. Ankita Bhattacharya, the go-getter. Nilanjana Mondal. Nilanjana is our chota packet bada dhamaka. Shudeepa Sharkar. Hiding all the pain behind the sweet smile. Shreya Mondal. She is the good girl of PRSI. Shriparna Ghosh. The youngest member of the team, I guess. Ishita Ghosh. Silently supporting the team. And Shoptapurni Roy. K. Sindhu Alekya could not be here today because of health issues, but we acknowledge her efforts as well. I request all of the committee members to come up on stage for a group photograph. Please be quick. Please be quick. Audience, now please get ready for an exhilarating discussion that promises to break barriers and challenge the status quo. I'm thrilled to introduce our next panel, Shattering Social Media's Glass Ceilings. In the digital age, social media has become a formidable force, not only in shaping trends and conversations, but also in influencing social norms. It's a platform where individuals can rise to prominence and voice their opinions, impact change like never before. The panel will be moderated by Sumit Agarwal, SDG Ambassador for Diversity and Inclusion, Menor, Niti Aayog, and LinkedIn Top Voice. Sumit, I request you to please come up on the stage. With him, we have our speaker, Sushant Divjikar aka Rani Kohinoor, performing artist, singer, actor, and equal rights champion with us, carving a space for inclusion and acceptance and breaking barriers through their art, a youth icon who's not afraid to make their voice heard. They have recently launched their NGO in 2023 with the aim to provide upliftment and support for the transgender community by creating pathways to economic and social security opportunities, ensuring their well-being and safety. He also graced the prestigious Forbes list for 30 under 30 2020 and 100 top influencers 2022. He is the first Indian trans artist featured on the third largest billboard at Times Square, New York. We welcome wholeheartedly with a huge round of applause. I leave it up to Sumit.
Kolkata, I can't hear you. Better. So I'll start?
Yes.
Yeah. So, welcome to Calcutta, the city that includes heritage, culture, movement, and there's a tapestry of culture in itself. Is this your first time in Calcutta?
Thank you so much, first of all. Namaskar, and it is my, I've visited Calcutta, Kolkata, many a times, and I have had the privilege to perform here. And it is indeed a city of culture, heritage, and community. And I'm so happy that we get to celebrate this tonight and together. And I've heard such good things about you, and it's a pleasure to meet you in person as well.
The pleasure's all mine. So, Rani ji, first of all, everyone is intrigued. How the name Rani Kohinoor? It sounds amalgamation of mythology as well as it has an Indian aspect to it, a hint of patriotism with the name Rani and Kohinoor. It sounds powerful yet mysterious. How did you don the title of Rani Kohinoor?
I think this is by far the best description of my name, Rani Kohinoor, by you. So first of all, thank you. And I think it came came into being because my drag mother, I started performing in a nightclub, in a bar, because there were not many opportunities for drag artists in our country, in the mainstream, in pop culture, in the films, on television. And first of all, is everybody okay with English? Or should I go with Hindi? And I speak 7 languages, so I can, but except Bengali. And I want to learn Bengali. Maybe one day you can teach me.
Sure.
So the only thing is bhalo, shotti, on these things I know. Because I love the food here. Sorry? Ami tamake bhalobashi. Me too, sir. Me too. And I just wanted to say that when I came up with this, the stage persona, my drag mother and Keshav Suri, who's the owner of the Lalit Hospitality Group and the executive director, and also the the MD for the Keshav Suri Foundation, the founder as well. They actually told me that we need to create a name which is easy to say, resonates with everyone, and speaks of your culture. So, of course, I had to go with Rani, because Rani is queen. I think there is we need to understand that we are all descendants of royalty. As Indians, we just got lucky. We didn't choose to be Indian, we got lucky. So I pay homage to my Indianness, to my heritage, and therefore the name Rani Kohinoor. And Kohinoor is because a lot of people expect that a transgender person should be like this and like that. Well, I don't think there is any parameters, because my government promises me a life of dignity and integrity, and I demand it. So I think that more transgender people must be aware that right to education is their fundamental right. And this is what we fight for, and this is what we will always continue doing. So yes, there will be certain people that might feel awkward in our presence, but if my transgenderness, of me being transgender, shakes your manhood or your womanhood, then that must be questioned, not me being transgender.
As you rightly said, the government guarantees you certain rights and you demand it. Where do you see these rights apply in the field of social media, where you have broken a lot of glass ceilings? And do you see a lot of diverse creators coming up in the social media, voicing their own voices, sharing their own stories? A lot of people you have inspired throughout your journey. Would you like to narrate one such particular incident which is shared with you and has touched your heart in such a manner that you were not able to forget it?
Well, social media is a free platform. So a lot of people will, I've represented India at, excuse me, at the back. It's very disrespectful. Yola, this is...
Excuse me.
Do you want to leave the room and talk as much as you want?
Yeah.
It's very disrespectful what you're doing. So anyway, I'm sorry, my chain of thought broke. But I think social media is a free platform. Social media doesn't see, and doesn't judge you, because you have your medium, whether it's your phone or your any device that you're recording content from. And it doesn't judge you for being transgender or being a particular caste or religion or anything. And it just tells you that art, art breaks all barriers. And your talent speaks for you. So a lot of times when I've represented India abroad in other countries, I've as much tried to wear a sari or my lehengas or my anarkalis as much as possible, or my nathani, because I come from Maharashtra. So this is very, very sacred and dear to me. So I try to incorporate these things in everything I do. So it's not just for a special occasion that I'll wear a sari or a salwar kameez. I think that it's not just a fancy dress competition, when it should not be made to look like, oh, my generation is wearing a sari. Why? Because it's a special day. It's not that. And I think that when we carry our culture to other countries, social media allows us to do that if we can't physically be there. Because you don't know the reach of social media. It's infinite. And I think that that's the beauty of it. And so whenever I go abroad, I make sure that I sing in regional languages. I sing in my languages, my Indian languages. So, because if I do what they do better than me, which is their art, I would rather do what I know. I would rather, promote classical music or Hindustani classical music, or our garments, on the international runways, so, or on the international stage. So
So beautifully said and so well put. As you said, you have represented India, or should I say Bharat, in many international platforms. Do you feel after the judgment, which guarantees rights to people from the transgender community and other communities, has the government become more welcoming and the policies become more welcoming, and has the mentality changed? Has the mind shift happened, or is that the policies that are there, the mindset and stigma still exists at a certain level? What is your take on that?
Well, I think that every country is forever evolving. We may not be perfect, but we have come a long way since when we started even discussing transgender rights or LGBT rights in this country. I do believe that there are many policies that have been created, if not implemented as well as they had been thought of. But my thing is that the change has started. It is also up to us as to how we take this change forward. So if we as individuals or citizens of this country don't help and understand each other and don't have that sense of altruism, then it's pointless. Policies are pointless. So policies are made for us. Now, if we don't educate ourselves on certain matters, then it's doomsday for us. As many policies you make. There have been policies that have been made. In fact, the NALSA judgment of 2014 is a very iconic judgment for India as a country. And the Supreme Court has identified non-binary genders apart from male and female. And it's very important that we bring this to the forefront. Because all the time, if you're going to put your country down, it's never going to do your country any good. And so I just think that even if you may have had, even if you have political affiliations or you have political choices that you make to support a particular political party or their mindset or their ethos, you can't ever go against your country. And I think that that is something we need to understand. So you can be against bad governance, but you should never be against your country. Because otherwise, pack up and leave. Sorry, but I mean, the thing is that how are we contributing to the change? We are very quick to judge one another. You know, ये मोटी है, ये काली है, ये हिजड़ा है. आपके हिजड़ा बोलने से अगर मैं दोबारा हिजड़ा बनती तो मैं रोज एटलीस्ट 50 बार हिजड़ा बनती ना वापस. So the thing is that it's very hard hitting. And then I realized that मैं जो भी हूँ, मैं transgender हूँ, I'm a drag queen, I'm gay, lesbian, bisexual, man, woman, it doesn't matter. Because when I start singing, मैं तो आई नज़ारों के अनजाने एक जहां से, लाई मैं तो लाई बहारों के अफसाने भी वहां से. ओ नाना मुझे छूना ना दूर ही रहना, परी हूँ मैं, मुझे ना छूना, परी हूँ मैं. Thank you. So when I start singing, then people are like, my God, अब इसके आगे क्या जज करेंगे ना? आप इंडियन आइडल पे तो बैठे नहीं हैं हमें जज करने के लिए. अब वो the thing is that you have to understand that you hold the power. If you give the power of your dignity in someone else's hand, they can crush it. You should never make anyone else believe that they have the power to destroy you, because then they will.
Very rightly said. We have our own power to decide, our own stories we decide. So has this making your own narrative, educating people, as you rightly pointed out that educating people is the key, has this had anything to do with your decision to come out and embrace your own sexuality, to empower other people to create a diverse Bharat?
Well, I think I have not created I don't think anyone in this room has created a diverse Bharat. Bharat was always diverse. We let colonization happen and then but what happened was that we can't always blame it on the Mughals and the colonization or the British, because we continued with their draconian and archaic laws for many, many years. We only repealed Section 377 in 2018. So since since we gained independence, in fact, even after that, till 2018, so more than 70 years, we continued with those laws. We oppressed transgender people. We made transgender people believe that the only two jobs they have, the only two jobs we have, is begging and sex work. So when you see a transgender person speak articulately in multiple languages, first of all, ये इतना कैसा पटपट इंग्लिश बात करती है? करती हूँ. मास्टर्स डिग्री हासिल की है मैंने, और जितना भी काम करते हैं ना, जितना भी नाचती हूँ, बारों में नाचती हूँ, जहाँ पर भी आके बात करती हूँ, उन पैसों से मैं और भी बच्चों को शिक्षित करती हूँ. I educate my kids, and it's not like we don't want donations. We don't want anyone's favors. We have two hands, two legs, we have a mouth, we have a mind. Even if we don't have two hands and two legs that work, we still deserve a life of dignity. And I think that that is, thank you. And that is the true essence of Bharat, and we've always been a very diverse country. We've always been a very welcoming country. Therefore, we even welcomed our colonists. We welcomed the British. We built the gateway of India for whichever queen had to walk in. You know, I wish someone had built something like this when I walked in like this. Even I'm a queen, na? है कि नहीं? हमारे औरतों की इज्जत करें, हमारी माँओं की, बहनों की इज्जत करेंगे, तो फिर हमारा देश बहुत तरक्की करेगा ना?
A life of dignity, that is one key message that you said. And I would like to ask you, what do you think is dignity? How do you break down dignity? How do you give dignity to vulnerable communities? Where do you see the future of India giving dignity to vulnerable communities? How does one start?
I think it's, looking at you, I think you are the definition of dignity. The fact that you might have been questioned at every step of the way, and today, look at you. You are an example for so many of us. You're an example for the communities, the country, and you're sitting here and having this wonderful conversation with me, making me emotional and all that. And I think that that itself is dignity. You are dignity, I am dignity, we are dignity. So we need to keep dignity intact, not just for us, but for one another. And I think that once we have that for one another, we watch each other's back, then we're sorted. We're on the right path.
As you said, we have to keep our own dignity, we have to project strength. But a lot of people from the transgender community, they don't get the support systems. They're very vulnerable. They're at one stage where they don't have that support system. What is your message for them who are not getting the right path, or who don't have that support system, that accessibility to the right mentors, right set of people who will project them to the path of righteousness and dignity?
And that's a very beautiful question. I think that as human beings, we must understand one thing, that I don't know whether this is some sadistic sort of pleasure as human beings, but I've always seen this, that in every country, every economy, every nation, there is always going to be discrimination based on something. Because I think that as human beings, it gives us some immense pleasure to see somebody below us. Whether we are able-bodied, able-minded, whether we are not, whether we have certain aspects of ourselves that we work on, and we are here, sitting here and speaking to the people of this country through this medium, there will always be somebody who will try to put you down. But the fact that as I said, if you don't give them that power and say that here, assault me, annihilate me, I'm ready to be broken by you. Even if somebody manages to break you, let me tell everybody that's listening, you will fix. Give it time. You will fix. But when you fix, you'll become so much stronger. You will become so unbreakable. You will be titanium. You will be that force that nobody, pardon my French, F's with. You know, you're going to be that person that you always wanted to be, and you won't even know it. I became that person without knowing that I've become that person. I looked at myself one day in the mirror and I was like, wow, I like what I see. That's beautiful. And I have to say that to myself every morning, regardless of whether someone else says that to me. It doesn't change my reality. I'm beautiful.
Your words project strength, resilience, and testament to your journey. What is that one pivotal moment which decided, no, I have to be a pillar of strength for the community. I have to stand for people. Enough is enough. I will take a stand not just for me, but for the millions of people of Bharat who are out there.
I think it is when I saw a lot of young artists who were trans and who were queer, who belonged to the LGBT community, and they did not know what to do. And there was this one kid who had come to me and asked, sorry, I get a little emotional when I think about it. And I don't want to cry because touching up this makeup, Sneha is going to kill me. But, and I want to look pretty in pictures. So, when this kid came and told me that, will you be my mother? It broke me a little bit. And I was like, that child had a biological mother. But that biological mother chose to abandon the child. And I said, yes. So, I think that every child deserves love. Every child deserves the time that they deserve. It, regardless of whether they are from a city or a town or a village or what caste or what, it doesn't matter. A child is a child. Stop feeding all this into their head. That child just needs your support and love. Don't think about log kya kahenge. लोगों का तो काम है ना कहना. वो तो कहेंगे. जो आप अपने, वो संतान आपका संतान है. या आपकी संतान है या आपके संतान है, whatever it is. Does it matter what a child's pronouns are? It doesn't matter. It should not matter to a mother. And I was fortunate enough that that child chose me to be his mother. I became a mother because of that child. And so many other children after that. So I'm so blessed that that changed me, and it said that I can't give up. I don't have the luxury to give up. I don't have the luxury to be tired. I can't tell people I'm tired. I can't. I have a slip disc. I have a herniated slip disc. But I am not going to be, I can't be tired. It may hurt me. It's hurting me. So I'm actually leaning forward. But I can't be, it is important for me to sit here and talk to all of you. Because it matters that representation matters. If somebody sees me, if any child sees me and sees me sitting here, they'll know that even they will get here. If I got the opportunities, I will provide it for them. I will make sure they get it. And so I think that that is what changed me, that being a mother and making me realize that I didn't have to give birth to that child. All I had to give that child was love. And that's what made me a mother.
Oh, amazing. Amazing. Made me emotional. I'm so touched by your journey. I have one last question for you. Where do you see the future of the transgender community in India by 2030? Because by 2030, India is supposed to achieve a lot of the UN SDG goals, one of which is diversity and inclusion. Where do you see the future of the transgender community by 2030?
I definitely think that I want to see the transgender community in the Parliament House. And I think that we need to make policies that are made by, for example, when we used to speak about, so for a very long time, the women in the audience will agree, and also the men will also agree, that for the longest time, diversity meant having that one woman in a room. Okay, one woman as a token representation. All the policies would still be made and amended or made by the men only. Okay, now you see, I see more women in the room than men. I think, the times are changing. I would like to see more than just one token transgender representation everywhere. I would love to see so many people, regardless of them being, you shouldn't be saying this. Like, I shouldn't be saying this. You shouldn't be asking this. Because it should just be then everybody is equal. Everyone should be equal. It should not be, I'm a transgender rights activist. It's so dichotomous. It's so dichotomous that in a democracy, I have to fight for equal rights. Why? Why am I the third gender? Who is the first gender? You or the woman? Who? You're going to fight it out? I'll sit at the back. I'm third, no? Why am I third gender? What is others? It's transgender. It's a transgender spectrum. Under that, there must be non-binary, gender fluid, gender this, gender that. But it is transgender, and it has been identified by my government, my Supreme Court, the judiciary, everybody. So why am I the other gender? You be the other gender, na? You be. I'll be first gender for 5 years, then you take. Then let the women take. Does it make sense? So I think that we are supposed to understand all these things, the nuances of how we use words. We say, na, words are mightier than the sword. A pen is mightier than the sword. I changed it a little bit. So it's true. So when you have othered us right at the beginning, how do you expect us to feel equal? Not me, or not Lakshmi, or not Gauri, or not Simran, or not Abhina. But what about my sisters that you will see on your way home on the signals? Because that is to theek hai, ye to hoga hi na. But if it is your child, would you like to see your child selling their body on the street? No. Then when it comes to honor our children, and that also, they have to fit a particular, for your love to be given to them. Some conditions they have to fit. So I think all these things need to change, and I think that they will change. And media plays a very important role, mainstream media, and therefore, wow. All right, can I finish this?
Yeah.
I think that the mainstream media plays a these are lovely photos of you, by the way. Did you see them? Did you approve them?
Yeah.
Very nice. They're very lovely photos, very handsome. And I wanted to say that the mainstream media also plays a very important role. Media, mainstream, the policy makers, and the awam, jisko kehte hain janta. हम एक साथ अगर हो जाएंगे सब, तो then there is no need only na for divisive politics or divisive, disengaging from certain communities because they are a certain way and they don't fall into your construct of realities. And I think that इसीलिए देखिए, अब पॉलिटिक्स में तो हम देखेंगे बाद में, अभी तो हम जवान हैं, अब तो हमें नाचना गाना और भी है, जिस चीज़ के लिए हमें गाली देते वहीं करेंगे. माय बॉलीवुड डेब्यू सॉन्ग जस्ट रिलीज येस्टरडे, परी हूँ मैं, which is a remake. Thank you. And my Bollywood debut film is releasing on the 6th of October. And I think that it's beautiful because we need more mainstream representation. I wish so many of my other kids, so many of the other kids of this country come forward and get equal representation in mainstream jobs and education, mainly education.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rani Kohinoor. Come on, she deserves a standing ovation.
I will stand please. And thank you. Thank you so much.
Louder. Now I can hear you, yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
It's such a pleasure to have you here.
Such a pleasure to have you. Can I have a nice picture? We'll sit closer to one another. Come. Are you taking the picture?
Requesting Chairman PRSI to join us on stage. Requesting Chairman PRSI to join us on stage for photograph.
Photo session.
Yes, sir. You don't need it, huh?
We are all glowing with the aura of Rani Kohinoor around.
So another Rani you may also come. The acting secretary. Where is Abhishek and Yasmin? Abhishek Mukherjee. So when it is a photo session, let's. Please come. ওদিকে চলে যাও তুমি বসো বড়
I didn't take permission for ITC for song. We need to take license and permission. Okay.
You sing wonderful. Yes.
No, but the permissions are not, so maybe next time.
Please, এখন দাঁড়ান পার্থ এদিক দিয়ে একটু
Thank you so much.
Yeah, please, the felicitation is.
Oh.
And
Enlightening, electrifying, heartwarming, and encouraging, of course. That's how I would summarize the session. I would request Shomujit Mahapatro, Chairman PRSI, to please be on stage for the felicitation of Sushant Devgikar aka Rani Kohinoor, the incredible Rani Kohinoor.
Yes, it's lovely. I must take a picture with you with this, na? Also.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Something is spent. Acha. Especially curated pictures.
How sweet. Wow. This is going to, I'm going to send you a picture of this on my wall. Oh.
This is the last one, but the warmth and love, unlimited.
Requesting sir to honor Sumit Agarwal with a token of appreciation. Thank you so much. Thank you for the wonderful session. Thank you for being with us today. We are honored.
Say something to the very So I take your permission to say something.
Yes, sir. Please,
And,
please. Sure.
Due to some administrative reasons, you know that we had to leave our guests, Sudeep and Prajakta, so the sessions had to be, manipulated and customized as per the flight schedule. And thank you, audience. These are 47 speakers in a single day, then last one, Sushant. And thank you, Parambir, for coming to Calcutta and giving assistance to our honorable artist, singer, and the cause ambassador. And thank you, Indiraji. And I would request our backstage to please, your felicitation is over? No. Ankita, backstage leader, please arrange to, where is the Indiraji's felicitation? Chole geche? Acha, theek ache. Okay. Thank you, Indiraji. And this is for the first time we have done sign language interpreted conference. And the lady is still here. She was standing all the way from morning. And anything left from our side, Shalini? Shalini, anything left? Shalini ma'am. Shalini ma'am, felicitation. Shalini, acting secretary right now and treasurer, and we will hand over a small memento to Shalini for doing the emceeing. And this time also we have used our internal resources because this is a conference of inclusivity. That is why we had a budget constraint, but the hospitality and other things, there was no constraint. So whosoever, I am seeing lot of speakers, Shushmita ji, Shushma ji, Mugdha, and Manavendra. I'm not able to see. I think cataract has developed. So all these 4 people. So thank you very much. And once again, on behalf of everybody, on behalf of Shalini also, I'm giving you a thanks. Thank you, Team Carney, for doing excellent social media and web development team. And the photo section with this young lady. Anything from your side? Anything from your side? It's in. So good night, everyone. Good night, students. Good night, all the speakers. And good night, the partners. Good night, all our photographer friends. Good night. Thank you very much. Not switch off the light. Backstage, please bring the certificates. We have some volunteers who worked hard for our conference, not the PRSI team, but some volunteers. What are the names? ISEC, the organization name is ISEC. Where is Ishika Agarwal? Ishika, where is Ishika? Please come on stage. Ankita, please bring the certificates. So big shout for this young lady, Ishika. I could not believe if I would not have seen her. Excellent coordination. And where is the certificates for these young ladies? Certificates. So Ishika, would you like to say something?
Okay, hi everyone. Firstly, my name is Ishika Agarwal. I'm the president of ISEC in Kolkata. It's a youth-run organization. I really want to thank Sumit sir for giving me the opportunity to work here. It was a pleasure working for this event, and the purpose of the event was so big that I loved everything. And thanks to the volunteering team, everyone here who's helped me out a lot. Thank you so much.
Tell the names of the people.
Okay, Kirti, Mehek, Tanisha, Samriddhi,
It will be a good photo session for you, please.
Anushka, anyone, Titash? Yes, please come here.
You want to bring your volunteers here?
Yeah, they are here. All these volunteers. All right, let's take a picture. Sumit sir, do you want to? Yes.
नहीं वो बসে থাকুক আমরা এদিকে চলে আসি
Just keep the mic.
অঙ্কিতা নেই ওই ঘরে ছিল এখানে এইখানটা তোমরা একটু এদিকে এদিকে চলে এসো আরেকটা তুলিয়ে নাও দেও, আরেকটা ছবি তুলে নাও। অঙ্কিতা, সার্টিফিকেট নেই তাহলে? ওই ঘরে ছিল তাহলে? কালকে তুমি আসোনি, ওরা জানে, বলেছিল দাও দাও, ঠিক আছে নিয়ে এসো, 1 by 1 দাও না। ওরে বাবা, আর কি আছে, দাও এদিকে এসো, আমি দিয়ে দিচ্ছি দেখে দেখে। The leader should get the certificate last. I mean the leading lady. Anushka Abide, who is you. So your luck came first. Samriddhi Jaiswal, come here. Titas Mandal. Preeti Agarwal. Tanisha Chabra. Please. Mahak Agarwala. And the last is I for India, I for Ishika. Ishika Agarwal. Big shout. So with that, the curtain closes for the next bandage. Thank you very much. You can have your photographs outside. And thank you all our event manager, Futura, special thanks, and their team. Everybody, they are working tireless night yesterday. So thank you very much. Now we are done with the conference.